Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had Pure Speed Energy. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Power, energy, infinite amounts of it emanating from everywhere, making its way into every part of him. It gave him the energy to keep on running for as long as he needed to, as long as he wanted to, and he never wanted to stop. In his current situation, he saw no need to stop the running. Although he was uncertain of how long he had been running, he was certain that this was what it meant to be truly happy. To truly be free, to run infinitely, that's what gave him happiness here. He felt infinite as he ran, there was no end or beginning to this. It felt as if he had been doing this from the moment that he had been born, the moment that he had become aware. The power was simply something that gave him some sort of meaning, something besides the quickless nature that he'd been born into. The nature that had given him nothing but grief from the very start. As he looked around himself, he took in the space occupied around him. His surroundings were the most beautiful thing that he had laid his eyes on. It was as if all the energy in the world turned to color, every single color in existence. These colors spread to take up every cubic centimeter around him, and it was spectacular. This was a state that felt pure, and it was what he was certain death felt like. But he wasn't dead, was he? Of course he wasn't. He was simply that he didn't even know. He remembered going to school to clean up the mess caused by the sudden storm. The mopping of the water had been a very annoying chore, but he remembered doing it. Afterwards, he went into a separate room in order to put away the mop. It was filled with all the chemical that the students used for chemistry labs. He remembered a bright light followed by a cackling noise that could only be lightning. When he turned his head slightly, he felt an immense feeling of power coursing through him. Besides that, there really wasn't anything else to remember. That was the last memory that he'd been able to recognize before all of this happened. He had been in this state of perpetual motion, and he would keep going until it was all over. He would keep on running till he had something to draw him back. Izuku's eyes shot open as a doctor drew blood from him, causing the doctor to yelp in surprise and drop the needle. His eyes turned from side to side as he sat up and attempted to take off the several monitors that he had all over his bodies. The monitors began to increase in numbers as the young coma victim slowly came to be aware of things around him. The startled doctor, recovering quickly, pulled out a flashlight from his pocket and attempted to examine him to ensure that he was sound in the neurological department. Izuku was unable to use his voice at the moment as it hadn't been used in quite a while. He also believed that the light that was being shined in his eyes seemed to be quite annoying. Well, son, how does it feel to be part of the 90% of people who have survived a lightning bolt to their person? Izuku gave a look of confusion to the doctor, who only gave him a smile as he checked his chart. It appears that all your vitals are within normal range, that we should be able to check you out within a week after we make sure that you are in tip-top shape. The green-haired boy was finally able to clear his throat to get the attention of the doctor, who slowed down just enough to give him more attention. His vocal cords hadn't been used in close to a year, so he spoke quite slowly as he asked his question. Would you mind telling me exactly what happened? I'm not sure if I remember everything correctly. The doctor gave him a short nod as he put his flashlight back into his pocket and kneeled down to pick up the needle that had been dropped earlier. He scratched his head and racked his brain as he tried to recall the events of the past. Okay, about 8 months ago there was a sudden lightning storm which caught everyone in the area by total surprise. There were a few people that reported lightning strikes near their areas, but you were the only case of someone actually being hit by said lightning. All you need to know, kid, is that you were struck by lightning, doused with enough chemicals to start your own pharmacy, and then thrown against a wall at such a force that you caused a human-shaped dent. In summary, you've been in a coma for about 8 months and have been unable to move, eat, or even react to the most basic of interactions. Overall, you are lucky to be alive, but on the bright side, the lightning gave you abs, which we are still trying to figure out how that works. Just think of it as silver lining. Izuku gulped at the thought of that. Lucky to be alive was something that shouldn't be taken lightly. He looked down the inside of his gown and was surprised by what he saw. It really was something that he never thought would happen to him, ABS. His hand shook slightly for no apparent reason, but the doctor paid no attention to it. Instead he was busy updating his simply relaxed against his hospital pillows, trying to process everything that he could, wondering exactly how much he had missed over the time that he was out. Without warning, the door to the room burst open and in came his mother all worked up. She had tears in her eyes as she saw her son's eyes open once more, the green orbs starting into the other green orbs. She ran over to him and gave him a tight hug with strength that rivaled that of All Might's, her heart full with an impossible amount of warmth to have her son all right once more. "Oh Izuku, I knew that you would wake up, I just knew it. I never stopped believing that you would wake up." The boy hugged his mother back with tears in his eyes as well. This was a reason to stop running, a reason that he needed to stay. There were still people who cared for him and who needed him in their lives. He was glad to finally be back in his mother's life, so very glad. After a week of tests, exercising muscles and catching up with the general news of the world, Izuku Midoriya was released from the hospital and allowed to go back to school to live his regular life. This, however, was a problem much bigger than he had thought to be in the beginning. Apart from being in a coma for 8 months, no, that really was it. Having missed that amount of school had been harmful to his goals. Today, Izuku, accompanied by his mother, would have to go talk to the principal to see what the possibilities were for him. Whatever they were, things would not be easy for him to get through. Inside the principal's office, Izuku and his mother sat across from the principal, with his hands in his lap. They shook slightly, a shaking that had been there since he had woken up, but he couldn't get rid of it. His mom's hands also shook, but for a completely different reason, probably from anxiety. He was trying his best to pay attention to what the man in front of him said, yet it seemed slowed down, distorted to a point that it was difficult to do so. "Well, you see, Ms. Midoriya, Izuku has simply missed too much of school to be able to finish alongside the rest of his grade. 8 months of material of any subject missed would be enough to cause a retake. Izuku missed every subject. The only course of action is for him to redo the grade entirely and graduate in the year following to this." The principal had been pretty blunt about his answer to the duo, not wanting them to leave thinking that he could do it. He also had a small biases against the quirkless boy simply because of his nature, something that Izuku had no control over. Izuku looked at the principal with his hands clenched into fists at his sides, but he didn't look the man to see them in the possibility that he would take his opinion as less. He was angered by the fact that he would have to waste another year here, another year that his father's killer was still out there. He had to speak out here and now or things wouldn't be able to be fixed. "Pardon me, principal sir," Izuku spoke up before his mother could, with his head bowed in the direction of the school official. "I can't simply let another year go by to be wasted. I know that I am far behind the rest of the class and that the chances of me passing are slim. All I ask for is a chance to take the final exams alongside the rest of my peers. If I pass, then I believe that that is sufficient proof that I am ready to deal with what comes next." The younger Midoriya remained with his head bowed, staring into the ground, hoping that he had done enough. The two adults were silent at the sudden outburst from the so often quiet boy. Inko Midoriya had read that some victims from lighting strikes suffered from personality shifts. This looked just like what she had read about. The silence remained for a few more seconds before it was broken by the throat clearing of the principal, who looked baffled by the sudden outburst. He straightened his tie before turning to the still bowing student. Mr. Midoriya, would you mind going outside and wait in the courtyard while I have a private conversation with your mother? We'll only take a few minutes and be right out." The green-haired boy straightened himself from the bow and walked efficiently out of the room with hints of tears in his eyes. "God, sometimes I get carried away with my emotions. Why couldn't I keep it contained like I usually do? Does this have anything to do with that bolt of lightning? Why does it all go back to that one bolt? Why does it always have to happen to me? Couldn't it have hit some other person at some other school?" As he mumbled his thoughts rapidly, the green-haired, lightning bolt survivor was unaware of his one former friend walking towards him with a scowl on his face. The openness of the courtyard was seriously a place that wasn't one to be alone with him. Memories of previous bullying experience came to his head. He heard him much before he saw him, the sounds of his signature explosions causing a ruckus that echoed around the open yard. Someone besides him must have heard it as well. The blonde flew towards him, propelled forwards by his quirk with a maniacal smile on his face, This was just like all those previous times, no one here to help him either. This was just like so many other times before, except that it wasn't. The closer that he got to him, the slower and slower that Kakin seemed to get. Seeing the slowly moving king of explosions coming towards him, Midoriya simply chose to walk out of the way as Bakugo pulled his right hand from behind and aimed it to where he had just stood. All of his actions seemed to be exaggerated. It was like watching a video while it being at quarter speed or even slower. This all happened as if he had slowed down the world around him, except for the fact that he couldn't have given his quirkless nature. Perhaps this was all just a bad dream that he would wake up from and realize that he was still at the hospital. This theory would be quickly dissolved in the coming moments. Effing Deku! The blonde screamed loudly as a huge cloud of smoke rose into the air, blocking him from vision. No one told me that you were awake and running again. Do you know how boring class was without having someone like you there? The destructive teen looked down and realized that Deku wasn't on the floor in front of him crying like he usually was. What the f, Deku? How did you manage to avoid that explosion? You were like 10 feet away from me, and there is no way that 8 months of lying in a bed made you capable of avoiding my attacks. Kakin, please stop. The panicked teen yelled out, wondering what in the blazes was happening right now. None of this made any sense to him, and yet it still occurred. He had just come to get his school situation cleared up and had instead found himself knee-deep in trouble. The blonde heard the greenhead yell out and aimed a powerful explosion to where he had heard it. The blast hit the shorter boy in the chest and knocked the air out of him. Additionally, the blast propelled him away from the explosion creator. This sent poor Izuku flying into the air and against a pillar where he landed at an off angle, effectively spraining his left wrist. At least he hoped it was only a sprained wrist. It wasn't the worst injury that Kakin had ever given him, but that didn't stop it from hurting any less. He clutched his left wrist with his right hand and his breaths became shallow and quick. He for sure hadn't expected to suffer from this type of pain on his first day back. Trying his best, he attempted to hold in the tears but ultimately failed to do so. No matter how much time had passed, there would be no escaping his one friend turned bully. Well, look at Deku, can't do anything right and now ends up with a broken wrist. He used a baby voice to make him feel worse about himself and to inflate his ego even more. Deku, are you just going to lie there and cry, or are you going to pick yourself up and go to the nurse's office like you always do? Maybe I could give you a hand if you want, just like old times. His sneer was simply adding insult to injury and pushing things over their limit. Izuku grit his teeth from the pain, from the anger he felt towards Kakin, the anger he felt towards himself for putting up with this, for two had allowed himself to be run over by this boy for far too long, all because of some feeling of respect that he once held for him. Their friendship had been so long ago, he didn't know why he even allowed himself to see the other boy as what he used to be. This was going to stop now. Neither of them were sure exactly what happened next, but before Katsuki Bakugo could blink, he was lying on his back, unconsciously grabbing his face in pain. It was something that had probably never occurred in his lifetime, but right now was the first time. Someone had stood up to the ruthless Bakugo and had pulled the rug from under his feet to show him that he was an equal, nothing more than another student. This someone was none other than Izuku Midoriya, who was still clutching his left wrist after using it to punch his former friend in the mug. Midoriya looked down to his left hand in awe, still shocked that he had been able to do what he had just done. Bakugo looked similarly in shock at the fist that had finally knocked him down. For several seconds both boys looked at it, till the one of the floor came to his senses and bellowed at Izuku as loud as his lungs could yell. F you Deku. You and your quirkless butt. The boy still held his hand to his face as he approached his newly created rival. You just think that because you survived a lightning bolt to the face that you can come back and challenge me? You are dead wrong. You hear me, Deku? Using his left hand, Bakugo began creating an explosion that brought shivers down the other boy's spine. He took a single step before something occurred that made him regret taking that step. A flash of light occurred and Izuku stood over Bakugo's fallen body once more with a look of anger, possibly also some satisfaction. No more bullying, no more Katsuki Bakugo. Your days of being an a-hole and bullying me are over. No more. Izuku took several deep breaths and looked up to see the principal talking to his mom, who had a smile on her face. That probably indicated that everything had gone well. Point 1. Young Bakugu, what is the meaning of this? The principal demanded for the explosion quirk user to answer his question. Unable to come up with a solid answer, he was forced to mutter, "bathroom," while staring angrily at the younger of the Midoriyas. Well then, continue on your way, then off to class. The principal said it as more of a suggestion than an order, which made Izuku's mother visibly upset. It also made it increasingly difficult for the boy who had been bullied to keep his emotions in check. After the spiked blonde left back to his classroom, the principal turned towards Izuku and gave him a grim look. It was the look that he gave him when he told Izuku to not attempt to pursue the heroics course due to his quirklessness. Young Midoriya, that I have spoken to your mother and we came to an agreement. A small smile broke out on the young boy's face as he realized what exactly that meant. You will be given the chance to take the final test with the rest of the grade in order to prove that you are capable of going on to high school. However, since this is a test of what you know, you will not be allowed to receive any outside help and must thus do it all on your own. Additionally, you will have to complete all coursework that you missed by the time that the tests are to be taken. Midoriya nodded towards the principal. He was filled with joy at being given the opportunity to stay on track, so much so that he disregarded most of the principal's conditions. He bowed to the principal once more as a gesture of thankfulness and felt as the principal smiled slightly. Thank you for this opportunity, sir. I promise you that you won't be disappointed by this decision. The grown man nodded and walked back into his office before closing the door behind himself. Izuku now had large amounts of hope of being able to do what he had wanted to do since the beginning. Upon arriving at home, Izuku immediately went over to the curriculum that he had picked up from his teachers on everything that he was expected to know for the upcoming test. The list was extensive and he knew that to accomplish such a feat he would have to do so on a full stomach, and also probably an annoying amount of sleepless nights. This led him into the kitchen where he helped his mother chop the vegetables at a faster speed than even she could pull off. He took zero notice of the fact that his wrist had seemingly healed itself. It was as if he never had the injury in the first place, but that would be illy and impossible. His mom took notice of this but remained quiet as she continued stirring the dish that she was working on. Her son looked happy, that what mattered the most to her. When the two sat to eat their dinner, Izuku Midoriya was utterly shocked by how much her son was capable of eating. She often made a little extra since she knew her son was fond of having a midnight snack, but this was unreal. He ate with his usual table manners, but just the immense quantity was astounding. Since her appetite wasn't as big, she gave him her portion as well, but it still didn't seem to be enough. Izuku, sweetie, are you feeling well? The hungry teengar looked at his mother with a mouthful of food and a ped head. He swallowed his food before responding to his mother. Yeah, Mom, I just felt a bit hungry, that's all. The older woman nodded nervously at this, unsure of what to say. After that bolt hit him, her little Izuku had changed quite a bit. Some changes were more obvious than others, but he was still the same Izuku that she had raised, the one that had wanted to be a hero. That night, Izuku Midoriya found himself unable to sleep for whatever reason. He attempted several times to slumber but was practically incapable of doing so. After being allowed out of the hospital, he found himself to be filled with energy that came from nowhere and also went nowhere. Wanting to try something new, Izuku got up and dressed in a forest green hoodie before going outside to see if he could rid himself of this extreme energy. Exercise had always been an activity low on his attention list. Quietly, the boy made his way out of the house through his window, trying to not fall towards his death. After a few minutes of shimmying his way down a wall, a task he didn't know was actually possible. As he touched the ground, the energy he had seemed to increase tenfold, almost as if the ground was giving him the energy needed. Putting headphones into his ears, and then his hoodie over them, he began to slowly jog in no particular direction. Allowing the music to flow through him, he continued to jog, increasing his pace every few seconds. Seemingly he couldn't get tired. Izuku wanted to test how much energy he had and how much exercise was needed to rid himself of it. His pace began to increase, slowly at first, then faster. The world once again became distorted like it had earlier in the day when he had been confronted by Bakugo. Noise, motion, everything slowed down to as far as he could see. A cat falling out of a window, moving only centimeters from its original falling point. A man with a briefcase tripping and in the process of dropping a coffee on himself, except it was occurring too slowly to be considered normal. Grabbing his hair and turning around to look at everything, Izuku wondered how any of this could happen. A moment later, everything returned to normal and time traveled normally once more for the green-haired boy. Unsure what to do, he ran and ran. The wind howled as he ran at a speed that should have been impossible. This is crazy, right? This shouldn't be happening to me, it just shouldn't? My wrist. It was sprained a few hours ago, why isn't it now? Now I'm positive that this all leads back there, to the night in the... Lost in his thoughts, the newly established speedster rammed face first into the glass showcase of a jewelry store, triggering the alarm and giving him a splitting headache. He tried using one of the stands to get up before it fell atop of him. This dropped a pair of reflective dark green glasses onto his face. Combined with the hoodie, this did a good job at hiding his identity from the cameras and from anyone who might have been watching. He tried once again to get up and managed to do so after a few failed attempts. Along the way, he stepped on a few pairs of glasses and crushed them. Looking around, he saw the mess that he had made and mentally cursed himself for not being more careful. There truly was nothing that he could do in this situation. The alarm had been triggered by his entrance and the police would be here within a matter of minutes. He needed to leave immediately. As he made his way to the exit, while crushing a few more pairs of glasses, a shadow descended from above and fell in front of the way he had come through, blocking his way out. As if a light had gone out, their boy began to panic within his head. Oh no, this is not happening, not today, not ever. Why do we live in a world where anything that can go wrong will go wrong? Does everything happen right after I wake up from a coma? Does the universe hate me? He could tell that it was a hero, probably one of the more street-level ones given how he didn't recognize him. On his neck appeared to be an intricate scarf and on his face were a pair of odd golden goggles. An unshaven face looked at him and a large mess of black hair was atop his head. Hello villain, you can come peacefully or you can make my night a little more difficult, which I wouldn't appreciate. The man said with a bored and almost uncaring tone. So what's it going to be? It had been a pretty quiet night for the hero known as Eraserhead. So far he had stopped 2 separate muggings and a duo of men from breaking into a home. Both had been quite annoying, but ultimately very simple to deal with, something that he liked about street-level crime. This had been early on in the night and now, towards the middle of his shift, he looked around for any sign of crime, not finding any, which was amusing. As he crouched atop of a bakery, he thought about how things were and of the incoming school year that he so often slept through. Well, it looks like this year we are going to be having the symbol of peace himself come and teach at our school. That'll be a day for the media, not so sure about the staff though. He scratched at his beard slightly, watching a traffic light turn to red, still nothing occurring. Deciding that this area had no criminal activity at the moment, Aizawa Shoyuta stood up and began to move across the rooftops. The crime would just have to be elsewhere, it was always somewhere else. After a few blocks, the erasure hero turned around to look down the long street. Something was coming. A flash of green caught his eye, or at least he thought it was green. Since there was no crime in the immediate area, he crouched once again and watched this green blur for a while. Another wannabe hero it would seem, or maybe a villain perhaps. The older hero continued watching the blur's activity, wondering what exactly it was doing. The more he watched it, the more that he realized that it wasn't paying attention to what was in front of it. That was the conclusion he reached as the green blur ran straight into a jewelry shop head-on, shattering the front window display. Well, there goes my peaceful evening, time to get to work. Make it 3 for 3. He jumped gracefully down from the rooftop, using his scarf to slow his descent. He promptly landed in front of the hole caused by the would-be thief and stared at him closely. A green hoodie and glasses to cover his identity, but this obviously was a kid that he was dealing with. The structure of the boy wasn't that big, a bit scrawny if he was being honest, and a plain look on the portion of the face that he could see. Hello villain, you can come peacefully or you can make my night a little more difficult, which I wouldn't appreciate. He tried telling him in his most bored and uninterested voice so that he could cause him to be on edge. Most villains that he came across tended to be frightened by his mere appearance. This kid wouldn't be an exception. He shook very much, almost as if he was on a sugar high, except this one was probably from fear, so what's it going to be? At that very moment, everything that Izuku had thought to be true went out the window. At school they covered the basic things such as math, history, science. The hypothetical question of what to do when confronted by a hero in the middle of the night after running face first into a jewelry store had never been covered, at least not when he was there. It was probably a topic that he had missed while in a coma. He racked his brain trying to look for which hero this could be. In his younger years he had catalogued several heroes and their quirks. He used to pride himself in knowing exactly how their quirks worked and of being able to regurgitate that information on the spot if that was ever necessary. Ever since he gave up on his dream, he had simply stopped it with the practicing and had similarly stopped trying to remember that information altogether. His brain was literally going at 1,000 miles trying to figure out what ways he could get out of this situation. Okay, what do I need to do in order to not get sent to prison? There is no way that I can fight a hero head-on without suffering from a disastrous defeat. Let's see that he has goggles with thin gaps instead of just being completely solid. This must mean that his quirk must revolve around the usage of his eyes. His scarf must have more purpose than simply for fashion. I need to be careful about that and wait to see what he does. I can't make the first move here. I need to get him to leave that entrance open for me. Okay, I think I have this. Let's hope that this works out in my favor. Although the thoughts going on in Izuku's head seemed to have gone by over the course of several seconds, in reality only a moment had passed since the hero had last spoken. Izuku looked at his surrounding to see if there was anything here that would help in his fight against what he assumed to be an experienced hero. The two looked at each other with caution before Eraserhead made the first move. He activated his quirk and stepped inside the store, not yet utilizing his scarf in hopes of this being a quick and easy capture. His eyes started to become irritated from the constant usage of his quirk, but he managed to keep his eyes open. At this point in time, the kid is simply another kid at the wrong place with the wrong hero around. With his quirk erased for the moment, there wasn't any reason for this to be harder than it needed to. Kid, I'm going to have to ask you to wait here with me till the officers arrive in 1 or 2 minutes. After that you'll be taken to the station and processed. Izuku gulped quite loudly, knowing that he wouldn't be able to go ahead with the hero's intended plan, as it would likely result in massive fines that he rather wouldn't have his mother pay, not that they could pay. On top of that, he would be charged with breaking and entering or some theft charges which he rather not have on his record if he had any chances of going anywhere. I didn't mean to fall into this store. It was a mistake. I am sorry. He was trying to be reasonable. Trying to be as reasonable but he could with a hero not exactly known well for that. The green speedster took a step back, trying to put more distance between both of them, not wanting to be taken by this hero just yet. After the first step backwards, he tries for another, but without realizing it, steps on what can only be assumed to be a pearl necklace. The round nature of the pearls cause him to fall backwards and cause the initiation of Izuku's first fight against a hero, or Eraserhead as he was known. As the green-haired boy fell backwards, Eraserhead attempted to catch the boy with his scarf, doubling as capture gear. Although that was what the real intention was, Izuku took it as something else entirely. The assumption was that this was probably an attempt to capture and detain him. Like any other reasonable person in the world facing the hero, he panicked and acted purely on instinct. Izuku wasn't quite sure how he did it, but he tried willing himself to fall faster, believing that it would somehow work. The plan was to run and get out of there as soon as humanly possible. His body responded to him, and so he did end up falling at a much faster rate than gravity should have allowed. Well, this is new. I will have to look into this later on after I find a way to get out of here. Still defying the laws of physics, Izuku rolled forward and began his way carefully to the exit, avoiding the dangerously round objects on the floor. He watched the hero react slowly in confusion as he himself started to wonder when his quirk would be put into use. Normally a hero would have used it already, so it was quite confusing when this one stood still and merely blocked the exit partially. The erasure hero on the other side of the spectrum had a mere second to realize that his erasure quirk wasn't working on this would-be villain for whatever the reason. Seeing that his usual tactics wouldn't work, he threw tacks from his belt pouches onto the floor without a second thought. If he couldn't negate his quirk, the less that he could do would be to keep him here till the police arrived with more quirk-negating technology that would surely be of use in this situation. As he ran towards the exit, the speedster put almost no attention to the tacks that were tossed and not the floor. Due to the lack of attention, the boy stepped on one of the metal tacks and yelled out as it went through both shoe and skin. With this large amount of pain sprouting so suddenly and his movements hindered for just a moment, the erasure hero grabbed the boy's arms. Using Midoriya's own momentum, the hero tossed him onto his back, using the most simple maneuver that he could. The blow knocked all air out of Midoriya's lungs and prevented him from thinking straight for just a moment. He bounced once off the ground, and with this the scarfed adult made his move to capture him once more. This time he wouldn't be surprised by the capabilities of the young person. He made sure to tighten the area around the boy's legs and tied his arms behind his back for good measure. In the distance, Aizawa could hear as the sirens got closer, signifying a job well done. As he looked at the boy, he brought him closer to himself in order to examine him, trying to see what made him different. Somehow he had been able to negate the effects of his quirk, which shouldn't have happened. There was something about this kid that just didn't seem right, something that could turn into a real issue. Whatever it was, he needed to figure it out to make sure it didn't happen again. All the while, the now incapacitated boy was thinking of all the possible escape plans that would get him out of his current debacle. "Hey Mom, I'm sorry that I can't go to school today because I've been arrested after I fought with a hero, right after running face first into a jewelry shop, right after I discovered that I did in fact have a quirk which I can almost bet my all-might backpack that it came from that bolt of lightning which I've already blamed too many times. Wait, what's he doing? Why is he bringing me closer? Is he trying to figure out who I am? Can't let him see me clearly, this can't go down like this. Use your head, Izuku, come up with something, wait." Without warning or grace, the entrapped boy reeled his head back as far as he could and shot it forward. His forehead hit the hero's nose and, in a moment of shock, the scarf around him came loose. Not hesitating for a second, the younger of two came into a crouch and swept his opponent's feet from under him. At that moment, Izuku didn't look to see if he had hit the floor but simply ran towards the exit, not wanting to stay any longer. The wind rushed past his ears and caused his hoodie to blow off. He quickly sidestepped to avoid running into an oncoming emergency vehicles, which turned out to be a police cars that was most likely heading to where he had just left. He laughed at this, regretting it immediately as he felt something enter his throat that was quite small. After this he remained with his mouth closed till he reached his home in the most unpractical form possible. He tried skidding to a stop, but the speed that he was coming at was simply too much for the soles of his shoes, which began to heat up and... This is not happening. Not with the day I've just had. Just a no. He yelled out in frustration as his shoes began to catch fire, which he was quickly able to put out. He ran his hands through his messy hair, unsure of what to do with tonight's recent developments. Leaning against a wall, he slid down till he was in a seating down position. The speedster rubbed his forehead, feeling the pain that was originating from the center of his forehead, which he had used to strike the hero. At this point he simply wanted to sleep in order to get a better understanding of this in the morning. He picked himself up and headed back inside into his bed in hopes of a quiet. If he had looked at the clock on his desk, he would have seen that only maximum of 10 minutes had passed since he had left to go on his run, a very interesting 10 minutes. Waking up in the morning, Izuku felt an intense hunger coming from his stomach that was attacking the rest of his body. Thinking with his belly, he rolled of his bed and walked over to the refrigerator. In the course of 10 minutes the boy would make his way through 2 boxes of cereal without even batting an eye. Following this, he proceeded to make himself a few peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in attempt to satisfy his hunger, a hunger that he had yet to acknowledge its origin. When Izuku Midoriya walked into the kitchen, she had to do a double take just to make sure that she was seeing correctly. Her son had currently made his way through 2 entire boxes of cereal and an entire loaf of bread without seeming to be anywhere near an end. He seemed to have developed a black hole for a stomach recently, and this would be a problematic thing. Izuku dear? The boy looked at his mother with a mouthful of bread currently being chewed. Are you alright? Recently you've changed and I'm not sure exactly what to make out of it. The young Midoriya swallowed the sandwich before speaking back to his mother. What crap, does she think I'm doing drags or something because of my behavior? Does she have something to say to me because I've been acting so weird? Mom, you know how I was struck by lightning 8 months ago? His mother nodded in response to the question. Oh, that bolt of lighting changed me, and I think you'd like this particular change. His mom gave a look of confusion towards her son. Izuku carefully grabbed the plate that he had been using to eat cereal and threw it as hard as he could in the direction of the furthest wall. He ran towards that same wall and snatched the plate gently out of the air in a split second. This was followed by his immediate crash into the wall, as he hadn't thought of a proper way to slow down yet. This caused his mother to shriek in fear at what her son had just done, thinking that he had destroyed a plate for no reason. After showing her the plate in his hands, her brain began to form the bigger picture of what she had just been shown. Walking over slowly and quietly, she put her arms around her child and began to cry from the happiness that she was experiencing. Oh Izuku, I should have never stopped supporting your dream to be a hero without a quirk. That I should have kept supporting your dreams. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Izuku stood on the receiving end of the hug as he waited till his mother calmed down. You can be a hero if you want, Izuku, that you are capable of being a hero, that just like you wanted. He thought of what she had said and of all the possibilities that were now open to him because of this new quirk that he had been given. He'd been given a gift, a quirk via bolt of lightning. He'd been given a second chance, a chance to be better than he had been in the past. This wasn't something that he could let slide by. He needed to figure out what he could do, and he knew of just the place to do it. Okay Izuku, just calm down slightly. You've discovered another aspect of your quirk. Now think about all of this critically. What in the world did you do to trigger all of this? Just take a few deep breaths and relax for a few seconds before trying to go any further with all of this. You started doing your missed school work a few minutes ago in hopes of being able to knock some out before going to the principal and trying to talk to him about this new ability of yours that came up so suddenly. It was to talk to him about what would change now that you have a quirk. Also to see if there was any leeway around his high workload. Oddly enough, you were somehow able to finish a solid 8 months of work from a single class in just over 2 minutes. Not saying that I'm overpowered or anything, but it's just a bit excessive how much work there is for any one class. There were stacks of homework, classwork and projects that needed to be done here. None of this should have been done this quickly. I should have been dying to complete even a fraction of the work, certainly not going through it as if it were easy. Now, with this in mind, what can be better than this? I can actually finish this year early instead of being stuck for another entire year. Now that I think about it, I can finish the entirety of everything that I need to learn before the end of the year. Maybe I can even go talk to the principal on Monday and ask him to take the test right there and there. The boy laughed to himself at the thought of figuring out this new ability and what he could do with it. This would probably be the most useful thing for him, seeing that he was a person who thought very much, sometimes a little too much. This is going to be very fun, isn't it? It had been just after lunch when Izuku discovered that he had also been given a quick mind, which made his life a whole lot easier. While completing his missed work for history, the boy quickly found something to be severely wrong with his surroundings. As he looked down to his pile of homework, wait, where'd it go? He looked at the clock in his room and saw that only 2 minutes had gone by since the last time that he had stared at it. He put down his pencil and walked over to his bed before sitting down on the edge. He was shocked to say the least, and that was putting it very mildly. Now that he had this new ability on top of his already incredible speed, the possibilities were truly endless. This was something that he could use to make his life much better, much faster. Well, right now he just had to finish his 8 months of work, with his super speed and faster than computer mind. Oh, principal, just you wait for Monday to come around. 8 months of work? I think I'm going to need to bring a wagon with me, crap. It was obvious how he had been mentally and physically affected by the bolt of lightning. His completed work was a sure sign of it. That had been the mental part of his new abilities. Now he was attempting on seeing just what he could do on the physical side of things. Shortly after managing to finally stand up to his childhood bully, he felt that he might as well see just what had made him finally go for it. After purchasing himself a tracksuit and some goggles, both green of course, the green speedster made his way down to a rather isolated track in order to test out his abilities. By make his down, The speedster was actually just running from corner to corner trying to avoid any person dressed in black in case he were to run into the hero from the incident. Reluctantly, he grabbed his same shoes from the previous day, not wanting to tell his mother about the condition of his shoes as it would likely lead to last night's activities. Apparently, there was yet to be a brand of shoes that was resistant to high amounts of friction, which was exactly what he needed but couldn't quite get. The only places that one could acquire materials of that caliber were the hero schools that often tried equipping their students with the best that they could. Not that he didn't want to be a hero, just that it was something that didn't quite line up with his goals of being a forensic scientist. If it had, then he'd probably at least make an attempt at it, if he could be given the chance. After arriving to the track, Midoriya began setting up several things in order to see how fast he truly was and what other aspects of himself had been altered by the speed. Some hurdles here, a timer over there, a speed reader that he had bought which said that it was fast enough to see the speeds at which All Might himself traveled. He did some quick stretches in order to prevent any unnecessary injuries to himself that he was sure he could heal, but he really didn't want to try it right now. He remembered once in his childhood that he'd pulled a leg muscle and that had been quite painful for him. He did not want to repeat that experience, or the sprained wrist from the day before. After turning on the speed reader and wedging it in between a few bricks to prevent it from flying off, Izuku lined himself up at the starting line. Both hands on the ground and his head down, waiting to hear the beep from the speed reader. His head shot up and he ran as fast as he could around the track, which appeared to be in quite a bad shape. Pieces of garbage and bits of broken glass scattered across the track. Once, twice, 3 times. Round and round he went, increasing his speed little by little. He was careful not to step on anything that could potentially injure him. In this state of being, he was able to make out a bee in the distance slowly flapping its wings. The dust that he had kicked up upon his start was still making its way into the air and would appear to be a brown snow. There was no noise as he ran, all was quiet, not a single sound wave could enter his ears as he was in this state of complete and utter focus. The only thing that he was aware of was his beating heart and his shallow breaths. This was certainly a new experience for him and he wasn't going to allow it to be thrown away. Each step was calculated, every foot had its place on the ground, every single arm slide had a purpose. This was a good feeling for him, a feeling of control even when control should have been surrendered. In this state he was truly the master of his own fate, his own thoughts. This version of Midoriya was one that he enjoyed, a version that could slow down the world around himself by being faster. This way he could see everything that was. He felt an enormous wave of shock being exerted from behind him and wasn't able to help but look backwards to see what had occurred. This drew attention from where his foot went for a mere second. He stumbled slightly but his momentum didn't let him regain his footing. As he lost control, he heard what appeared to be a very loud crack. The area where he had been just a moment ago kicked an ocean of dust and he continued to trip. At the speed that he was going, there really wasn't a way to slow down properly and he just had to hope for no permanent injuries. When he tripped, it had been at the beginning of a curve, but now that he saw where he was, well, he was on the turn after that one. That was a tad bit painful, or more like extremely painful. Note to self, try not to break the sound barrier ever again. It hurts so much and I'm not even sure if this is going to get better by the time dinner comes around. Also, maybe look forward at all times so this doesn't happen again. At the moment it appeared that he had simply dislocated his shoulder, which was pretty painful for him, but there was a bright side to this. If his sprained wrist had healed in a matter of 2 hours, there was a strong chance that this slightly more severe injury would also heal in some time similar to that. After a few more moments of laying on the ground, Izuku picked himself up and headed over to the speed reader to see how he did. It was more like a crawl, but he was able to get there. He could feel the muscles in his shoulders slowly knitting themselves back together, slowly, but he could still feel it. He pulled his phone from behind the reader in order to record his results via audio file, which he would pull up later. Okay, so here I am on day 1 of training my quirk. Today, I'm going to be putting it into practical use, and the average speed that I am able to sustain is 770 miles per hour. Well, that is actually amazing. It's unbelievable. Just wow. Okay, so that's going to be the baseline that I'm going to have to work towards improving. Also for future reference, attempt to maintain control after breaking the sound barrier to reduce the amount of pain that you will be put under from injuries. I will make another entry later on for the rest of the results from today. End entry. Putting down his phone, Izuku sat down under the shade of a nearby tree and drank some water. He allowed his shoulder more time to heal by leaving it to its own devices. He closed his eyes and allowed himself to drift off into a nice and pleasant nap. It was something that was just needed, a momentary break before he got back to. "Excuse me, sir, sorry for the interruption, but are you all right?" Izuku opened one eye and saw a general shadow of a person due to his eyes still adjusting. In one of his less brilliant moments, Izuku responded with something that was less than smart. "What?" Izuku opened his other eye and slowly he was able to make out the general features of the boy, or he tried to at least. "I was around the area when I heard a loud sound which I presumed to be a sign of danger, and I wanted to make sure that there were no injured civilians in this area." The boy used his hands to emphasize his points, bringing his right hand to his glasses after he was finished talking. "Well, this guy is interesting, let's see what he has to say." The newcomer took a look at the green-haired boy before his eyes stopped on his left arm, which looked severely injured and in need of medical attention due to its odd angle. He knelt down next to the boy and took a look at his arm, which surprised Izuku by quite a bit. "Your arm appears to be hurt, and you seem to require medical attention." Once again his hands moved in straight and precise motions, bringing a sense of urgency to everything that he said. "Yeah, I was testing a few aspects from my quirk and I wanted to push myself beyond my established limits, but I tripped and injured myself. It's alright, I should be healed in a matter of hours due to my quirk." The boy gave Midoriya an odd look, then nodded at the mention of a quirk. "I see, I too am training my quirk to be better so that I may pass the UA entrance exam." Izuku noticed that he said so with a sense of pride and duty. He was glad to see that other people wanted to go there besides his childhood friend. "If you don't mind me asking, what is this quirk that led to your injury and will lead to your speedy recovery?" He coughed at the forward question, still not really sure about the full aspects of his quirk. He could probably get away with calling it a speed quirk and leaving it at that, since having a speed quirk wasn't too rare to see. "Well, my quirk makes all of my bodily functions go faster. This ranges from my metabolism to my running to thinking, and also extends to my naturally healing process." The blue-haired boy nodded as he smiled, having found something in common between the two of them, though it wasn't much. "I too have a speed quirk of sorts. Although mine makes my legs be more like engines and is a mutation-type quirk, I think that the basis is the same." After having this conversation for the past 5 minutes, Izuku more or less wanted to know who this guy was. "Not to be rude or anything, but who are you exactly? I mean like name, since we've been talking for a few minutes and I still don't even know that much." The other speed quirk holder held his right hand up and put it to his chest, palm down, before introducing himself properly. "Apologies for not introducing myself sooner. My name is Tenya Iida, and what may yours be?" He offered his hand, show his interest in the answer and also to shake his hand. He sure does use his hands a lot, does he not? I am Izuku Midoriya." He took Tenya's hand in his own and shook it. "It's very nice to meet you." The older of the two nodded with a small smile on his face. "So Midoriya, would you like to have a race to see whose speed quirk is superior?" The engine quirk user said this out of curiosity, wanting to learn more about other speed-enhancing quirk. "Sure, why not?" Izuku said this with a shy smile, not yet wanting to show another being of the true speed that he could achieve. Right now this was something that he wanted to keep to himself so that he would be able to grow. Showing it to others certainly wasn't on his agenda at the moment, at least not for a while. Both boys walked over to the starting line, kneeling as they prepared to run off. The shorter of the two made himself a makeshift sling with his jacket in order to keep his arm from moving too much. The other boy removed his coat and did a few stretches to make sure that his legs were nice and warm. "Okay, Izuku, we will go on 3 and complete a lap around the track. Sadly, I only have time for one small race before I go. Are you ready?" Iida watched curiously as the boy placed a pair of goggles over his eyes and gave him a nod. Instead of crouching beside him, Midoriya continued to stand with a slight tilt towards the line. His arm was in a sling, but he still continued onto with the proposal he had made. Well, it appears that Midoriya is going to race me despite his injury. Even then I have to show him exactly how fast I can go. Run every time to your fullest and you will win. His smile was replaced by an expression of grim determination as he readied himself for a quick departure. 1. Both boys dug their feet into the ground ready for a quick takeoff. 2. Iida's engine legs began to roar as they readied themselves to go all out on this. 3. Iida's legs pushed themselves off the ground and ran at their limit. Of course, Iida wasn't going to cause his legs to go to their maximum. That would put him out of commission within seconds just before he could finish the race. He ran straight forward, not looking to either side or even backwards. His attention focused completely on moving forwards without any distractions. Since Izuku's new friend hadn't put any attention to him, he was able to slow down time around himself by running slightly. Like this, he would be able to study Iida's form of running and apply it to himself. He saw all of his movements in slow motion and recorded his findings in a journal for future use. There were a handful of times when Tenya returned to his regular speed and he was forced to run once again to create the slow motion effect once more. He definitely needed more practice figuring out how that worked in order to better apply it to the situations that he needed. After collecting all the results that he needed, Izuku slowed himself down enough to look like he was running extremely quickly without giving himself up. It probably wasn't the best thing to do a person, tricking them into thinking you were a lot weaker than you actually were, but he needed to keep this a secret for just a while longer. To Tenya Iida, what had just occurred seemingly happened in an instant. One moment all that was ahead of him was the finish line, the next it all disappeared. Through the corner of his eyes he was able to see as Izuku ran swiftly and effortlessly next to him for a few seconds and then sped off to claim victory. How he did it was a complete mystery to him. Well, not really. His quirk was seemingly more powerful about how much speed it applied to him. It was simply a stronger quirk. There wasn't anything to be angry about, it was just how things were. Iida, being a person of honor, went over to Izuku and offered him a hand. He wanted to congratulate him on his victory and for showing him that there was still room for progress on his own part. Izuku turned around and smiled as he saw the glasses-wearing boy offering him his hand. Midoriya, I have to thank you for showing me that I still have a large way to get to UA, and I'd also like to congratulate you on your victory. The victor smiled at the praise that he received from the other boy. I must go now, but with your skills I doubt that you will have no trouble getting into UA if you did apply. Wait, what? When did I mention wanting to get into UA? Before he could respond to him, Iida took off with his coat over his left shoulder. This left poor Izuku slightly confused and frankly just more confused. He wasn't sure when he had uttered a word about UA, but apparently it had been heard by Iida. His original plan to test his limits had been put on hold after meeting Iida, but he was sure that his stomach growled like a beast from the netherworld. Possibly the only negative side effect that he had found from his quirk was that he needed to consume a massive amount of calories in order to function. He went over to the shady part of the tree and took out a handful of granola bars from his backpack. Enjoying them greatly, he decided to check his phone for the time in order to make sure that he wouldn't be late for dinner. After all, his mother would be making katsudon in celebration for him acquiring a quirk, and he certainly wouldn't want to be late for a meal like that. He packed all his gear into his backpack before putting his hoodie and goggles back on. He was still pretty paranoid about running into Eraserhead again, and he just didn't want anyone to recognize him if he did slow down enough to be spotted. He placed his backpack where it belonged and began running, his arm now in a much better condition than it had been much earlier. Sadly for the boy, his sudden takeoff would result in his phone making its way out of his pocket and onto the foot of the shady tree where he had been sitting. While running, Izuku decided to stop by the store in order to get some chocolate which he believed would be beneficial to him later on, in the rare case that he should become hungry and wish for a meal that wasn't completely healthy. After all, there certainly wasn't a better way to regain lost energy than to eat chocolate in large quantities. He placed 2 boxes on the counter and saw as the cashier gawked at the amount that he wanted to purchase. It certainly wasn't imaginable for one person to eat an entire 2 boxes on their own. Smiling at their expression, he tossed all the bars into his bag except for one which he began to eat as he exited the store. He simply enjoyed the flavor of the candy after such a long day of hard work. Not only had he told his mom about his quirk, completed every last piece of work that had been assigned to him, but he also managed to make a new friend, something which he could not have said a few months back. Life was looking pretty great now that he wasn't in a coma. Now he could use the gift that had come out of that and use it for some good for himself and others. Wait, good? As in hero good, or just not evil? Iida said that I could get into UA, the hero school which people fight their way into. Can I really join the school? I haven't been interested in being a hero in a long time, but that was before I had anything unique about myself. Now I can run at speeds that break the sound barrier, before I could barely run away from my oppressors. If one person believes that I can become a hero, should I try and become that hero? Lost in thought, the boy didn't notice a man walking past him with a gun in hand, or slightly concealed more like it. It was a quirkless fellow who had just had enough of pretty much everyone. The people with quirks making those without feel like they were less. It made him feel like he was less and he just wasn't going to take it anymore. Someone was going to pay for all that had happened to him, and that someone was walking home by herself isolated and carrying a handful of books. The man walked up to the girl that looked to be about high school age and put the gun to her back. He leaned in and whispered into her ear. "Scream and I'll pull the trigger, you quirky freak." The hate could be heard in his voice, and the girl froze up as she felt the cold metal press against her back. "Now just take a walk into the alley and we'll have a chat." Reluctantly, she walked into said alley, her brain completely freezing from the suddenness and seriousness of the situation. On the other side of the street, Izuku realized that he had been given too much change, and when he went back to return it, he saw a man and girl that seemed around his age walk into an alley. He found this to be very strange, and instead of calling a hero, he went in to investigate himself. Most alleys led nowhere, and he was pretty sure that this one was the same. Whatever was occurring here couldn't be normal. "What are you doing, legs? Why are you moving? You shouldn't be moving by yourselves. I'm the one who's supposed to tell you where to go." Well, there isn't any more time. This man could be dangerous, and the girl seems terrified. Izuku poked his head into the alley just to make sure nothing was going on. Instead, he saw the man holding a gun aimed directly for the girl's chest. The girl in question had dropped her books in horror and looked to be frantically looking from side to side. She looked to be quite tall with a black spiky ponytail, which was besides the point. She needed help right now, and Izuku was the only one who could give that help at that moment. Both parties were about 10 feet from each other, and he began to run in an attempt to help, in an attempt to do something, anything at all. He tried running towards the man, to put a stop to this before it all began. If he could disable him and take the gun away, then he could possibly neutralize all danger to everyone there. Bang, bang, bang. His plan went out the window right away, and he instead headed for the girl. His little experience with his speed would make it likely that he would overshoot the bullets or that he would be too slow. The only certainty was to try to tackle the girl out of the way. He ran more or less right into her, grabbing her and realizing the proximity of the bullets. He was just too slow to tackle her, so the bullets would hit him instead. To make this not hurt him more than he needed to, Izuku twisted himself and the girl sideways. A bullet went cleanly between the two of them, while the other two hit him in his left bicep, embedding themselves into the muscle. At the moment of contact, his concentration broke, and all motion returned to normalcy, which he did not appreciate in the slightest. First, he went falling towards the ground, which he hit in a pretty bad fashion that actually made him wonder why he just didn't stay down. Second, apart from suffering the force of falling down, he also had someone else fall atop of him, which could have gone better. Third, he had just been shot in the arm. Fourth, his arm had just been hit with 2 bullets. Fifth, the guy who had shot those bullets, which were in his arm, still had a gun, and he wasn't in a position to do anything. He groaned in pain, obviously the only thing that he could do at the moment. The girl, who was currently laying on top him at the moment, reacted a second right afterwards, doing something that Izuku hadn't expected, which was to say a lot. The more proper phrasing would be, something he hadn't expected to happen so quickly. Out of her hands she produced a staff and threw it with deadly accuracy at the gunman, knocking the gun upwards, away from both teens. This caused him to fire another 2 shots into the air. Luckily there were no flying heroes at the time going over the area. She then produced another staff which she then brought down upon his gun-wielding arm. The man cried out in pain as he tried raising his hand at the girl who was causing him massive pain. This didn't happen in the slightest as she used the butt of the staff to knock him upside the head, causing his immediate collapse onto the ground. The gun clattered to the ground along with his body, ending the threat to the quirked individuals in the area. The staff wielder panted heavily. Having taken down a gunman took a lot out of a person. She looked wildly around her for a second before she realized that Izuku was on the floor bleeding from his arm. She dropped her staff on the ground before rushing over to the boy who had saved her life. "Are you okay?" She asked him, created bandages and began applying them on his wound. "How did you do that?" Izuku fought past the pain before attempting to respond to her question. "Well, 2 bullets isn't enough to kill me, at least I think so." He chuckled a bit, which he shouldn't have done. The girl smiled at him, wondering how he would joke around at a time like this. "My quirk allows me to move at fast speeds, so I was able to get in the way on the bullets instead of letting you take them. I'm Izuku, by the way, Izuku Midoriya." After tightening the bandages fully, she introduced herself. "My name is Momo Yaoyorozu with the quirk of creation as long as I know its chemical makeup. I'd also like to thank you for what you did. It's something a true hero would have done. Now let's call the police and get you more professional help." Her voice was very shaky as she spoke, but evened itself out as she continued with the sentence. She helped prop him next to the wall and tied up the gunman with rope she procured as he called the police, all while thinking, "It's something a true hero would have done. Am I capable of being a true hero? Can I bring back to life dream long thought dead? If I'm able to do good like this, then I would be able to help more people as a hero. I just never thought that would come to be, but it's a chance I'll have to take." Tap 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 tap. Izuku, the fastest person in the room, was currently tapping his pencil over and over again on account of having nothing to do. That was actually not completely true if he was being honest, or it was his truth at the moment. Right now he was trying to complete the easy task of figuring out exactly what to do with the remaining 2 hours and 58 minutes of the 3 hours that they had given to him. The they that he was referring to was Yue, and he really hadn't managed to nail the speed of his thought process quite yet despite the time that he had been given to prepare. Due to this, the speedster had finished practically the entire test before he figured out what he was doing and tried stopping himself. The slowing down of his brain worked in a similar fashion to his running. It took some time to slow down after he had gotten going, which is why he was now simply waiting on the rest of the time to be taken up. Well done, Izuku. Now you have to wait for the rest of the time and sit here doing nothing. Or you could just go over your extremely short life and ponder about what you've done well. Yeah, that seemed about right. Let's just go into your mind and waste time. It had been about a month and a week after Izuku had stopped the gunman from killing Momo Yaoyorozu. Following the event, the police had come to question both of them while bringing in an ambulance to tend to Izuku's arm. A month and a week ago. Son, could you please tell me what happened? The officers at the scene were each questioning a separate person as to not confuse any of them by asking them questions together. On top of that, he had also been taken to the hospital as being a minor didn't really give him a choice in the matter. The thing about his quirk was that it had begun the healing as soon as he suffered the injury, so there was really no point to this. A few minutes earlier they had given him some pain medication in order to remove the bullets. In principle that would have been something that worked for every case ever, but of course Izuku had to be the exception like always. He felt the effects of the narcotics take hold for a second before it was gone, and he was back to being the same old Izuku, except now with 2 less pieces of metal within him. Turning back to the officer, he began to answer the question. So you see, I know that I wasn't supposed to use my quirk in public or upon another human being, but the girl's life was at stake, and it was just that my feet moved on their own. I'm not even sure how I got over there in the first place. The injured boy continued ranting on before the officer placed a hand on his shoulder, signaling him to slow down. Son, I'm just here to get your story, not to imprison you for saving someone's life. Do you understand? With a small nod from the boy, the officer continued to speak. Okay, now that we have that cleared up, please tell me what happened, slowly. I was stopping by the store to buy some chocolate bars since my quirk consumes large amounts of my own energy and I'd just come back from a day of training. After I exited the store, I realized that the cashier had given me too much change, so I went back to give the extra change back. The officer jotted down notes about what Midoriya told him in order to get a sense of the story. Around what time would you say that this occurred? The kid thought about it for a second before realizing that this had been about an hour previous. It was around 6:30 in the evening, and when I returned I saw a man and a girl who looked to be my age walking into an alley. The green-haired boy ran a hand through his hair before continuing with his story. I followed into the alley because something just didn't seem right, and it turned out that it wasn't. The moment that I got there I saw the man pointing a gun at her chest, so I ran to try to stop him from firing. I wasn't able to stop him from going ahead with the shots, but I was able to get in the path of the bullets in order so that she would be alright. After that I was out of commission for the rest of the fight, in which she conjured a staff from her hand and incapacitated the man before he was able to do any more damage. Upon hearing the end of the story, the officer took down a handful of more notes before deciding that the kid had been through a lot for the day. He tipped his hat and made his way to leave, which Izuku couldn't help but appreciate. It was certainly something that he had wanted since getting these powers, to slow down for just a little bit. He leaned back into the bed that had been provided by the hospital and closed his eyes, waiting until the doctors came to discharge him. His rest was unfortunately interrupted by the girl he had saved earlier, Momo Yaoyorozu. She entered the room as quietly as possible, seeing as her savior appeared to be sleeping. She seemed to be coping with all of this pretty well, considering that she had almost died if not an hour beforehand. Then again, she had been training to be a hero, so being resilient was to expected. Izuku, was it? The tall girl asked him in a quiet and calm demeanor, not trying to wake him up from his apparent slumber. The speedster opened a single eye and then the other to fully see her. I just wanted to say thank you once again for all you did. I froze instead of reacting, and you didn't even think twice about helping me. You went straight into it and tackled the problem head-on. Her voice became a bit shaky, but she maintained her composure. Seeing as a conversation was about to begin, Izuku sat up and propped pillow under himself. Luckily he had maintained his clothing, which he appreciated for this situation, seeing as a hospital gown wouldn't have been a good look on him. Would you like to sit down? He pointed at the chair that was beside his bed, trying to be hospitable. Momo nodded as she made her way to the indicated seat, keeping her eyes on Izuku. Why did you take the bullets for me? This was the main question that had been bothering her for the past hour. Most people who knew about her family name would do it for the money or to get in good graces with her parents. This boy, as far as she knew, had no knowledge of her and had reacted within a second to save her from what would have otherwise been a lethal attack. I mean that you don't know who I am. You could have ended up in a worse condition than it just hitting your arm. Izuku's eyes drifted to the air above her head for a second as he thought about the question. Well, isn't that the question that everyone always asks? What is the correct answer for that? Is there a correct answer? Unsure what to say, he lowered his gaze once more and answered honestly. You looked like you needed help. The simple answer confused her, and the boy could tell that from her facial expression. What type of person would I be if I could do something to help but chose to do nothing? Besides, it's better to have 2 bullets in me than to wonder where they would have been if they weren't. He gave her a nervous smile, trying to lighten the situation, which she returned. So, are you planning on being a hero or something along those lines? She wanted to move the conversation to something else that they would hopefully be able to discuss without it turning south. Izuku, being the confident and smart person he was, simply shrugged, not really sure on the answer himself. I'm not really sure. His facial expression turned to be that with a slight frown as he thought. Up until recently I didn't even have that possibility open for me. I'm not even sure if I'll be able to follow my other career path if I do go into heroism. Why not? Momo had obviously thought of something that was a solution to his dilemma. Other heroes have separate careers besides being professionals. Best Jeanist has a fashion company, Present Mike has a talk show, and All Might has all of his merchandise. She got up from her chair before finishing her sentence. If you want to be a hero, you can be that and follow whatever other path you want. If you were able to stop a bullet, I don't really see what's stopping you. Izuku's smile grew. Having someone finally tell him what he had wanted to hear for a long time was really uplifting. He was about to thank her for the uplifting speech when the doctor came in. Looking at him, Izuku was able to identify him as the same doctor that had been there to attend him for the week that he had been conscious. Oh well, it looks like I have to go. Taking out a piece of paper and a pen, Momo quickly wrote down her contact information before handing it to Izuku. We should stay in contact. Text me whenever you get out of the hospital and we'll talk. She then left the room with a small wave, all before the speedster could say anything on his part. He was a bit sad seeing her go, but at least he now had her contact info, so that was something. He placed the piece of paper in his pocket before turning to the doctor, who didn't appear too interested in his case. After that? Wait, what did happen after that? Losing his train of thought, Izuku's attention returned to the test that was in front of him. Once again, he went through it several times and tried figuring out how else to spend his time. That short trip down memory lane had taken a total of 10 minutes, which was nowhere near the time that he needed to waste. Looking around, the green-haired boy spotted a head full of blue hair that could only belong to one person he knew. He had gotten to Tenya Iida quite well over the past months, since he had met him that he had begun training his quirk. The boy had been a very good person to talk to and was also very interesting. Izuku smiled as he departed in the memory train once more, going towards a memory that was made with Iida the day after he had met him. It was quite fun, and both of the boys had gotten much out of each other's company, especially Izuku, who had no experience in dealing with quirks beforehand. It wasn't like he had anything else to do. Right now all he wanted to do was get rid of the time that he did have. Hopefully it was enough to get him through the rest of this test. Probably wouldn't happen, but still, one could hope. Izuku had been discharged from the hospital that same night after his mother scolded him for trying to be a hero. She was glad that he was alright, but it was still hard for her seeing her son's green hoodie with 2 holes in it. Needless to say, Izuku was sure to be more careful about dealing with bullets from now on. That night Izuku put a lot of thought into what Momo had told him earlier of having 2 careers instead of sticking to just one. It was interesting and something that he hadn't thought as a possibility at all. Sure, he knew that some heroes did it, but he certainly hadn't expected it to be something he could do before now. He thought of giving Momo a text, but he was unsure of where exactly he put his cell phone. He checked in his pockets, bag and every other place in his room, but he was unsure of where he had put it. Wanting this to be over quickly, he went over to the home phone and decided to call it. If it were in his home, he would most likely be able to find it from its ringing. 1 ring, 2 rings. Hello, who is this? The voice on the other side sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place it yet. Sorry to be troublesome, but I was wondering if I could get my phone back. I'm not sure where I left it, but I would be most thankful if I got it back relatively soon. Midoriya? Is that you? Oh, that's why the voice sounds so familiar. I literally met him earlier today when he wanted to race. Yeah. Iida, right? His voice was slowly increasing in pitch from the embarrassment that he felt towards losing his phone. Yes, I found your phone under the tree where you were resting after I returned to see if you were still there. Would you like to meet tomorrow in order to get your phone back? Maybe at the same track from today? It would be most convenient for me there if it's possible. If not, I can probably go to around where you live. No, the track is fine. I don't want to cause you any more trouble than I already have. At around 8 in the morning would be a good time. Now that how did I lose that phone? I'm positive that I put it inside my pocket, but if it fell then it must have been the hoodie pocket, since it offers less room to hold objects in a reliable fashion. That added to my sudden takeoff must have led to the flying out of the phone, which puts me in my current situation. Midoriya? The voice on the other side of the phone called out in confusion. Are you still there? All I can hear from my side is something resembling a quiet engine. If Iida could have seen him at the moment, he would have seen Izuku's face turn into a similar shade of red as his shoes. This was but another time that someone had called him out on his habit of muttering. To make matters worse, it appeared to have become faster due to his quirk. Yeah. Thanks again, Iida. See you tomorrow. Izuku wanted to end that before his embarrassment went up to a lethal level. The following morning, Izuku did everything as quickly as possible in order to get his phone as soon as possible. That actually wasn't really a statement based on facts, considering that he arrived at the chosen location 10 minutes before 8. To top that off, he was still suffering issues on slowing down after activating his quirk and was incapable of doing anything. Trying to use his time effectively, The quickened boy looked around and saw the grave condition this track was in. It certainly needed a bit of work to bring it up to functional use again, and right now he didn't think he had anything else to do. Mend a fence, sweep the dirt of the track to even it, fix the pull-up bars on the side, mow the unruly grass that had conquered the center of the field. After seemingly hours of hard work, the boy was done and more confused than ever. 5 minutes had passed since he had arrived here, but luckily he was slowing down and time was returning to its usual flow. On the other end of the field he could see Iida walking towards him, taking in his new surrounding. The boy with glasses looked extremely surprised by the sudden renovation of the field. "Hey Iida, over here." Midoriya called out for his engine quirk friend as he sat below the same tree that he had lost his phone at. He smirked at the obvious confusion that was on his face. Iida handed him the phone and began asking him a question. "Midoriya, did you do all this? Yesterday this place was a complete mess, now it looks like a professional track worthy of a runner such as yourself." Like always, his hands served as an indicator his character. "Well, you see, I got here a little early and I wanted to clean this place up a little." He scratched his head in slight embarrassment from the praise that he had received from the taller boy. "It was nothing, I just wanted to make this a place that people could come and actually use again. Apart from the fact that I was extremely bored." "This isn't nothing, Midoriya," the other boy exclaimed with his arms stretched around him. "That quirk of yours really is something else." "Hey Iida, on the topic of quirks, how do you use yours for offense?" "Mine is just a simple speed-enhancing quirk, but I want to know if I can use it for other things." The other teen adjusted glasses before continuing the topic about his own quirk. "My quirk is also a speed-enhancing known as engine. It serves as a car, allowing me to, over time, increase my speed more and more. My hands themselves don't have the same force that my legs do, so when I fight, my legs are my main source of damage. The increased acceleration of them allows for more damage and also for a faster disengage." Izuku nodded as he pulled out a notebook and began jotting down even more notes on the same page as the previous day. Once he was satisfied by the quality of his notes, he turned to Iida and gave one more request. "Could you possibly show me, against me that is?" This baffled Iida, seeing someone who actually wanted one of his kicks. "I want to see if it is something applicable to myself or not, call it a test run." Looking at him in deep thought, almost as if sizing him up, Iida gave him a small nod. "All right, Midoriya, I'll use my quirk against you only if you agree to do the same." "He wants me to what now?" "From your face I believe that you are confused by my request. All I ask of you is that you return the favor and use your quirk against me as well." With a short nod, the two smiled at each other and made their way onto the field. This time Iida was dressed in what appeared to be a blue leotard that covered the thighs and shoulders. Unlike last time, Izuku was able to fully see the back of his legs and saw what he could only describe as pipes coming out of his calves. This intrigued him, and it would be the next subject in the conversation that was held next. Izuku himself had decided against wearing any loose clothing and had switched his track suit for a skin-tight one that didn't cover his arms and the majority of his legs. To improve his speed it would be necessary to show a bit more skin than he usually did, but he had determined that it would be worth it in the long run of his training. Without warning, Tenya Iida charged at Izuku Midoriya. He raised his right leg high while maintaining the left one grounded. His quirk was used to increase the speed of the leg mid-kick and as a result exerted a greater force. Izuku knew this last bit because he had been too busy admiring the mechanics of his opponent's fighting style to realize that it was being used on him. Iida's kick caught him in the stomach and caused the wind to be knocked out of him while at the same time sending him flying back. As he did fly backwards, Izuku saw Tenya ground his right leg before continuing after him to likely finish off what he had started. He did notice that to maintain a good flow Iida needed to turn a full 360 degrees to not have any abrupt stops. Had Izuku been a normal person, he would have flown through the air just like any other person. He would have been subject to the same laws of physics and gravity as everyone else who walked the planet, quirked and, however, wasn't the case for the resident speedster. He, like in his fight with Eraserhead, willed himself to fall at a faster rate, and so he did. Rolling backwards, he managed to regain his footing and face his charging foe with a look of grim determination. He ran straight at the engine quirk user using only half of the speed that he currently had at his disposal. This was to make things more even and to keep a few cards in his sleeve for future use. Watching the rival speed quirk user carefully, Iida watched in wonder as Midoriya fell backwards and rolled away at an incredible speed. Normally he would have pulled off such maneuver and caught his opponent before they reached the ground. He guessed that this was part of the speed-enhancing quirk, but he had thought that it was only physical. Regardless, he continued charging at him till that he disappeared. One moment he was there and the next he had flickered out of his view. Perhaps flicker wasn't the right word, it was more of a blur more than anything else. A green blur that made itself directly behind him and caught him by surprise. He reacted at the words, "Peek a boo," with trying to swing his ouster leg a full 180 degrees around. This was too much time for Izuku, who was able to dodge the attack while at the same time dropping down and sweeping his legs. You know, I'm really starting to like this sweep kick that works so often. The winner of the spar watched as Tenya fell onto his back with closed eyes. He hit the ground with a pretty loud thud that mustn't have been pleasant. This of course only worsened as his own momentum had added more speed to the fall. That's quite a kick that you have there, Iida. Knocked the air straight out of my lungs. Izuku praised his friend, knowing that he was too self-critical of himself. It was one of those things that was obvious at first glance that anyone could see about Iida. He offered his hand to help get up and Iida took it. One recommendation I have for you is that after you kicked me you did a complete turn which took a few seconds. You might want to replace this with jumping off your supporting leg and using the momentum to keep on running. Thank you, Midoriya. I will take your advice into great consideration. The boy gave him a bow in order to show his gratitude. I would like to continue training alongside you if possible in order to better use my quirk. His sudden desire came as a bit of a surprise to Izuku, who had only just started with the use of a quirk. I'm sure. I mean, I can come back in like a half an hour to bring lunch and a water bottle since I didn't plan on staying long. Would that be fine? Tenya Iida nodded and went ahead to say one more thing to his newest friend. My quirk may not be as strong as yours, I don't know if it ever will, but I promise you that with your help I will try my best in order to be the best hero that I can be. I will not disappoint you, my friend. After that, Izuku and Tenya had trained most days of the week in order to better themselves and their quirks. The friendship between them had gotten stronger and Iida began to see Izuku in the same standard that he saw Tensei, his older brother. A figure that inspired him to be better and someone that helped those around him instead of himself. Izuku chuckled lightly at the memory but quickly disguised it as a cough after seeing Iida's head shoot up and looked around. He might be a fun person to hang around, but when it came to tests, Iida was sure to be the most serious person in the room. Looking at the large clock in the font of the room, the patiently waiting test taker saw that this time he had spent a good 20 minutes going over past experiences. Sure, this wasn't perfect, but it was getting there, slowly. 2 hours and 20-odd minutes was all the time that was the other test takers. This was obviously a problem that they needed to work against. They didn't have the speed that Izuku had and thus didn't have the same undying boredom that rested upon the boy's shoulders. It was a trade-off that he was glad for. He just wished could go the other way as well. He inwardly groaned as he attempted to find another memory within his head that would serve his time. There seemed to be none that worked in his favor. At least last time he was bored he was able to read all the books in Momo's library. That was the one memory that should bring him even closer to his goal of 3 hours. A bit after practicing with Iida, Izuku sent a text to Momo apologizing for the inconvenience. He explained to her the situation in which he had lost his phone and that he had found it once again. She understood this and told him that there really was nothing to worry about. Following this, the two were in frequent communication, talking about things that all people talked about. School, hobbies, what their plans were for after middle school, and between then and the entrance exam this topic reached houses in where Momo then invited Izuku over in order to talk to him further about his quirk. Needless to say, Izuku was more nervous than he'd ever been in his life. Upon arriving at her house, the green speedster was even more nervous upon seeing the large estate which Momo called home. You know, it would have been a bit helpful knowing a little bit more about her before coming. Not saying I regret this, just saying that this is a total mind blown. Luckily, there wasn't a servant waiting at the door to mess with Izuku's mind any more than it already had been. It had been the girl of the house herself, wearing a red t-shirt and some shorts. Like a good hostess should, she invited him in and asked him if he required any refreshments before guiding him into the library. Yeah, library was a good term for it. What else can you call a room filled wall to wall with books? That's not even the library she was referring to. This one was just known as the hall. Well, if I'm ever a hero, I now know what to look forward to, or maybe not to this extreme. Whoa, this place is huge. Izuku said it before he even truly thought it. Momo blushed slightly. Many people said the same thing whenever they did come over to her house. Sorry for not telling you about all this. Izuku noted that she apologized for something that really didn't need an apology. I should have told you, but most people tend to treat me differently after they find out about my family's wealth. Are you all right? She noticed the look of being completely lost, a look she knew from too much exposure. Why? His voice was shaky and his throat was a bit dry from the sensory overload. I'm just a bit overwhelmed at the moment, should be all right in a few minutes. Maybe hours. The last bit was in a mutter which she assumed was a cough. Well, have a look around while I fetch the tea. She made her way to the doors they had come through before turning back. I'll only be gone for a few minutes, grab a book if you'd like. She motioned to the walls before closing the door and running off. Well, looks like I have to wait for one of my friends once again. This worked out great last time. Let's see what we have here, The Old Man by the Sea. Never read it, let's start here. Like they always say, you can't go wrong with Hemingway. The book itself was alright for him, a bit dry in some areas, but overall it was a book that had made it to be a book, which couldn't be said for countless of other things. Looking at a watch that he had recently gotten for himself, Izuku saw that about 5 seconds had passed. This was after he had taken a break from the book in order to go read another few books that were adjacent to this one. With his hostess still not returning, the guest went on ahead to read another book, and another, and another. When Momo did return with the tea, she yelped quite loudly at the mountain of books that had accumulated onto the table. Not since she had been here had she seen all of the books placed onto the table in such a way. It looked like it was made to be a mountain which she couldn't really wrap her brain around. Izuku? Are you there? She called out for him, hoping that he hadn't buried himself under the piles of books. As she looked around, it looked like every book in the room had been pulled from the shelves and had been forced to join the mountain. Yes, Momo. The quick boy had appeared so suddenly that the creation quirk girl reacted instead of thinking. Forming a staff from her hand, she swung it directly to where Izuku had appeared. Had he not been himself, the boy would have ended up with a concussion most likely. Luckily, his quick reflexes allowed him to see the staff coming precisely at his face. His two options were dodge it or catch it. He chose to dodge, which ended up having problems of its own. Momo's swing didn't just end at his location, but it kept going till it hit the cart that she had rolled in moments earlier. The cart was then pushed to its side, tossing the steaming hot tea in the direction of the books. Something that would look very bad on his part if it did end up happening. Not seeing where he went, Izuku rushed to grab the teacups and pot out of the air as he used them to catch airborne tea. He wasn't completely successful as a bit of tea landed on his skin, causing it to hurt quite badly. Upon completing this task, he used his foot to catch the falling cart before placing down all the pieces neatly back on their tray. He turned around in horror as he saw his hostess and friend falling backwards. This was most likely from being tripped by his attempts to save the tea from falling on the rushed over and ought her sut as she was about to hit the ground. With his hand wrapped around her weight, time dilated itself back to normalcy. The slightly alarmed Momo Yairosa's eyes went wide as she finally let go of her staff that flew across the room. She turned her head slightly sideways where her eyes met Izuku's, and both of them blushed heavily upon realization of their close proximity. What happened? This was Momo's question to the green-haired speed reader who had caught her a moment earlier. That was the first thing that she wanted to know before anything else. Still embarrassed from his current situation, Izuku's tongue began using the same abilities that his legs had for the past few weeks. Weliasaimin so sudden line divorcitis in Kirk Soyout tried to heat me the staff thought you made and he stopped himself from going any faster than he had been going. He took a deep breath and repeated himself in a much slower and simpler fashion. You came in and I used my quirk to get to your side, which ended in you trying to hit me with a staff you made. This then led to you hitting the tea cart and I had to scoop it up midair so it wouldn't hit any of the books. Also, I may have tripped you on my way to saving the books, so I had to stop you from falling. Okay. Her tone of voice was a bit higher than usual, but he expected it to do so. Why is every book in the room on the table? Izuku's gaze went up and then down within a second before he responded. You told me to grab a book. So I did, a few hundred times. He gave her a small smile in hopes of lightening the situation, which it did. She gave a small laugh before asking her next question. Is it possible for me to stand now? Somehow, Izuku's face became even more red than it already was as he realized that he was still holding her. Oh, of course. He helped her to her feet before she straightened out her clothes. Looking around to her left, she saw the tea had already been served, probably by Izuku. She took 2 of the teacups and handed one to Izuku. Did you really read all of these books? Turning towards him, she saw that he was mid-drink. All that he could do was nod and her laugh. After finishing the exam, the examinees were given an hour of rest to be at their own devices while the officials of the school set up the practical examination. Izuku decided to use his time in order to stock up on calories which he was sure to burn in the exam. At least he hoped he got enough. He brought out a box of granola bars that he had bought the day previously and began making his way through them when a spot of blue caught his eye. Hey Iida, over here. Izuku called his friend over in order to share some of his snacks. How are you doing? Do you think that you did well in the written exam? What do you think the practical is going to look like? The other boy brought his index and pointer finger to his temple in order to massage out the incoming headache. Seeing this, Izuku saw what he was doing and attempted to stop. I'm talking at extreme speeds again, aren't I? That you are my friend, though I don't think that your speed is worse than that exam we just took. Despite having studied heavily, I wasn't sure what to answer for some of the questions. Iida then took a seat beside Izuku and was offered a bar immediately. You two always seem to have food on you, which I find most convenient. Izuku smiled at this, finding himself to be ever so helpful to his friend. As for the practical exam, I'm sure that they will tell us what to expect once our hour is over. The still eating shorter boy nodded at this seemingly realistic reasoning before he went back to his food in front of him. How about yourself, Midoriya? How did you fend for yourself in the exam? Izuku's face became very red. That was something he didn't want to discuss and make himself sound cocky or anything of that sort. Well, it was a difficult test for sure. I wasn't sure if I would be able to finish all of it and have time to go over everything. He swallowed his food before going on to continue lying through his teeth. Or he would have if Iida hadn't put his hand on Midoriya's shoulder and looked into his eyes. He had been able to spot some of the other boys' faults that gave him away way too easily. This was one of them. Is that really what you thought of the exam, Midoriya? He asked inquisitively, as he tended to do when he was trying to figure out something. It seems to me that you are in fact hiding something, or you did something that you do not wish me to know. The green-haired boy began scratching his mane of hair as he tried figuring out what to say exactly. Well, you see, my quirk doesn't really have an off switch. It sometimes just goes off on its own when I'm nervous or afraid. Iida's eyes went wide as he realized what this could possibly mean. His hand went to his chin as he thought about this before returning back to his friend, who was still eating granola bars. Does this mean that you went and did the entire test at the speed at which you tend to run? Midoriya nodded with a sideways smile on his face as he tried to find a better explanation for it. Well, you should work on bettering your mental control as to not get accused of cheating by others. Yeah, I know that it's just so hard maintaining focus all the time, and sometimes it just slips without me even realizing it. I'll try to get better at it, it'll just take a bit of time. Nodding, Iida excused himself to use the restroom, leaving Midoriya sitting by himself waiting for what felt like the 50th time. He picked himself up and began walking around to see what this school had to offer. He mostly walked aimlessly, wondering what made this the #1 school to go to if one wanted to become a hero. The halls were obviously nice and clean with lots of room to maneuver. The doors of the classrooms looked like they had been built to allow people of all shapes and sizes to enter, and the floors were quite shiny. As he looked at the floor, he was unaware of a coming bend that indicated a turn onto the hallway. Continuing the path that he was taking, Izuku came crashing into a fellow examinee who was currently listening to some music and hadn't heard Izuku coming. Izuku was able to regain his footing right away because of his speed, but the other boy fell on his face and groaned in pain. "Oh dear, I think I may have just injured Pikachu. Of course I would be the one to hurt Pokemon's prized mascot. Are you alright? I'm very sorry, but I didn't see where I was going. Are you alright?" Izuku made sure to repeat himself in the chance that H hadn't been heard the first time. The boy only groaned in response, which made the speedster very nervous. "I killed him, didn't I? Now my entire plan is ruined and I can't go on to become a hero despite just having gotten the motivation to become what I could do." Preoccupied by his own mumbling, the standing boy didn't notice as the one on the floor rolled to his side and began rubbing his head. Looking at the floor once more, Izuku yelped as he saw the dopey face of the boy he had just knocked over. "Once again, I'm very sorry." Izuku apologized, trying to make the situation better as he offered his hand in order to pick up the other boy. As their hands touched, the speedster felt an exchange of energy and saw as the boy yelled out in pain before he went tumbling back into the ground. "Ouch, I think that was my quirk misfiring or something like that. It's alright though, I've electrocuted myself many times before. Name's Kaminari, Denki Kaminari. Pleasure to meet you." The boy on the floor picked himself up and gave a smile to Izuku. "Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya, sorry once more for making you fall on your face. I hope that no permanent damage was done." Denki simply waved him off, not wanting to appear as if he had been hurt at all by the fall. "It's all good, not the worst tumble that I've taken. The electric book seemed to be all right now that he was off the ground. Anyway, thanks for helping me out, I appreciate it." With not much else, the Pikachu-esque boy kept walking on his way to get ready for whatever presentation UA was going to give. After their 1-hour break, the potential students were shuffled back into the hall in order to receive the information needed for their practical exam. This time the seats were elevated and all the lights were aimed towards a stage in the middle, which Izuku assumed would be the place that the official came out of. Checking his bag on his side, Izuku made sure that he had all the materials needed in order to complete whatever the test was. "Hello there, little listeners. Can I get a hey?" Looking away from his bag and towards the stage, the speedster was able to see the pro hero known as Present Mike. Wow. They actually have pro heroes teaching at a school. That is something else. I wonder if that guy who attacked me is there? Of course not. They would hire someone like that. They are the #1 school for a reason. Preoccupied by his own thoughts once again, Izuku missed most of what the shouting hero had said. The parts that he did catch had to do with villains and of their various scores depending on the villain. A hand went up in the seats slightly in front of Izuku in order to ask a question. Supporting his head on one hand, the bored teen looked on in curiosity to see what his friend was going to do. Iida had been one to call out mistakes made by others, and it looked like this school would receive the same treatment from him. "You mentioned 3 villains, but on the handout that you handed us there are 4 instead." He pointed at the paper that the examinees had been given when they walked to their seats. A mistake like this from such a prestigious academy such as UA would be most unacceptable. Unconsciously, Izuku nodded from the amusement and didn't realize that he had done it till Iida turned in his direction. "You there?" Iida called out to the seats behind him, not really being able to see who had laughed due to the poor lighting. "This is a test for those of us who are serious about becoming heroes. If you aren't here for the same reasons, then you should leave." Midoriya looked a bit like Christmas at that moment because of how bright red his face turned. The blue-haired teen then went on to turn forward and listen to the response that was given by the blonde hero. Izuku would have done the same, except his brain began to mess with him and distorted reality, or at least the speed in which the world was going. Something, obstacles, something, run away and good luck. Yeah, I think I have all the information that I need now. Let's go over all these facts quickly and see what the plan of attack is going to be. There are going to be 10 minutes for me to get as many points as I possibly can. These points will be acquired from destroying villains that will be in the form of robots that get more dangerous the more points they are worth. There is also a 0-pointer used to block the path and cause destruction or something along those lines. I'm not really sure. On top of that, I have to compete against other people who want the exact same thing as I do. This is certainly going to be fun. Walking around, Izuku got down and began to stretch in order to make sure that he didn't pull a muscle or anything. He still suffered from that fear after he had begun running without warming up a few days prior. He had been able to heal from it relatively quickly, but he could still remember the pain. His mom did think it was a bit weird for him to be hobbling around the house that day instead of the usual speeding that she had grown accustomed to see. He checked his outfit one more time in order to ensure that it wouldn't interfere with the use of his quirk. His goggles, of course, were already over his eyes as a preparation for a sudden departure. His suit was more or less the same that he had been wearing in his spars with Iida, except that this one was newer and hopefully more reliable when it came to being aerodynamic. His shoes were the last part of his outfit, which were new and hopefully wouldn't have the soles rubbed off by the time that this was all over. He really wanted to make them last, and normally he couldn't because of obvious reasons. He spotted Iida once more in the large group of people but chose to not talk to him as it looked like he was trying to focus. His jaw appeared to be biting down, which was something that he tended to do when stressed. Going to talk to him would most likely break his concentration and could possibly lead to a poor score on the exam. And start! The yellow-haired man yelled from the top of a wall. All the examinees stood around and looked at the man in a confused manner. What are you waiting for? The practical exam has begun. A villain isn't going to wait for you to be ready. See, that kid in green is already going at it. All heads turned to look in the distance as Izuku ran off way ahead of the group, increasing the distance between himself and the rest of his competition. As soon as Izuku heard the word, start, he was off like a bullet. Bullet maybe was a little too fast for the pace he was going. He simply wanted to pass the exam without giving up too much away about himself. It wasn't like he was going to save a life or anything of that sort that would require him to use his full speed. Instead, he decided to stick with the speed that he had trained alongside Iida, which was to say approximately 400 or so miles per hour. Due to the speed at which the boy was going, he was unable to hear any noise going on around him. He was moving too fast at the moment for that, but the rest of his vital sense continued to work. With his eyes, he was able to spot a cluster of 3 one-point robots which he headed for. Okay, you can do this. The technique that was developed should be more than enough to deal with these robots, I hope. The speedster's strategy wasn't anything like any of the teachers at UA had seen in a long time. In their observation deck, they watched the monitors and saw that he was the first examinee to reach the villains. While they were unable to see him exactly, the slowed-down version showed him pushing the villains and running away. He used his legs to jump onto them and with the same legs jumped off their metal. The speed at which he went and the sudden stop caused the machines to continue the motion at which he went and were pushed into each other. The teachers straightened a bit in their chairs and leaned slightly forward. This was certainly a new and intriguing quirk that they hadn't seen before, something new which could be cultivated into something great. The headmaster had a smile on his small animal-like face, pleased to see such promising talents. The other teachers had similar looks on their faces, with the exception of 2 of them. The number 1 hero's face had gone blank and paled considerably after seeing the boy in the slow motion. Something his old master had told him came to mind, but he quickly tossed it away, believing that it couldn't be true. It was something that he would have to talk with Gran Torino later, but right now he would continue with this. The other teacher that wasn't so pleased by this was one known as Eraserhead. For the better part of a month he had been looking for someone who matched the power set of the kid that he had run into that night but had come out dry each night. His eyes glowed with satisfaction at finally being able to put a name to the one who had outdone him. Run while you can, kid. You and I will be having a conversation very soon. There we go. Another 3-pointer for the count that should bring me up to 23 points if I count the one that I hit before the naval loser kid stole it. Can't take too many points for myself. I just need enough to get me into the school, which was 30, I think. I should have put more attention to present Mike. Well, that's for next time. The green blur ran all across the model city looking for villains to defeat. After the rest of the students caught up to him, he found it increasingly more difficult to accelerate and decelerate with the wide variety of quirks affecting the landscape. More and more hazards sprung up from all around him, and he also didn't feel comfortable taking points from other participants. Spotting yet another 3-pointer, Izuku made a V-line for it, trying to claim the points for himself before anyone else could do the same. This one, unlike the others before it, was able to recognize him before he reached it and fired its missiles. They weren't overly big, but there were 4 of them coming straight towards him, and he wanted nothing to do with any of them for his own sake. Wait, these things are moving really slow. I want to try something to see if it's going to work. The first 2 that came drifted harmlessly besides him, not really coming close due to their slower pace. The third one fell a bit short of its target location, and Izuku had to jump over it in order to not go boom. Number 4 was the missile that he was looking for, and it was right there, right in his grasp. He took it and, like a madman, redirected the missile to where it had just come from. Trying to be a movie trope, the boy turned around and began walking away when he was blown right onto his face. Note to self, always make sure to look at the explosion. Not looking at it just makes it more likely that you are going to hurt yourself and probably end up with, yep, that's a broken nose. The faster healing better come up with a fix for this. Picking himself up, Izuku's new score was now 26 points, which he assumed to be not bad. There were times when he could have gotten more, but that would mean using more of the speed that he was busy concealing at the moment. Doing another lap around the test area, the boy with 26 points saw that the majority of the villains had already been dealt with and the remaining ones were already in combat with a few examinees. Slowing himself to a more reasonable pace in which he began to hear things clearly again. Yep, the sound of conversation was one of the things that he missed while being in his quickened state. Looking around, everything seemed to be just a tad bit too quiet. He pulled up his green-tinted goggles and gave everyone else a look. They all appeared as if they were done with the exam and were all just lounging around waiting for time to be called. Izuku himself had burned through quite a bit of energy and was ready to replenish himself with the granola bars that were in his backpack. Just when he began to make his way back, things took a big drop in how they were going. He heard it before he saw it, or at least heard the destruction in its path, that is. The loud crashes all around him had him activating his quirk once again and turn around. With his enhanced speed, he was able to see the 100-foot-tall zero-pointer that he had assumed would be way smaller. Well, I think my brain just broke from the sheer size of this thing. He froze for a second as the villain continued rampaging down the street as it destroyed more and more buildings. Around him, people ran away from the incoming contraption as he maintained his spot, looking on in slight fear. He tried taking a step back but fell backwards, unsure of what to do, fear deep in his heart. Just get up, Izuku. Just get up and run away. You can't beat this thing with your speed. Just run away. Do it to save yourself. More participants ran away from the contraption, trying to remain alive till the time run away. Picking himself up, he ran away, obviously incapable of doing much of anything. He frowned, not being able to control his quirk properly. Receiving random bits of speed, the boy began running into walls, unable to run properly without the control. Calm down, just calm down so you can control yourself again. You can't save yourself if you continue with this fear. Just take a deep breath and run. Looking back, he saw a girl with brown hair that was trapped under a giant piece of rubble. He could do nothing to lift it, having his abilities amplify his speed and not his strength. The giant obstacle grew ever closer, and he closed his eyes in order to think, to clear his mind, and in order to do what needed to be done. In doing this, he entered the state that he had done during the written exam, and his mind raced. Izuku Midoriya, the speedster, the 8-month-long coma patient, the green blur. It's not your job to save this girl, but at the same time it is. If it's in your power, then you have no other choice but to at least try. You might get hurt, but if you thought about your injuries before acting, then some people you know would be dead. Just run now. Slipping his goggles back over his eyes, he closed his eyes once more and took a deep breath, allowing his mind and heart to relax. His eyes sparked with green flickers of electricity as he opened them one more. He smiled slightly at the sudden surge of energy that he felt after calming down. His control over his speed had returned once more to him. There really wasn't more that could be said at what happened next. He ran. At first, all the examinee looked as the blur in green ran away from the problem. He would be the one to outrun them all and remain the most safe if the time didn't run out soon. They saw it run past them and disappear in the distance, probably wouldn't return for any of them. Then, they all looked in awe as the speedster came back, running straight for the robot that was terrorizing the street. His movements were precise, each arm slide, each step, each breath was calculated. His eyes looked at the metal man, looking for a weakness where he could find it. His speed would make his punches cause greater damage than a normal human fist, but there was only so much that it could do. He felt a bit of a shake as he recognized the same feeling of breaking the sound barrier. Closer and closer he got, pushing himself forward with each step, going faster, pushing farther. This is it, Izuku, one last push. With that though, the boy dressed in green forced himself to go over the edge and put more energy than he thought possible. He jumped off the ground, or pushed himself off actually. He was a human bullet at the moment, deadly and dangerous. He flew through the air, feeling his messy green hair fly behind him. There was a moment longer for his decision to take place, the deadly choice of destroying the chaotic machine. He looked for any place to make his strike, and he found it. Pulling his arm backwards, the boy waited for just the right moment before striking. He went for the neck of the creature, that most likely being the weakest part of its structure in exchange for the enhanced mobility that the part offered. His right arm hit the part which could be called a neck, and something occurred that no one could truly expect. First, the recoil of the impact made its way through his arm and broke it. The energy that had been released had simply been too much. Second, a thin break began to stem from the point of contact, and it began to increase in size. Third, the boy who had just hit the robot began falling backwards and downwards quickly and without any particular direction. The pain in his arm hadn't yet registered, but when it did, now that would be a jolly day for him. Fourth, the piece of machinery had its head fall backwards and the rest of the body soon followed as it went up in a spectacular display. Falling through the air, the boy had a limited amount of time to think about possible solutions as there weren't so many. His quirk could only work on the ground and not much else. It wasn't like he could defy laws of physics that had been set in place much longer than he had been around. Try Izuku, try to figure out something. The ground quickly approached and the choices still weren't any clearer than they had been in the start. Okay, let's try to roll and see if that works. He was out of options, nothing he could do would be much of use now. He had to hope for a Hail Mary and slept. There was a sudden sense of both pain and weightlessness. He looked sideways to see the girl who had been caught under the rubble a few moments earlier. Her face was strained in focus and her hands pressed together, probably something to do with her given quirk. As she let her hands fall apart, he too fell towards the ground, at least now it was only a few feet off. Trying to use his hands out of habit, Midoriya regretted the choice in an instant as pain shot up his right hand and he was forced to bring it to his chest. He saw and heard the hero from the presentation informing them of the ending of the test. The hero with the broken arm sighed in relief of no longer having to run, but was quite angered at having this broken arm which would take more time than any of his previous injuries had. Bringing himself to a seated position, the young male pulled off his goggles and looked at them in sadness. One of the lenses had completely fallen out and shattered while the other had quite a large break in them that was unlikely to fix. His shoes were also a very large problem given that one of them had actually caught fire. He kicked it off and groaned at the thought of having to get another pair that would be able to handle his running speeds. Maybe it was due to the pain, maybe due to going into shock, maybe it was because he had run well past his previously established limit. Whatever the reason was, Izuku certainly couldn't account for the fact that he was in his room sitting on his bed and looking at his notebook with a logo design on it. He remembered a fire involving one of his shoes, but that was about it. There wasn't much after that. An old lady giving him a kiss to heal his arm, a few praises from fellow participants, and some rainbow vomit? Well, Izuku, looks like you did it. You finally did it. You were able to do what many told you was impossible. Collapsing onto his bed, the boy succumbed to a well-earned rest. His mother came into his room and smiled as she saw her son asleep. She was proud of what he had accomplished and would continue to support him as he continued on his path to be a hero. She looked at his desk and turned off the lights before closing the door. On his desk, there was the logo that Izuku had decided upon as he got home that day. In its entirety, it was simply a bolt of lighting inside a circle, but that was for a later time. Every day for a week after the UA entrance exam, the speedster came back from school and checked the mail for any signs. Each time he went through the door, he checked to see if an acceptance letter from UA had arrived. Even a rejection letter would have been nice at this point. He just really wanted the sense of worry and being unsure to end. After a while he had begun to simply pace around his room, which was a terrible idea if one thought of the floor. Without his knowledge, he activated his speed and paced over the same spot over and over again within a matter of seconds that applied lots of friction to the floor and nearly ruined it. Nearly being that after a carpet was put on it looked completely normal. They said 1 week. Or was it 2 weeks? I don't remember much after running at that ginormous machine. Never knew I could do that much damage, but I suppose that now I can if I picked up enough speed by running for a while. Looks like yet another skill that I have to work to develop into something concrete that works most times. Without me ending up with a shattered arm, that is. After a bit of pacing, the boy decided to sink into his bed and wonder what to do about his situation. He wasn't sure what to do and still wasn't fully sure if he'd received the required amount of points. His eyes looked straight at the ceiling as if asking it to solve the problems that he currently held. Midoriya closed them in order to give them a bit of rest from the activity that he had been repeating for several days. That activity, of course, was asking the roof to solve the problems that he knew couldn't be solved like this. He had called Iida to find out if he had received his letter yet. His friend had gone on a long lecture about who cares, and the final answer ended in him having received his the previous day. Of course, the engine quirk using teen had got in considering the sheer amount of dedication that he had put in. Izuku was less sure if he'd be accepted considering how late he submitted his interest for the school, seeing how other people entered their applications as soon as the enrollment option became available. Momo would also be given a spot in the prestigious school through recommendations, which in itself was an amazing task. She's been able to skip the entire process of taking the written test as well as the practical, which made him a bit envious of her. Then again, she wouldn't have seen him with the broken arm, as she would have scolded him in not being more careful about it. After all, she had been trying to get him to test some formulas using his speed to see what was the safest speed that he would be able to go without hurting himself. There was a loud yell at the front door, so Izuku went to check what it was. Hey, maybe this time it is my letter, wouldn't that be something? As he poked his head out of his door, his mother was kneeling down in front of the mail slot holding something which had the letter U and A on them. Maybe that letter contains $1 million, wouldn't that be something? Aye, Izuku. The letter from you, it's here. His mother yelled this to him despite the fact that he was literally standing 5 feet away from her. He didn't mind though, he too would be yelling if his throat hadn't closed itself from this shock. The boy's mind went blank as he took the letter from his mother and walked into his room. At least he tried doing it a few times. His door was closed and he didn't notice it for a few tries. After he did open the door and enter his room, he went to his desk and sat down while looking at his letter. The speedster simply looked at it for the longest time before he acted, wondering what to do with the envelope. Ripping the envelope down the middle, a small disc-like object fell from the paper and landed in front of him. As he touched it, the machine hummed to life and began emitting a set of lights of all colors. It continued for a few seconds till the lights joined together in order to make a flat image in the air. UA's logo appeared and Midoriya's heart felt a bit faint. It was all too much for him. That was until the image changed to be that of a hero that he had met a few weeks prior. The video version of the hero pulled out a paper and began reading off of it without much interest. He didn't even bother to look up from the page as he read and addressed Izuku. If anything, he looked to be more interested in his paper than Izuku himself. Hello, Izuku Midoriya. I am here to tell you of your results from the exam via hologram. I suppose you could call this sort of mail now. I am here to tell you that you passed the written exam without any errors in the shortest amount of time that UA has ever seen. That was what the exam overseer told us. The odd green-haired kid just stared at the clock for close to 2 hours. Was his exact quote of you. Your performance in practical exam also managed to impress the panel, which is why you will be accepted into the school starting in 2 weeks. Izuku's smile grew to compete with that of All Might's. He truly didn't know what to do with the amount of sheer joy that he felt at the moment. It was unreal how far he'd come in such a short amount of time. Just 2 months ago he was in a state of coma atop of a hospital bed with no end in sight. Now he was entering the #1 hero school, which was just hard to think about. Oh Midoriya, I also neglected to mention one little fact. Izuku's smile decreased in size by a significant amount, believing that he knew where this was going. As you know, last time that we met wasn't under the best of circumstances. Andy would very much like to meet in order to set the record straight. I will be notified of when this video ends, so I am asking you to meet me at Dagoba Beach in, let's say, 1 minute. Yeah, a minute should serve the purpose. Don't be late. He said, what now? That's not a thing he expects me to do, right? This guy is a bit irrational, but still that's a bit too irrational. He won't actually be there. There was the chance that I wouldn't open my letter for a few days. Would he have waited a few days at his current location? Of course not. Well, what do I know? I just have to hope that this isn't a joke and that he sticks with his end of this and doesn't leave me by myself on a beach. Obviously, the speedster ran for his dear life in hopes that if this was true, then the hero would be nice to him for arriving within the time that was given to him. He tried making the most of each stride in order to get there in less than a minute, but sadly he had no idea where he was going and had to look for a map. On top of this, the speedster overshot his destination by a few miles and had to go back to where a beach was supposed to be. He mentally cursed himself for not getting out more often to explore the city, which he would begin doing from now on. As he arrived to his desired location, Izuku looked around to see heaps of trash as far as the eye could see. Looking at the map again to make sure this was a beach, Izuku became oblivious to his surroundings. He knew that splitting his attention was something that needed to be worked on, but he had never fully mastered a skill such as that. If there had been a person watching him at that very moment, then he probably would have been unprepared for any attacks that came his way. Wait, that was exactly what happened to the green-haired boy, silly boy. While looking down at the map of the area, a figure descended from a pile of trash that was nearby and, for a lack of a better word, repaid the favor from before. The erasure hero, better known as Shoyuta Aizawa, sideswept the boy, removing his main weapon, his legs. Izuku became aware of his presence in the air, but there was really nothing that he could do to save himself now. Eraserhead willed his capture gear to wrap around the boy's entire body, much like the first time. This time, much to Izuku's disappointment, he also wrapped it around the lower part of his head and then proceeded to hang him upside down. Izuku struggled for a few seconds, trying to break free, but the bindings only increased their hold on him. Upon giving up, the boy looked slightly downwards at the hero who had just gotten even with him. Well, this is certainly something that I did not expect to happen, especially sweeping my legs. Now I can understand where that was coming from. I expected more from you than simply charging in here without first taking in your surroundings. The erasure hero pulled up his goggles to look at the boy with a bored expression. I'm making sure that the last time's outcome won't happen again. I found it a bit damaging to my ego of losing to a child. At this, Izuku began struggling again, trying to clarify what was going on, but with his mouth blocked there really wasn't anything that could be heard than a few muffled screams. Does he seriously think that I'm a bad guy? There can't honestly be a reason for it, right? I mean, he's clearly someone at UA if he was in my acceptance letter video. If that's true, then he probably saw how I did in the entrance exam and then would be able to determine that I in fact am not a villain. I just have to tell him that with these bindings over my mouth. Relax. Izuku calmed down a bit and stopped struggling for a few seconds, willing to hear the hero out. I know that you aren't a villain. A villain wouldn't have come here in the first place. Unless he were an idiot. I just want to talk to you, so if you agree to not run away, I'll put you down. Izuku nodded eagerly, knowing that this was the only way that he would be able to reason with the street-level hero. Thank you, the boy said as he was put back onto the ground. His face felt quite hot due to the blood rushing to his head. Likewise, his feet had received none and he fell onto the floor as soon as he touched it once more. So, what did you want to talk about, Mr. Eraserhead? Aizawa's eyes increased slightly from having his name called out by the boy in front of him, obviously not amused by him. I did a little research on you and am just as confused about my condition. I can clearly see that you have a quirk, but it doesn't work like other people's quirk now, does it? Izuku shook his head to this, trying to be as truthful as he could be. I thought as much. My quirk should have served to neutralize yours, yet I was unable to do it during our first encounter and just now when you zoomed past. If that's not the case, then I'd like to hear more about you, the origins of your abilities. I have my suspicions, but I'd like to hear it from you. Well, you see, it's very strange to explain this. You are the first person to know the full truth since everyone else just assumed that I'm a late bloomer. Well, where to start? Oh yeah. About 10 months ago I was staying late at school when I went back to close the windows as to not cause a bigger mess that I'd have to clean up in the morning. There was a sudden shift in the weather that day that took me by surprise and I just didn't think anything of it, so I went on and did my thing. I was then struck by a bolt of lightning and doused in chemicals which forced me into a coma for about 8.5 months. I'm not sure exactly how my body changed, but I know that I was given the speed which you see before you. The first time that we met was actually the first time that I was able to use my quirk properly. I've been practicing for about a month, but I'm still not in full control of my quirk yet. It's constantly revealing new parts of itself to me and I have to constantly adapt to keep up. Eraserhead looked at the boy and began to think about what he had said. Izuku Midoriya, given a quirk that gives him the potential power that gives him the ability of being as strong as All Might. On top of that, he had a lot less time than any other of the participants with his quirk, and yet he managed to outshine the rest of them. He was also able to beat me in single combat by using strategies that normal villains wouldn't have thought of. The question that is next, what is his quirk? What makes it so unique? Kid, this stays between the two of you. As far as everyone knows, you are a late bloomer and happen to have a very flashy quirk. There are people who would hunt you down for what you are capable of doing just to find out the information of how you work. The less people who know of this the better. Keep this to yourself and tell no one. Izuku nodded and began to get up as the feeling returned to his feet. I know that you have the heart of a hero and the mind of a genius. That much I can tell just by looking at you. The rest is a blank slate. You have proven yourself to act in an instant and that you can keep a cool mind in dangerous situations. I can also see how your eyes move from side to side when you get into thought, which is about a second, so I assume that your powers extend to your mind. I don't know what to say really. It's dash. Izuku began to thank the hero before he took a punch to the stomach and he collapsed onto the floor. The boy never saw it coming, so he fell forward at the normal speed of a human without getting the chance to activate anything. I can also see that you are quite weak when your quirk isn't activated. You are no better than a quirkless person if anyone did manage to mess with your quirk. My particular quirk may not work, but there will be others besides me. I think that you need more training than the fancy tricks that you have practiced for the past month. Izuku groaned as he attempted to get back up, unsure of what had just gone down. Looking at the man's unkempt face, he wondered what he meant by training. This was the hero Eraserhead, who wasn't well known because he had made that choice himself. You will be part of the Class 1A in 2 weeks' time, and I want to make sure that you are capable of handling yourself. Your quirk gives you the speed advantage, but you rely too much on it instead of any other forms of defense. Other kids have had their whole lives to practice combat and have used their quirks in conjunction with anything they picked up. You have neither of those, so you will have to have some training, and I will do what I can with the time that I have. So does this mean that I am now required to call you sensei? I would like to know how to address you for any future reference. Recalling his scarf, Yuku's feet became free once more instead of chained to the other man. You will be here tomorrow at 6 in the morning and I will try to teach you through brute force and repetition. I know that you heal quickly, and so that means that I won't hold back. Izuku's smile faded a bit at realizing what would happen to him the next day. Also during our sessions, I will not allow you to use your quirk whatever the situation. Nodding, the boy turned away and began to walk back home. That was until the scarf wrapped around his legs and brought him back to the feet of the erasure hero. Well, kid, I never said that you could leave. I need you for one more thing. The boy raised his eyebrows in question, wondering what this additional task was. You know, this was a beach at one point. I expect it to be a beach by morning, if you know what I'm telling you. With that, Eraserhead walked out of the junkyard and used his capture gear to climb onto the building once more. The young boy spent the rest of his time before dinner and after dinner cleaning the beach to most efficiency that his quirk would allow him. He really wasn't sure exactly what he was doing, if he was honest. He had been told to clean the beach by a hero for a purpose that he hadn't explicitly been told. He had assumed that he would be told come morning of what exactly this exercise served to illustrate, but right now he had one thought. That was to make sure that every piece of garbage, down to the last screw, would be lifted from this beach and taken to a proper place. What that place was would be a problem for later on. Despite all that, the boy continued working through the night. He fought back against the fatigue, the pain, the smells, and above all, the piles of trash that threatened to fall on him every few minutes. He stopped a few times along the night in order to make sure that he remained hydrated and that his calories remained at a decent level. Besides that, the speedster continued fighting against all thoughts of giving up and pushed through. At around 4 in the morning, Izuku finally completed his goal, or the goal that had been assigned to him by his future sensei the previous day. Looking around the vastness and sudden cleanness of it, Izuku decided to sit down and look at the ocean. The motion of the waves brought a sudden sense of calmness to him, and the softness of the sand fell just like a blanket. The sound of the ocean was just the song that he needed to hear. It was peaceful and enjoyable. Never before had he had such a wonderful and amazing moment of just looking and enjoying. Waking up inside the ocean wasn't something pleasant, it was terrifying. Shortly after being asleep for about 2 hours, the young hero was woken up by the most unconventional of methods. This of course was Eraserhead's doing as a way of bringing him to in the fastest way while waiting the least amount of energy. He simply grabbed the kid's feet and dipped him into the ocean. The kid's arms went up frantically in an attempt to save himself, so the Eraser hero simply brought him out of the water before giving him another dip to make sure that he was completely woken up and not just faking it. "I'm awake, just put me down already." The green-haired young Midoriya yelled in hopes of being able to get a few more minutes of rest, which he might or might not receive given his current situation. The Eraser hero was currently amused by this fish-out-of-water performance and decided to comply, sort of. He was still holding the boy over the water when he did decide to free him, so Izuku ended up taking an early morning bath in the newly renovated beach. "Gah, why did you have to wake me up like that? I could have gotten up in a less messy way." The boy yelled to the hero dressed in black as he waded out of the water onto the beach that he had cleaned up a few hours previously. The man in question simply threw him a juice box and opened his own. "You were told to be here and ready at 6 in the morning. You weren't ready, and that was the fastest way to do it." Eraserhead wasn't taking any questions at the moment, as could be seen from his facial expressions, which showed fatigue and overall annoyance. "I'm going to test your limits in order to see in what way I should train you. We'll start with a spar, but first dry yourself, would you? Now go and run." Instead of complaining, Izuku swallowed his response as well as the juice that had been given to him. Afterwards he removed his coat and began running, with wet clothes and on a beach no less. This was a problem in the beginning, but after picking up speed his clothes began to dry and he was able to traverse the beach with ease. After a few rounds his clothes were completely dry and he felt just ready for the day to come. "Okay, Aizawa-sensei, I am ready for your instructions." He stood before the hero like a soldier in front of a general, which probably wasn't the best choice. "I do have one concern about this hole." The boy never got the chance to finish the sentence as he was incapacitated almost in an instant by the older hero. "We are here to spar, not to talk. Now, without your speed, try to hit me." Aizawa removed his scarf in order to even out the fight and give the kid a chance. "Well, what are you waiting for? Yui is just around the corner, let's go." Trying to get the upper hand as early as possible, Izuku tried acting before his teacher in attempts to surprise him. This failed spectacularly as Eraserhead used his momentum to toss him onto the softness of the sand. This time he retained his breath within his lungs, but not much was different about this. "Ow, that hurt a lot, and I'm only like 30 seconds into this training." He also said he wasn't going to pull any punches since he knows I can heal from it. How far is he going to go? "Well, looks like I'll have to find out the hard way from the looks of that incoming kick." Midoriya rolled away from the incoming kick that looked more like a feint than anything, but who was he to say? Wait, that was what that kick was? A feint for another incoming kick that caught him below the ribs. Without his speed he was more like a sitting duck, and that was something that he couldn't allow in the future in case anything happened to him. He got up to all fours and began coughing, trying to get his breath back while also trying to clear his throat. His quirk gave him the faster healing and soon did that for him, which was greatly appreciated. He would have begun crying if he wasn't in the presence of possibly the most insensitive of all the heroes. "Okay, Midoriya, You did quite badly in that, but we will try again after you cover that same distance you ran earlier without using your speed. By that I mean that you will have to run from one end of the beach to the other till you cover the same distance that you did earlier when you were trying to dry your clothes. Now go! This was going to be possibly the 2 worst weeks of Izuku's life, but after all was said and done, he would be a better hero for it. Now all he needed was a pair of shoes that wouldn't catch fire. He was running, that much is what he knew. To where he wasn't sure, all he knew is that this wasn't reality. Or he thought he knew that. He faintly recalled his surroundings, as if he had been here before sometime in the past. The large storm around him propelled him forward and at the same time held him back. There was no ground beneath him, but he knew that this was still considered running. His legs moved and stepped on, propelling him to where he assumed was forward. The ground seemed to maybe be energy, but he couldn't be sure. He was beginning to feel something that he had a faint memory of. This was a good feeling, but it was too good for him to stay here. If he didn't get out of here soon, he would simply stay in here forever. He remembered suddenly that he had seen this place before when he was in a coma a few weeks prior. Pushing himself further, the speedster kept going, trying to GT out as soon as he could. He spotted into a white light ahead of him. This was his goal. He ran towards it, into it. Izuku Midoriya's eyes blasted open to allow light passage into his Vison. His alarm clock was going off, clearly signaling his late start to the morning, as it had been happening more and more often. He groaned at this, but worried not, since, with his speed, he could very easily manage to do anything that he wished during the time that it took most people to simply rise from bed. He laid back down and looked at the ceiling, which was becoming a habit that he had developed over the past few weeks. Another bad habit was also beginning to do things later than he should, which tended to make him tardy. During these few minutes that he gave himself, he tended to think about many of his problems and of their possible fixes. Today's problem was merely the first day of school, as well as that odd recurring dream he kept having. Relax, Izuku, you aren't going insane. At least I don't think. No. You are not going insane. This is a side effect of your quirk, since you are always running nowadays and not any other outside force that you don't know about. This isn't something you should worry about. Just remain calm and everything should work out. Besides, you have your first day at UA today, and that should be your main focus if anything is. Looking sideways from his bed, a UA uniform hung from a chair and looked as neat as it could be. He'd put it there the previous night in order to be ready the next day in case he woke up later than usual. He of course had done just that and now was in a tricky situation. In times like this, there really was only one way that he would be able to get through everything that he needed to do: use his quirk to the highest efficiency. He sat on the side of his bed and closed his eyes, trying to gather himself. Tick, took, tick, the rhythm of the clock slowed down to a crawl as Izuku's hyper-fast mind took hold and began with his morning schedule. This was something that he could do for a maximum of 1 minute in real time every so often. It required a completely clear mind and nothing else to break his concentration. It also drained him very much, leaving him quite defenseless after using it for too long or at all. He opened his eyes and looked to the clock beta his bed in order to see if his quirk was working as he planned it to. Walking out of his room, the boy saw a plate of food that had been set down by his mother in prediction of what he was about to do. He of course took the plate, and with it he began to run as he packed his bag for the day. In a satchel he tossed pencils, notebooks, and other school supplies that would be needed for the day. Between every school supply tossed, he ate another item of his breakfast as carefully as he could as to not have to go back for it later. After everything was packed, the enhanced individual went on to change into his school uniform, still on his chair, unmoved by the events that were happening around it. Slipping on the blazer of the school onto his shoulders, Izuku Midoriya felt ready to tackle the bull by the horns. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Losing his concentration in a moment, his perception of the world around him returned to normal and he unfortunately collapsed due to fatigue. He caught himself on a chair but was still pretty tired, and the time to enter school was nearing. His hands shook a little, like they always did after he tried doing this, an unfortunate side effect which he was aware was very unpleasant. Slowly making his way to the door, he supported himself against the walls as to not lose his balance and fall flat on his face. The first time that he did this, he was extremely unlucky and ended up smelling like trash for the remainder of the day. He'd improved a bit when controlling it, but still nowhere near mastering it. Looking down at his watch, he saw that there were 10 minutes to go before school began. It certainly wasn't enough time to take any mode of public transportation, so he would have to run there himself. Most likely he would end up running at maybe half his normal non-straining speed due to his level of exhaustion at the moment. But it would be more than enough. Slipping a new set of goggles over his eyes, and his satchel over his shoulder, the boy exited his home and began his journey to school. It was time for the world to see what he could do. The world, of course, was UA, at least it would be for today. His running was probably the best part of his mornings, besides restocking his calories on large amounts of food, that is. In this state he was able to navigate the streets with such ease and tranquility, not really having to worry about being hurt like this. His eyes were able to spot any incoming accidents involving civilians, and he was able to nudge them in just the right direction that prevented them from getting hurt. Another plus was all of the random poses that people were stuck in. It was just so fun to look at them as they went on with their normal lives. Instead of increasing in speed, he slowly decreased as his journey went on. He'd been practicing on how to do so and realized that doing so within a few hundred feet of his destination was a recipe for disaster. Now he simply started fast and slowed down along the way in order to keep himself from going splat on any walls. His exhaustion from using fast life was slowly fading, or at least he hoped that it was in preparation for what Aizawa had warned him happened in the school during the first day. His instructor for the past 2 weeks hadn't explicitly told him anything exactly. He more or less told him to not expect any mercy on the first day of school and that his homeroom teacher would surely come after him for being one of the top students in the exam. He was simply making sure that he was capable of handling himself, or so he had said. The practice with Eraserhead had been one of the worst, no scratch that. It was the definite worst experience in his life. Morning after morning he was forced to push himself to an extreme which he wasn't sure why. If he had 10 months to do a workout like this, then he'd probably be strong enough to inherit someone else's quirk or something along those lines. However, this was more of making him more battle-prone and capable of handling himself in a fight against his sensei, who very regularly was taking down villains with quirks far stronger than the one which he used. Turning his gaze at the watch on his wrist, he nodded, knowing that he had enough time to get to class. He left it there for a moment too long and didn't see UA's massive gates or a person walking into said gates. He really needed a better way to stop himself in these types of situations than trying his usual skidding. That would be a matter for later, considering that he was once skidding into another being and knocking them onto the floor along with himself in what could honestly be called painful. You know, Izuku, I really hate how you don't know how to stop just yet. You really need to figure out how to do that, or I'm going to figure out a way to leave your head and punch you. Nada, could you please pick yourself up and help up that poor person who you hopefully didn't end up killing? It'd be a shame if you did kill someone before you even started training to be a hero. Oh my god, I am so sorry for running into you. Good job, this is like your 4th sorry this month for this exact same thing. Please don't be dead. The other being of the crash groaned in pain as well as they rubbed one side of their head, trying to figure out what just went down. From what he could tell, they were male with black hair and goggles atop their head for some reason. What? You know, don't even worry about it, first day of school and you don't want to be late. I understand the feeling of that. He laughed as he saw Izuku's goggles on the floor. These look like they belong to you, he said as he picked them up and handed them over. Thanks, also I am Izuku, by the way. He took his goggles back and put them around his neck before offering his hand in a greeting. The other boy took it with a smile and introduced himself. Francisco Ramon, but you can call me Cisco. I think that the less syllables the better. I'm from support here at UA, what about you? I'm enrolled in heroics. Today's the first day of school and you already said that. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to make sure you're fine. Cisco laughed at this before speaking in an old and mysterious tone. Do or do not. There is no try. You know, Yoda from the Star Wars movies. Laughing at this, Izuku looked at his watch again before cueing his leave. He already was cutting it close as it was. I'd love to stay and chat, but class starts in 2 minutes and I still have no idea where my class is located, so I have to go. Nice meeting you, by the way. Cisco gave him a small wave before running off on his own way towards his own homeroom class. Putting his goggles back on, the boy went around looking for the room in which he was supposed to be right now. He was completely lost in this school, but he had no time to do anything about it. What sort of assumptions would his homeroom teacher have about him if he was late on the first day? The first day. Come on, Izuku, just look for the number 1 and the letter A. It seriously can't be that difficult to do that. Wait, that's the girl I saved in the entrance exam. That has got to be the room that is mine. No time to think, let's go. Running down the hallway, the green-haired tardy speedster grabbed the frame of the door before skidding into the room. His speed carried him toward the opposite side of the room, where he collided with the wall at his speed, causing the windows to rattle and leaving the faintest of impressions upon the wall. Pulling off his goggles, Izuku saw that the whole room had come to a complete and utter silence at his arrival. All eyes were in his direction, and frankly he didn't know what to do about it. He simply gave all of them a small wave and went to find his seat wherever that might be. Midoriya, it's good to see that you made it on time. This was from Iida, who hadn't heard from Izuku since he had informed him of his acceptance into the UA Heroics course. I thought that you had gone off on your own after not hearing from you for so long. Izuku chucked and was about to respond before another of his classmates began to speak over him. Izuku, what had happened to you? You were completely unresponsive for 2 entire weeks. I was worried something had happened to you. This was Momo, who had attempted to contact him several times, but he had simply had no energy to answer back. Scratching the back of his head, Izuku smiled and went on to explain his situation. Or partly anyway. Well, these past 2 weeks I've been trying to extend my abilities beyond just my quirk, and that took a lot out of me, but there was quite a lot cursing that followed that explanation from someone who Izuku knew only too well. Mentally, he groaned in annoyance, but his facial expressions couldn't show the same range of emotions that were going on in his mind. FNG Deku with a quirk. You must have cheated your way into the school. There is absolutely no way a quirkless loser like you would be allowed into the same school as me. Bakugo clearly still wasn't willing to accept the reality that Izuku now was his equal in many ways. He'd been his superior most of his life, and the sudden shift in power wasn't something that his mind could take easily. Wait, you're the boy who saved me during the entrance exam. This time it was the brown-haired girl who had just entered the classroom before him. She had a wide smile on her face and a genuine look of thankfulness. I didn't get a chance to thank you since you left so suddenly, but I wanted to tell you that I appreciated what you were able to do during the exam. My name's Ochako, by the way, Ochako Uraraka. Had there been more time, Izuku was sure that he'd probably introduce himself as well and probably meet the rest of his classmates right there and there. That, however, wasn't what happened in that instant. Instead, caterpillar-shaped creature crawled into the classroom and went right behind the teacher's desk. It kinda rolled its way slowly towards the desk if he was trying to be technical about it. There was a large suctioning noise that echoed throughout the classroom, and Izuku's mind went off the rails. No, this is not happening to me, not like this. Please tell me that we are just going to have a caterpillar-themed hero and not who I think it is. Those were the 2 worst weeks any human could have gone through, and now he's going to do that to everyone in this class. All I wanted was a decent amount of training from a hero who doesn't take utter delight in making sure that I know how sand tastes. Please don't let it be. No matter how much he wished it, there really wasn't anything that he could do. The figure that had been in the cocoon emerged from behind the desk and looked at all the students. The students' faces were an ocean of different expressions, all displayed clearly for all to see. Some were horrified, others were confused, still others were simply scared of the man dressed in black clothing who looked like he hadn't shaved in a few days. If anyone would have looked, they would have seen Izuku had his face in his hands, crying tears of pure confusion. Aizawa saw this and smiled. Well, it was more of a smirk. Really, it was just a twitch at the lips. He wasn't going to let these kids know what he could do just yet, or that he was capable of smiling. That would be as soon as someone made the wrong move, and right now the purple kid was looking where he shouldn't be, so he would possibly be the first one. He pulled out a UA athletic uniform from his sleeping bag and held it for all to see. Hello, I am your homeroom teacher, Shoyuta Aizawa. Come up and grab one of these, then go change and meet me outside on the courtyard. Despite their horror-filled faces, they all followed through and grabbed an athletic uniform before rushing out to change, trying to put distance between themselves and their clearly senile homeroom teacher. Well, one student stayed behind to talk to him, and boy was he happy to see his mentor. "WW, what are you doing here?" Izuku was clearly nervous, and this confrontation was taking a lot out of him. The teacher noticed this and openly smiled, believing that Izuku earned the right to see him do so. "I'm a teacher here, where else would I teach? Why didn't I think of that? It was so obvious, and why are you still standing there? I'm still your teacher and you are still a part of this class." He exited the class, making his way to the courtyard, but he turned to his student before doing so. "Also, Midoriya, you better push yourself or I'm going to make your life a living hell from now on." And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, living in my head. I am a dead man as of pretty much now. Well, this could certainly be much worse, so there is no use complaining about this. I just have to hope that he doesn't try to kill us first thing in the morning. Without anything else, Izuku went and grabbed himself a uniform from within the bag of his teacher. Walking out of the room, he looked around and saw that everyone had deserted the corridor, leaving him once again in a state of isolation. He decided to bring his goggles with him as well, since he had grown accustomed to using them in order to move without concern about his eyes, considering that fly incident. As his class gathered around the desired location, Midoriya's brain began to analyze his classmates and see what their obvious quirks were as well as the practical uses of them. He unconsciously smiled as he had not done this in the longest time, and it felt so good to do it once more. Okay, so that's obviously the Pikachu guy that I knocked over in the entrance exam. That girl's quirk appears to have mutated her skin pink, which I can't make out yet. The boy with red and white hair has yet to speak at all and hasn't made any significant facial expressions, so I don't think that I can approach him about his quirk. That there's an invisible girl, a guy with a tail, and that the guy who stole my points at the exam? You know, it's alright, it's in the past, so nothing else that I can do about it. Hey, does that guy have 6 arms? Izuku's curious mind got the better of him as he began looking at all of his classmates more than would have been acceptable. The one thing that prevented him from being noticed was that he was able to look away faster than anyone could look in his direction. After all, how else was he going to examine 19 other quirks? That frog quirk looks interesting. Can she do anything a frog can? What is up with the hawk head? Maybe a part of his quirk or something along those lines. You're doing it again. Izuku's head shot up as his cheeks gained a generous shade of red. He'd gotten better at controlling his muttering, but there were still times that it got the better of him. He turned his head to the left, where a very bored-looking man looked back at him. "Arg, he was standing right next to me the entire time, wasn't he?" "Yes, I was standing next to you the entire time." Since training with the Erasure Hero, his mentor had gotten incredibly good at just knowing what he was thinking. It was probably due to how fidgety he was, but it was still extremely annoying when all he wanted was a tad bit of room to think. Making himself known to the rest of the group, the teacher clothed in black stepped forward in front of them. Immediately all conversations ceased as all eyes turned to the person who controlled what happened to them. "Midoriya, could you come here please?" Even though it was a question, it wasn't. If he had learned anything from his teacher in the past 2 weeks, it was that there was always a place and time to push people to their extremes. He had done it to him more counts than he could count, and he could count pretty darn high. If he didn't know better, he'd say that this was going to let Eraserhead know exactly what each and every single one of them could do. "Midoriya, stop muttering to yourself and come here." His voice was slightly less bored, but still bored enough to show that he didn't care much. "Please step into the circle and throw this ball as far as you can." He threw a ball directly at his face, which would have hit him in the face if he didn't have the speed that he did. Pulling back his arm, Izuku threw the ball as hard as he could without any additional assistance from the speed, which could enhance his quirk. To everyone's surprise, it went an unbelievable, just impossible, 30 feet away from where he stood. Aizawa smiled, knowing exactly what his pupil was playing at. Perhaps he had learned a thing or two from being with him for the last few weeks. "Midoriya, may you go fetch the ball and come back to the circle, with haste if you can?" The class was extremely confused at what he was getting at. They had expected a little more from their first day at the world-renowned school for heroics. They were just a bit surprised when Izuku zoomed to the ball and then back to the circle, which he had been standing in all in about a second. All of them would surely agree that he was quite fast. "Now throw the ball using your speed." Nice wording, sensei. You didn't want to call it a quirk since you can't seem to erase it. Well, I have to applaud you for. Don't get snarky and throw the ball. How does he do it? Looking down at the ball in his hand, Izuku smiled, knowing that this was a show of strength and that his teacher had warned about what would happen if he didn't go all out. He closed his eyes for a moment as he pictured in his brain exactly what he was about to do. The crowd was silent in anticipation, wondering what he would do in order to throw it, considering his quirk was speed. Everyone watched as Izuku slipped on his goggles and stood tall in a T formation. Then he began to spin round and round. At first it was slow and painful to watch, but then it increased in pace. Soon their eyes had trouble seeing Izuku and a blur of blue and green could be seen instead. That's when the winds began to pick up and the dust around Izuku began to form a miniature tornado of dust, leaving all the students staring in awe. Just when no one thought it could get any more impressive, Izuku let the ball soar and the tornado dispersed in an instant. The ball flew out of sight and Izuku laughed as he struggled to maintain his footing. This was the first time that he had tried such a move, and boy was he dizzy. The ground seemed to be moving up and down without his control, so walking forward was probably not the best move considering that he also had super speed. He shot straight towards the crowd and was surprisingly caught by the unemotional teacher. His scarf wrapped itself around Izuku's waist and gently put him down. He'd gotten better at predicting the boy's movements and quicker if he'd say so himself. Well, Midoriya, I have to say that I'm underwhelmed that only 953 feet. Izuku attempted to argue at this but, still with little balance, went stumbling into Iida and Momo, who thankfully caught him before he face planted onto the ground. As you've all seen that this is what all of you are going to be doing, that I'm going to measure how much your quirks can do, and at the end you will all be ranked from highest to lowest. The class began to become extremely nervous at this. When they said they wanted more out of their first day, they certainly hadn't expected this. Izuku noted that the purple boy a few people down from him was starting to become extremely nervous. He would be too if he hadn't expected this beforehand from his teacher. Oh, there's something I forgot to mention. Oh no, don't say it, just don't say it, it's the first day, so just keep it to yourself. And the person ranked lowest in the class will unfortunately be transferred downwards into general studies, while a pre-selected individual will be brought upwards. There was a deafening silence that could be heard from anywhere in the school at the moment as all members of Class 1A wondered about their future in the heroics course. Remember these words, for they are the school's motto and have helped produce heroes from all parts, plus ultra. Lining up for the 50-meter dash, Izuku Midoriya went up against his friend and fellow runner Tenya Iida. Both knew how this outcome would end, but it was still fun for the both of them who had pushed each other to be better when it came to speed. The rest of the class eagerly stood on the sidelines wondering what Izuku would do this time, as he had blown away all their expectations in the demonstration. Good luck, Iida. Remember to move your arms as well in order to get the fastest time possible. The blue-haired teen smiled at the advice that he was given, knowing full well that it was intended to improve him. Midoriya always did have the best intention for others' mind. You too, Midoriya, hope to see you gain a new personal best out of this. The now goggle-wearing boy laughed at this and readied himself to take the cake. Aizawa, who was standing along with the other students, looked at the possibly two fastest people in his class and knew that it was best to do it this way, as friendly rivalry often pushed quirks further. And start! Both boys ran off and were done before anyone could really say anything about their performance. Lots of dust was kicked up and a cloud of it took to the air, preventing anyone from seeing anything besides the first second. They heard a loud ouch, which sounded like it was from the faster of the two boys, but they couldn't be sure. Everyone tried seeing what the two scores were, knowing it would be equally crazy for both of them. Although they had been unable to see, the machine had picked up the moment they crossed the finish line, so that was more than what they needed. The two scores on the machine were that of 0.11666667 and 2.9 seconds, which would probably be the fastest that any one of them would be able to complete this. As the cloud of dust disappeared, everyone saw that this time Izuku had faceplants onto the ground and was just kinda lying there without much attempt to move. Besides him, there was Iida trying to get him to get up and allow the other students to go, but what could really be done? What followed this were a variety of other tests that were meant to test the limits of people's quirks in order to determine who would be staying and who would be the one to leave. sidestep, strength test, standing long jump, touching toes, baseball throw. Each test was dominated by one or more people who looked as if they would be the one to stay. Thanks to his earlier feats in the ball throw and the 50-meter dash, Izuku didn't have to worry about being taken out of the heroics program. He could say the same for Uraraka, who had gotten infinity in the ball throw, Shuji, who had proven to be the strongest in the class, the kid who stole his points having mastered the standing long jump, and many other students. Looks like most of this class has quirks made more or less for these particular tests. Everyone has that one thing for them that they excel at above everyone else. Now for the moment of truth. After the last person had been tested, the results went into the computer inside Aizawa's hand and began putting them in order from best to worst. Izuku knew that he was somewhere in the middle given how weak he was in the strength test. His standing long jump was also quite bad since he was unable to get a running start, which harmed him a bit. Okay, students, gather up and pay attention for what will probably be the most important moment of your life in heroics, or maybe not. I do know that one of you will be going down, so here you go. Without hesitation, the homeroom teacher of the class displayed their scores on a holographic screen. I actually did pretty well. Looks like I'll be taking home the bronze medal for this event, and hopefully that will be it. Izuku's homeroom teacher turned to the kid in purple and delivered to him what must have been some of the worst news that anyone could receive in general. Sorry kid, it looks like you just aren't heroics material. Aizawa stared into the heartbroken kid's eyes before saying the next part. Now go to the office and tell them that you will be transferring into general studies. That will mean that one spot will open up. Also give them this note from me and tell them that I want to talk to Hitoshi Shinso. The boy began to weep in front of him, but the erasure teacher couldn't show that he cared just yet. He did have an appearance to keep in the heroics world after all, and he couldn't throw it away each time a kid began to cry in front of him. If he did, then he would have lost his reputation a long time ago. He turned to the rest of the students before going on. The rest of you go change into your uniforms and grab the syllabus from the room on your way out. Get some rest because tomorrow is where the real tests begin. Class dismissed. With this he began walking to the main building while leaving all the students dumbfounded at what just happened. Wow, things just got extremely real. It's really looking up for me. This is sure going to be a tough year, but what fun would it be without all the difficulties? Can't wait to go home and tell Mom all about this. She isn't going to believe it when she hears it. Oh, but I have to stop by the bank first, so I suppose that'll have to wait for just a while. Probably won't take too long. What's the worst that can happen in a bank? 5:12. First attack will commence in the southern part of the city upon the Happy Dao Bakery. I was able to recruit a person with control over yeast, which should prove to be most useful in this scenario. There will be massive destruction upon the building and kitchen, but there will be no deaths in the matter. The bakery is one of the major companies, so this won't even harm them. The average hero response time is estimated to be within 2 minutes and 37 seconds, and this will be held like a deep treasured gift. At 2 minutes and 20 seconds, the first member will leave the area and escape through the sewers. They will leave the city for several hours and return to the predetermined location after final objective is complete. 5:15. 2 separate attacks will occur at 2 separate locations in the northern part of the city. Desired targets are the 2 small town construction companies that will be harmed by the attack, and so will their machinery. The immediate danger of the damaged equipment will keep the officials at said locations. Quirk that will be used in the first location is the one allowing her to heat up metals to extreme temperatures. This should allow the damage to nearby building projects and result in the timely response of a hero. Second location will have the quirk user of control over copper wiring. This will allow for the damage to sensitive machines and draw the attention within 5 minutes. Both subjects will need to leave within 1 minute and 45 seconds as activity in the northern district is more than the south. Escape route will be to continue on to the next city over as the police won't follow. After first operative returns, the next 2 may come back. 5:20. Fourth and final location will be completed by the replacement of an old colleague. His control over fire will be needed in the destruction by fire of 3 adjacent buildings within the eastern part of town. All 3 are in the process of being renovated, but the crew in each of the buildings should have left by 4:15 and no people are expected to be anywhere near any of the locations. The 3 extreme fires will be of most interest to the police and fire department, which will take care of the quirkless officials. Due to its presence near a high school, Operative should be able to blend in with the students around the area and allow the police to look over him. Should stay around the school children for at least an hour before making any attempts at heading back. 5:23, with the heroes of the area and police force occupied, this is the ideal time to put the rest of the plan into motion. The last part of the plan will be carried out by a quirk user with the ability to unlock anything, another who is able to cause bright flashes of light, which should be able to stun the guards for a moment, and lastly myself, the quirkless head in charge of making sure this plan carries out to maximum perfection. I am the oldest of 2 children born to a father who was quirkless by nature, and by choice he chose to make the lives of my sister and I the worst. A few years back he was sent to prison and in the end made the lives of his children much better. My sister is currently living at home while attending school like any normal kid would want to do. I decide to pull heists in order to show that a quirkless man is capable of pulling more than that of the quirked population. I am Leonard Snart, a man who is quirkless by nature but uses that to fuel me and my wit. Never before has the world known what the quirkless are capable of when they fight against the powers that be. Who am I? That question is very simple when you think about it. I am simply a man who is about to rob this bank. Izuku was currently waiting in line to be attended whilst reading the syllabus that he had picked up from the classroom earlier in the day. His mind was elsewhere at the current moment from the general fatigue that he had accumulated during the day. He wasn't really used to sitting in the classroom for so long after being hit by lightning and having his brain altered. On the bright side, he got to run really fast on top of having his brain act like it was on drags every minute of the day. Sitting through an English class now seemed to require an immense amount of added work on top of the regular amount that would be required pre-accident. Bonus, he now knew the answer ages before everyone else in the class did. Negative, he had to wait all those ages for everyone else to reach the same conclusion as he did. Another bonus of being hit by the lightning, his interest in finding out heroes' quirks had been relit and he had even dug out some of his old notebooks. When he opened them he was instantly hit with nostalgia and a small sense of grief. There were crude drawings of heroes on every page with words that seemed to differ in size and meaning every few centimeters. On the bottom of each page there was the small neat script that his dad had used to add content to his notebooks instead of having them be plain. He was planning on getting a new notebook after running his current errand in order to pass over all the information that he had collected previously. There was also all the information that he had yet to collect when he thought about it. With a new class of 18 other kids and the one person that Aizawa mentioned which he had met during lunch, there were so many new quirks that he had yet to delve into. His to-do list at the moment was quite large at the moment as he had to go over to Cisco's home later. Even though the two had collided in the morning, Cisco held no grudge against him and simply desired to put everything behind him. Heck, both managed to become friends with each other by the time lunch rolled on by. I wasn't even supposed to be at the front gate, he explained to him during lunchtime when he chose to sit next to him. I simply forgot that I dropped a project by mistake and I needed to go back before it got destroyed by some rogue speeding object. Izuku had no idea what he had meant in the moment, so Cisco decided to take it a step further and show him what he had been working on. Well, you see, this morning after I was running to school I got this idea of what to do if I needed to get to school in an instant, so I started mingling with the concept of teleportation and put it into my USB drive. He then pulled out a simple cube of metal that was minuscule in size. Izuku picked it up gently and looked at it carefully. So, is this your USB drive, or is it something that teleports you, or can it get you somewhere faster, or how exactly does this work? The goggled-wearing scientist smiled and plucked the cube from his new friend. It is none of those things. This is my inertia cube, which when complete should negate the effects of resistance and allow for an even faster course of travel for many modes of transportation. Izuku allowed his mind to go at faster speeds so that he would be able to understand what Cisco just said while not having to wait all century. Okay, so what does that have to do with friction? Cisco's eyes lit up as he found someone else who finally talked like him. Well, right now I'm working on this special gel at home which makes anything that it is placed on extremely resistant to friction. It's still experimental since I haven't yet gotten something fast enough to find its upper range. Wait, You have something that can make my shoes resistant to the effects of friction, as in they won't burst into flames each time that I go for a run. The speedster was getting really excited at finally finding something that would be able to help him greatly. Yes, I think that's what I'm saying. Yes, you can be the Marty to my Dr. Brown or something along those lines. Izuku was greatly confused by Dr. Brown, but tried not showing the large amount of confusion which he held. Just come to my house later today. I think that if you want at 7 I should have everything that I need rigged up and ready to go. I believe that this is the start of a beautiful friendship, Mr. Ramon. The black-haired boy nodded at this as he pocketed the cube. I have to agree with that, Mr. Midoriya. I have no other choice than to agree. There was a laugh from both boys that was cut a bit short by the sudden appearance of a sullen boy who, bang, bang. Izuku's memory train was tossed completely off the tracks as bright flashes of light made the room turn into a big ball of white light. Hitting him directly in the face, he truly has no other option than to clutch his eyes and go down onto the floor. He pulls his goggles down over his eyes, hoping that the green-tinted lenses will at least make it more bearable for him to see. He pulls his hood out of his bag and puts it over his head and over his face, making sure to not allow any light in. Well, no. I'm pretty sure that I did nothing this time to incite an incident or anything of that sort. My eyes at the moment are pretty messed up, but they should be fine in a second, I think. Now to stop whoever this is, just like I've done already. You know, I think that I'm getting pretty good at this hero thing. I may even be able to skip this school thing if I want. Rising to his feet and supporting himself on a column, Izuku surveys the scene, trying to figure out what is going on. Sees 3 blurs heading in the direction of the cashiers, but he can't be completely sure if they are people, considering how bad his vision is at the moment. Taking one step forward, he instantly collapses, unable to get a clear footing of the ground as he is unable to see where to step. Oh, this isn't good. My vision needs to get better fast or things will go south. I also need to figure out how to call a hero if possible, if anyone else already hasn't done so. There is the chance that the silent alarm has been triggered and that some form of protection is on its way. Just have to hope that it occurs soon. Midoriya watched, or not really, as one of the 3 blurs no shades put their arm onto the handle and opened a door and then another. His vision improved bit by bit as he crawled on all 4s in the direction of the 3 robbers. Okay, let's go with my best plan that I've been able to come up with in the last few seconds. Run and push people into walls before running away again before being spotted. At this point, Izuku's vision had cleared up to the point that he could make out the general shape of a person. There were some colors, but it wasn't enough to get a full description. At best, he would probably be able to say the number and the approximate. He wasn't going to be giving the best sketches. He could surely run at them and put a damper on their day. Okay, let's go after the one on the right, who I think might have blinded everyone here. Finding the straightest path possible, Izuku ran head-on into the figure which stood before him. He reminded himself that the speeds at which he traveled weren't safe for passengers and let go, hoping that he wasn't a murderer. Hearing a low emerging from the figure next to him, he was quite glad. 1 down, 2 to go, kinda meeting all the people today. Hello, would you happen to be Izuku Midoriya? The boy in front of Izuku and Cisco looked a bit like a ghoul, if both of them were honest with themselves. His eyes looked to be tired or bored, maybe both. His face looked very relaxed, almost lacking emotion. His hair and eyes were both purple in color, bringing Izuku's mind to the name that Aizawa had mentioned earlier. Why, yes, that would be me. How can I help you? His tone was usually nervous when it came to talking to new people of all sorts. The corner of the boy's lips twitched upwards and remained there, bringing Izuku to a state of slight ease. He was a bit like Eraserhead, who had the tendency to hide his emotions. My name is Hitoshi Shinso, and I was told to come to a green-haired boy who goes by Izuku Midoriya during lunch by Eraserhead. He put his hand into his pocket before pulling out a note and handing it to Izuku. He also told me to give you this note and talk to you about whatever is on the note. Izuku, if you are reading this, then the kid has done his job and he has gotten past the interview with Nizu and myself. The entrance exam is almost always a failure when it comes to picking up a wide variety of quirks, since most of them end up being offensive rather than anything else. I know personally what that feels like, so I gave that seat behind you to the purple-haired one who brought you the note. You should probably also tell him that he got in so he knows where to go after lunch. The note was unsigned and done in the messiest handwriting that Izuku had seen in quite some time. It was probably due to the fact that his teacher was just tired or didn't care too much for neat handwriting. Ah, so I am told by Aizawa-sensei that you went and had an interview conducted by himself as well as Headmaster Nizu. Shinso nodded, letting his hopes go higher than were safe for his own good. Yes, they interviewed me a while back about what general studies would mean in the long run of things and of how heroics was very difficult to get into. They wanted to know more about me and of what I could do. Okay, I have to explain to him that he got in because apparently my homeroom teacher isn't capable of doing that simple task. Oh, okay, so, according to this letter by Eraserhead, you are in the heroics department as of after lunch. The other kid's face went slack and a bit pale, which at that point someone should have called a doctor. He coughed and took deep breaths, making sure that he had heard the right thing. Are you sure about this? The boy's monotonous voice had disappeared and had gone up a few octaves. Izuku nodded vigorously, letting him know that this wasn't just his imagination. I mean, are you completely certain about this, if this is some long thought-out prank? It isn't at all. Izuku handed him the letter before he continued explaining. My homeroom teacher just likes to keep all the students on edge for his own amusement sometimes. So yet you are officially in the heroics department. Izuku turned and looked at the two remaining figures in front of him. One looked to have an object in his hand while the other had some weirdly shaped hands, kinda like keys. Both he assumed would be extremely dangerous and should be taken care of as soon as possible. He readied himself and went straight for the one with oddly shaped hands. His quirk was unknown, but it was probably him who the operation laid on. Rushing at the figure, Izuku threw a punch at the stomach in hopes of knocking out the breath of the person before coming back for a second round. Right now he was incapable of throwing any good punches without endangering the same lives of the people he would put a stop to. Looking at the other man for a second, Izuku went in and swept his leg in order to give himself the upper hand in this fight. With his speed, it did seem highly improbable that he would lose such a fight. He allowed himself a slight chuckle before he realized that he made a grave mistake. So, are you playing hero or something like that, kid? The man that he had knocked down was now pointing the item in his hand at him. This made him realize that more likely than not, it was a gun. I'm pretty sure that no registered heroes have super speed as their quirk, which means who are still in training, and that is why my plan took a fall, for a lack of a better word. The speedster looked at the gun, wondering if he could dodge the bullets at the distance that he was away from the man. He'd been able to stop the last bullets from hitting Momo because of the distance that he had, but here it was anyone's guess. I am curious as to how fast you are exactly. Let's see. Without warning, Leonard Snart turned around and instead of firing at Izuku, he aimed at the incapacitated security guard. Izuku ran past him without even thinking about what dangers this could pose to himself. That was another large mistake on his part as a hero in training. Snart continued firing his gun at other beings within the building, none able to do anything because of their blind state. The green speedster ran at breakneck speeds, trying to catch each and every single one from hitting any of the civilians. He was unable to get anywhere near the gunman due to the rate at which he fired at civilian and the location at which he fired. The newly UA student was unable to keep up with all of this. It was simply too much for him. He was used to running at fast speeds, but even he had a limit of how much he could do it. Eventually, there was a point where he began to slow down and his movements began to be more and more predictable. He saw this in himself, and so did the armed assailant. Smiling at this, the newly made bank robber fired to where he would be in a few moments. Izuku, while speeding towards another airborne bullet, was hit in the leg and sent flying. He watched in horror as the bullet got closer and closer to a person. He was powerless to do anything about the matter as the piece of metal entered his leg and put him out of commission. He collapsed at the insane speed in which he ran and started rolling till he hit a column. The boy groaned in pain and tried his best to cope with the intense pain that he was beginning to get accustomed to. The bullet then just flew harmlessly past the person which he had assumed would be hit. Well, kid, you know what they say, you snooze you lose. Izuku looked upwards to see the butt of a gun coming towards him. Had he not been in the pain that he was, there would have been an almost certainty that he would have dodged the hit and captured Leonard Snart. That however wasn't the case, and he was knocked unconscious to relive the rest of the events having occurred earlier in the day. All this went by as the rest of Snart's crew completed their given tasks and began taking the money out of the safe. After the introduction of Shinso, the rest of Izuku's table was filled with the presence of Iida, Ochako, and Momo. They all introduced themselves to Shinso and Cisco, wondering how it was that Izuku was able to make new friends so quickly. "So sure new, since you're going to be in heroics with the rest of us. Would you mind cluing us in on what your quirk might be? You know, since we are going to be classmates and all." This was Ochako who said that in her apparently usual happy tone. The purple-haired kid awkwardly started scratching the back of his head and a light blush began to creep its way onto his face. The topic of his quirk had been a sensitive one as of the last few years, and he was always worried about what people would say about it. Well, my quirk is called Brainwash. It allows me to tell people to do whatever I want them to after they've responded to me. He tried wording his quirk as best as he could in order to avoid the usual, "That sounds like a good quirk for a villain" response that he usually got when describing his genetically given gift. That's a really useful quirk. Imagine how useful and handy that could be for when a villain starts monologuing. It can put an end to hostage situations in an instant. The brown-haired girl saw the bright sides of his quirk instantly without going to the generic villain response. He smiled at someone finally seeing his quirk as something besides a tool of evil. "What about the rest of you? What are your quirks?" Shinso, who had not been a part of the quirk apprehension test, had no idea what any of his peers were capable of. "Well, I'll go first. If I touch something with the pads of my fingers, I'm able to cause it to lose its gravitational pull and float as a result of this." Ochako neglected to tell them the drawbacks as to not gross them out too much. "I am able to create anything from which I know the composition of." This was Momo, who proceeded to create a Russian nesting doll which popped out of her hand and took a seat on the table. Hitoshi nodded as he turned to Iida, wondering what his would be. "My engine is a mutant-type quirk which causes my calves to take the shape of small engines and increases my running speed to that well above a regular human." Iida also left out a few facts about what else his quirk was capable of in order to have something for the future. "I think that my quirk is pretty self-explanatory, with it being super speed. It allows me to move at extremely fast speeds and sometimes think at those speeds as well. Sadly, it also gets away from me and I have to deal with a lot of time in my hands." He didn't tell them about the test because of obvious reasons and because he didn't want to sound snarky. All of them turned to Cisco, who had begun fiddling with the inertia cube. He was unaware that they were waiting for his response till Izuku poked him, oddly enough discharging a bit of energy onto his hand. "Yao, alright, I'll tell you mine, just don't shock me." Everyone looked confused, unsure of what happened. "My quirk is something I like to call vibe, since it allows me to see images and entire events after touching something. It also gives me a certain feeling about something." This overall was the most confusing quirk out of all the ones that had been given today. "Okay, so I'm seeing that no one gets it, so let me explain it another way. Let's say that this Russian nesting doll was used in a crime." He picked up Momo's creation in order to make his point solid. "If that were the case, then this doll would put me in the scene and it would play over as if it were a dream." "Got it." Everyone nodded at a much clearer explanation. Izuku groaned as his eyes opened and he looked around the room that he was in. He could assume that the man that he had faced off against was gone, as well as his accomplices. He looked as the rest of the people in the bank rose in confusion. Some others stayed on the floor and he assumed were unconscious. Izuku versus his first group of villains, what a title, isn't it? Well, this didn't turn out how I thought it would. And my leg, oh god. Why is there a piece of metal in my body again? Well, it looks like I'm about 5 minutes away from the hospital, so let's go. Ow, wow, this is going to hurt. This isn't just painful for my ego or body. If Aizawa hears about this, I would never hear the end of it, so hopefully my face was covered the entire time and nothing bad will happen tomorrow morning. "Midoriya, may I speak to you for a second?" Briefly? Eraserhead asked him this before he could enter his class that morning. It was the day following the whole bank fiasco and Eraserhead was shocked to have heard about it from the police. Apparently many of the witnesses who had not been blinded recalled seeing a green blur running around attempting to stop the bank robbers. When Aizawa heard of this, he knew that there was only one possible being who this could be. Sure. What do you want to talk about, Aizawa-sensei? Oh, he's on to me. He knows where I was yesterday. Just got to play it cool and hope he wants to talk about something else. Midoriya, last night I was around some officers who wanted me to look into a bank robbery which occurred earlier in the day. He knows. I am dead. The witnesses described a green blur flying through the room at speeds that should have been impossible. How are you saying that it was me in the bank robbery last afternoon? He tugged at his collar nervously, trying to appear innocent, though it was quickly becoming harder to do so. Because that would be untrue, and I can't think of a scenario where I would be there. Well, since you weren't there, he narrowed his eyes at the boy, making him sweat a lot more than should have been healthy. Then it looks like I have no one to say good job to. His eyes went soft again and he walked back down the hallway away from Izuku. The one time that I should have taken credit for something that I actually did do. I'm just going to go to class now and cry on the inside after failing to get his approval. Why must he be such a complicated instructor? Heading inside, Izuku saw that he in fact wasn't late as he had assumed but was getting there. By his seat, Momo and Shinso talked about what was to be expected of the day given that today was supposed to be combat training. Shinso, though only a day late to the mix, had not been seen by the rest of his classmates in matters of capabilities. To them, he was a blank slate which should be watched with caution and treated with the utmost carefulness. Hey Momo, Shinso, how are you guys doing? Izuku entered the conversation as he placed his backpack in his chair. His two friends gave him small smiles seeing that he had arrived on time. Shinso's was barely visible but Momo's was more obvious. Quite fine, Mr. Green Blur. Well, it looks like another person knows about my activities. Then again, I'd be surprised if Momo hadn't figured out that was me. The teen wasn't able to respond and could only cough in order to communicate. His face showed a bit of color, not really liking having the spotlight being directed to him. So it was you, Midoriya? I did wonder who else it could have been. Shinso smiled thinly, leading Izuku to believe that he was plotting something just by the way that his face formed. Well, you see that I was and then there was, and yeah, it was me. Izuku was a tad bit embarrassed that he had been unable to hide who he was better. His face had steadily increased in redness and was now nearing the color of flames. So what did happen? Why were you there in the first place? Momo's smile was replaced by a look of slight concern that Izuku's mom had shared the previous night when she saw him with a hole in his leg. That had been specially difficult to explain, and he had been forced to go with the most simple explanation: I fell. Well, you see that I kinda had to run some errands and then some people decided to rob a bank. I'm not sure why there were no heroes who showed up since it was in a pretty popular area of the city. He zoned out as he began to form explanations in his mind, some more bizarre than the others. The man who robbed the bank appeared to not have exhibited a quirk of any sort when he attacked. What exactly would he be capable of doing if he did show his quirk and if he actually did want to hurt me? Midoriya. Izuku's head shot up from his hand where his chin had been resting for the past few seconds, just lost in thought. He looked at where the voice had come from and saw that it was Iida. You are supposed to be in your seat as of now. Class has begun and our instructor should be here at any moment. The rest of the class had taken their seats as they were supposed to, which made Izuku feel a bit self-conscious. He too sped into his seat and not a moment too soon. I am here. Walking through the door like a normal person. Had the speedster controlled the beating of his heart consciously, he would probably have been dead due to how shocked he was at the moment. His idol and inspiration for the longest time was standing in the front of the class about to give a lesson. His idol was going to be his teacher. All Might, the All Might was going to be the hero for this PRD, which he never thought would be possible. Okay, you can breath now if you want to, Izuku. He's just another hero like all the ones that you've been analyzing in the past few hours. You can breath now. This is your brain who is lacking oxygen and is asking you to please give it some much needed oxygen. Oh well, if you don't give me oxygen then you will pass out in front of your idol, your choice. Hesitantly, Izuku decided it was in his best interest to start breathing again before he went brain dead. As the air returned to his lungs, the green-haired speedster was able to look at All Might with more attention. His current getup appeared to be that of the Silver Age which he wore when he had made his debut. Foundational Hero Studies. In this class we'll be building up your hero foundation through various trials. The hero pulled a block off the desk and showed it to the class to emphasize what he said next. Let's get right into this. The Trial of Battle. The block which the muckled hero held in his hand also had the word battle, which didn't sit too well with the speedster, fighting that is. And to go with your first battle. The wall on the side of the room began to slide out into view, allowing the students to see the numbers corresponding to the seats that they were sitting in. We've prepared the gear we had you send request in to match your quirks. Izuku vaguely recalled having designed his outfit after a tiresome session with Aizawa. He couldn't exactly remember what he made it look like. Get changed and we'll be ready to go. Everyone gather at Ground B. The garb you bring into the battlefield is virtually important, boys and girls. And don't forget, from here on out you are officially heroes. Izuku had picked up the box reading 18 and then carried it down into the locker room with care, as this was his very own costume. He chose an isolated corner in order to be able to examine all the aspects of his suit with the minimal amount of distractions from his other classmates. He just hopes that the company that had made his suit had not altered the design too much, at least the design he had thought of while being half lucid. Opening the large case, Izuku saw several components to his suit neatly placed in separate compartments with a note laying atop of his actual suit. Just by looking at it, Izuku could tell that his suit had been made green and that they had made him another pair of goggles, which he was grateful for. He picked up the note from the case and read it within a second. Hello, young hero. We here at the support company were tasked with the creation and maintenance of your hero suit. After we were informed of the incredible speeds that you are capable of running at, we had to make your suit extremely durable as well as keeping it lightweight for you to use. We have made your suit out of a leather textile combination and had it lined with white dwarf star alloy in order to keep you from burning up once you reach higher speeds. Your goggles should also be to your satisfaction, as they serve both as binoculars, thermal sensors, and overall protection for your eyes while you run. The last bit of your suit was thought of by some of the new talent Hartley Rathaway, who created a monitor that should be on your left arm. It will keep track of your vitals as well as the current speed that you are traveling in order to keep you aware of your limits. This note has become too long, but we wish you the best and plus ultra. Izuku whistled as he read of what his suit was capable of. He set the note down on a bench and picked up his suit, holding it up in front of him. The boots as well as the sides were black, covering his arms as well. The center of his suit going down was a dark green hue that went down his front and into the interior of his legs. Between these two colors, a thin lightning bolt-like pattern in a lighter green separated the two. His mask was covering his chin and the area around his eyes, leaving his mouth and hair exposed for world to see. His ears appeared to be covered in some sort gold decorations that also had a bolt of lightning. The last touch, which he loved, were his goggles that were tinted a darker shade of green than he was used to, but also brought him a more calming feeling. Realizing that he was the last person in the locker room, Izuku changed at top speeds and allowed himself one look in the mirror before running off to meet with the rest of his classmates. This new suit immediately felt good on him, allowing him to run without the wind resistance that his other clothes had. The suit clung close to his body like a second skin, which felt less cumbersome than everything he constantly wore. The goggles also felt quite snug and comfortable around his face. An added bonus was that now he wouldn't have to go through shoes like crazy if he could replicate this on his. Wait, he was late. He didn't have time to think about what he could do with his shoes in the future. Reaching the end of the tunnel, Izuku noticed how his eyes had no need to adjust to the light due to the upgrade of his goggles. Now the change in scenery was a completely different thing altogether. As he looked around, he was able to see several of his classmates standing around in their new costumes, complimenting each other and explaining how it helped out their quirk. Looking for his group of friends, Izuku stumbled into a less than fully dressed Momo. Or more like barely dressed Momo, as her suit was very open to the elements in order for her to use her quirk to the most efficiency. Upon contact, he realized just how little clothing she had on and went instantly red. She turned around and looked at Izuku's costume, which everyone could agree looked pretty cool. Don't say or think anything out of the ordinary, Izuku. Keep it calm. Wow, Izuku! Your costume looks really cool. The color scheme really works for you because of your hair. She smiled at him as Izuku forced himself to stare directly into her eyes, not anywhere else. Don't be a pervert, eyes up. Don't be a pervert, just be a human being and treat her as you want to be treated. Just keep the gaze up or I will personally kill you. Somehow, the speedster slowly tried to speak not once or twice, but 3 times. Why dash? You, yes. Thanks for the compliments, Momo. His pitch was a bit shaky due to how his vocal cords worked, but Momo only thought that to be funny. His voice had changed several times in the span of a few seconds, which was the funniest thing that she had seen all week. Midoriya. The green-clothed boy turned around, responding with a quick, yes. He felt a loss of control in his body before he heard the next command. Calm down and breath. He complied and then felt his body return to him. What just happened here? Midoriya, that was my quirk you just experienced. He looked around and saw who had just caused him to essentially lose control. Standing in what looked to be the classiest hero costume was none other than the purple-haired mastermind. Shinsu's suit reminded Izuku of something that he had seen in an old comic book about a detective who wore blue and had no face. Instead of that, his suit was purple with a lilac dress shirt and a dark purple trench coat. Of course, Shinsu kept his face on him, which was appreciated. Izuku was positive that this trench coat contained many more things that were obscured from view. On top of that, atop of his head there was a fedora that looked like it was only for aesthetic purposes with no real use, but he knew that things such as that tended to connive hidden objects. Besides that, he sure looked good in his suit, especially with his stoic expression on his face. It also added to the whole grounded hero look, which had been lacking pretty far in the mainstream of heroes. Wow, Shinsu, you look really good in that costume, like an old-time detective. There was a thin smile on Hitoshi's face, which Izuku assumed was a smile. He could never tell what it was since Shinsu tended to stick to the less than smiling end of the spectrum. I can say the same about you, Izu. Never knew that you were one for wearing skin-tight clothing. Izuku's top jaw stuck to the bottom as he took the compliment from Shinsu, a very odd compliment indeed. Looking for all might, Izuku spotted him with papers in his hands, muttering madly to himself. They appeared to be notes for the class from which he had prepared beforehand and was now living solely on them. Izuku chuckled lightly at this and disguised it as a cough so no one would notice what he did. Okay, everyone gather up. It is time for the battle trial. All the students surrounded the number 1 hero, wanting to hear his direction. Okay, that's so I will divide you into groups of 2, that's right. Each group will either be the heroes or the villains, where the villains will be in charge of guarding a bomb that the heroes are in charge of dismantling. Heroes win by touching the bomb and villains win by either incapacitating the heroes or keeping the heroes away from the bomb before the time limit runs out. Even though he was a great superhero, Izuku assumed that he had never been in charge of teaching beforehand. Okay, so Group A is Midoriya and Bakugo. Well, remember how I said I was going to kill you, brain? Looks like someone is going to beat you to it. Well, this is going to be just great, just fabulous, just the perfect place for me to hold my funeral. Maybe I can invite the entire class to it and call it a party instead, just to spite him. So, Izuku stood beside his teammate, wondering what he should say to defuse the situation. This was pretty much the most awkward situation that he had felt today, and this had been a pretty awkward day. Shut the F up, Bakugo was clearly upset by not being given the chance to destroy his lifelong rival. The situation had only escalated after he saw exactly what Izuku was capable of doing with his new enhanced speed. You don't get to talk after all the bullshit you put me through, not after you've lied to me for our entire lives. Okay, time out. Or the equivalent of a timeout for me. Let's just think about this for a second in order to not blow this out of proportion, if they haven't already. He clearly thinks that you've lied to him your entire life about having a quirk. He doesn't believe my explanation of having this occurred recently. Since this is Kaken, I have to prove to him that what I'm saying is true, and that may take a few times considering who I'm talking about. K Kaken P, please let me talk, I want to explain. His slight stutter popped out again, as it usually did when he began talking to the explosion quirk user. It was just a thing of habit that he couldn't break out of. If this is about my quirk. Of course this is about your goddamn quirk. You lied about it for 10 entire years. You didn't tell me because of pity, isn't that right, D? You looked down on me from the very start, let me think I was ahead. Keikikaken, I swear that Things were really starting to get out of hand between the two of them. He seriously had no clue how the two of them were supposed to work together to stop his classmates in a few seconds. He could probably run around really fast and stop them if it really came down to it. Don't kaken me Deku, I won't let you call me a name as weak as that. The boy then began coughing as a result of the massive amount of yelling that he had undertaken. Seeing as there was nothing that could be done, Izuku silently stood beside his former childhood friend. Begin the battle trial. The 4 students who had been getting ready for the battle heard the pro hero's voice come from the earpiece that they had been given. The 2 on the outside were unaware of the plan that the villains had come up with, a quite clever plan indeed. Oid, you stay here while I show you how things are done. The explosive blonde rushed in with small sparks emanating from his hands. There was a crazed smile on his face as he walked inside, leaving Izuku alone. The green-haired boy pulled down his goggles over his eyes, knowing that Bakugo would prefer to die than accept help from him. He checked the heat signature feature of his goggles but turned it off in an instant as he realized that others didn't have the same advantage in their equipment. Okay Izuku, you have a time limit on how fast you can get yourself that bomb, so let's try to be reasonable about how fast you can accelerate and decelerate within this building. Now it's show time. Izuku cracked his neck to either side and then began to run within the building, checking the first floor in less than a minute, though the tricky pathways provided a much-needed damper on his speed. It was a bit like playing Pac-Man, except he was the little yellow guy in this analogy. Lab rats must feel like this, going through a maze of corridors without knowing when they are going to get out. It must truly suck to be a lab rat even if you don't really think about it. And also, what's the point of going through the same maze time after time if it leads to nothing in the grant? Boom, boom, boom. The speedster slowed down as he searched the surrounding area looking for the source of the explosions, which he knew already. Bakugo was probably already trying to metaphorically kill their opponents single-handedly, which worried Izuku greatly. There was a pretty strong chance that he would succeed, so Izuku wanted to reach him before anything of that sort happened. Boom, boom, boom. More explosions followed from the floors above, and Izuku knew that he needed to get there quickly or he would be sending Ochako in a box since her quirk wasn't extra skin. Looking around, he spotted a flying figure attempting to ram another. Die, you purple-haired mafia boss. There was a large amount of dust that was thrown into the air as well as debris flying from the source. Please don't let it be a dead person. Please don't let it be a dead person. I need an alibi, and being here won't serve well for my hero career. He stepped around the debris looking for a body in case there was one to look for. As the smoke cleared, the fastest boy in the class saw that in front of him stood Shinso smiling at him. He dusted of his clothing and looked at Midoriya with a bit of curiosity. Next to him was Bakugo, who appeared to be kneeling down with his fist touching the ground. His back was to Midoriya, so there wasn't much more that he could draw from this. Hello Midoriya, don't you have more control over your teammate than this? He nearly blew off my head multiple times. The speedster opened his mouth to respond but then remembered how it worked before closing it and keeping it shut. Good to see that you remembered what my quirk was. Your partner, not so much. This just got a bit more complicated. I knew that I could not beat either of you in combat due to the enhancements that you both receive from your quirks, but I know that you two can beat each other. Wait, he predicted this? Outsmarted Kaken, and now we are going to pay for this dearly, aren't we? Come on, why does this have to go down the first combat class of the year? He couldn't mean what I think he means. Now Bakugo, stand and fight Izuku into SBMsen or render him immobile without killing him. Hitoshi Shinso kept his voice even and calm, almost as if this had been part of his plan, which it probably was. Bakugo's body rose and turned around to face his partner for the exercise. On his face there was a blank expression, making Izuku believe that this wasn't his old friend but would still be one heck of a challenge. Well, this won't be so difficult. After all, I do have the ability to just run around him and most likely knock him out before he gets a hit on me. Worst that can happen is a few headaches here and there for my opponents. Wait, opponents? Where's Ochako? No sooner had the thought reached his mind that he began to feel weightless and his feet rose from the ground. He caught a brief flash of light pink in the corner of his eye, which he could assume with certainty that this was the zero-gravity girl. Oh no, this is not going to end well. In his moment of distraction, the girl in pink touched his shoulder in order to activate his quirk. Without his gravity, he was pretty much at the mercy of Shinso and Ochako. Now is when the fun starts. What did Shinso just say? Bakugo attack now and have no mercy. Izuku could have sworn that a small smile formed upon Katsuki's face, but nope, it definitely was there. Without any more distractions, the yellow-haired berserker launched himself at the airborne Izuku with his explosions. This commenced the start of the battle the students of Class 1A had wanted to see, the battle between two titans who were on the same team and were supposed to be working together. This is going to go well, Izuku. Just try your hardest and don't disappoint your idol who is watching this right now. Like Shinso said, now is when the fun starts, and it will be fun for me if not for him. This is for me to show the class what happens to a kid when he is struck by a bolt of freaking lightning. I wonder how fast I can do this? Hitoshi Shinso had been through a lot in his decade and a half of life. After his quirk had been discovered to be brainwash, everyone had told him how his quirk could be used in order to cause great evil. Person after person, adult after adult, peer after peer. There had been no exception to the rule for as long as he went on. It was a constant reminder of how incapable he was in accomplishing his goal of being a hero. That all changed as soon as he got accepted into the UA's General Studies program. Of course, he had been unable to pass the practical exam given how one must have needed a combat-orientated quirk in order to dominate in the test, or at least a quirk that had the potential to be used offensively. He had neither of those options, considering that his quirk would probably be considered cheating or would give the other students the points that he would have earned. With this in mind, he also applied for the General Studies course as a backup option in case he was unable to do exactly that. After receiving only one of his classes in General Studies, Shinso was called to go talk to the headmaster after a small boy with purple ball on his head came into the class saying that he was the newest addition to the General Studies class. Shinso knew instantly that this was what happened to the lowest person in the heroics course, as the older students had told him. He went to the headmaster's office wondering the entire way of what was in store for him. It wasn't even the first day and already he was being called to the place which he hoped he would never have to go. He had just gotten to this prestigious school and there was no way that he would get out without finding out why. Tell me, young Shinso, why did you apply for both the heroics course and General Studies? Most students tend to go for either one or the other. You seem to not have the arrogance that most students possess in only going for the heroics course. Why is that? The creature that spoke to him looked like a bear-dog-man hybrid which he couldn't really describe despite that. Shinso looked at the headmaster and at the teacher who stood beside him. The teacher appeared to give him a lazy look of disinterest and tiredness. His hair covered most of his face and he wore a pretty large scarf which appeared to have no other use. He thought of what to say, of what they expected him to say. I knew that my quirk was incapable of being used well in the settings of the practical test, and I also knew that there were nearly no possibility of me passing a test revolving around the physical prowess of quirks. With this in mind, I decided that the best course of action would to join General Studies and wait till there was a chance to move into heroics should the possibility arise. Shinso looked into the small animal's eyes before receiving a large, adorable smile. That was very well said, Shinso. Now recently a spot has been opened in the heroics department and we were interviewing potential candidates for the position. You may go on ahead to your lunch and please deliver this letter to a green-haired boy named Izuku Midoriya. Thank you. The rest of the story really wasn't as important for Shinso at the moment. All he needed was to hold onto that one moment when he had been told that there was a possibility of being accepted into the heroics course. It was what he'd use to win this game against Midoriya and Bakugo. When they were given the 5 minutes in order for preparation, Shinso knew that he would have to plan something that would be able to handle both Midoriya's speed and Bakugo's destructive explosions. Given the nature of both people, there was a strong likelihood that neither party would be able to work together, so Shinso needed to figure out what he was working with before coming up with a plan. Uraraka, could you tell me the specifics of your quirk? If we're going to have a shot at outmaneuvering Midoriya and Bakugo, I'm going to need to figure out what both of us can do. The trench-coat-wearing teenager asked his shorter companion, trying to not say it in a monotone as he tended to do so. Let me think. The pink-wearing heroine put her finger to her chin as she went into deep thought. Well, my quirk allows me to manipulate the gravity of objects after touching them. The drawback is that I can only lift about 3 tons before I become nauseous and vomit this really yucky rainbow liquid. Shinso leaned against a wall and began to put the pieces that he had been given into place. Also, you can call me Ochako if you want to. After all, we are friends, right? Yeah, I suppose we are. Friends, never really thought about it like that. Haven't had true friends in a while. Okay, I think that I may have a plan that had a small possibility of working, but at the moment it's the best choice that we have. The gravity girl nodded, eager to learn of her purple-clothed companion's plan. Midoriya and Bakugo have a shaky relationship if I'm putting it in the best terms, so we'll have to use that to our advantage. Wait, what do you mean by using that to our advantage? Shinso thought for a moment in how to explain this the best way without coming out to seem like a complete villain. Bakugo looks like he'd rather die than allow any help from Midoriya. This leads me to believe that as long as their behavior doesn't change in the following 10 minutes, then we might be able to turn Bakugo on Midoriya using my quirk. I just need him to respond to something that I say, which shouldn't be too difficult considering who we're dealing with. Uraraka nodded as she pictured the plan going off in her mind. Okay, so that deals with Bakugo. What about Midoriya? Shinso thought of a few scenarios in which they could deal with the speedster, and in the end there really was only one that had any chance of coming into fruition. We'll have to surprise him and get you to use your quirk on him. Without his gravity, he won't be able to run on the ground and he'll be a sitting duck. From there I can instruct the controlled Bakugo to keep him busy for the remaining amount of time while we try our best to keep him from the bomb. Shinso finished explaining his plan to Uraraka, who looked quite pleased with how it was supposed to occur. Okay, so how are we going to take Bakugo on if he doesn't choose to speak? Shinso thought again about this new problem that he had unaccounted for. There was always that one variable that he forgot about. Don't worry about that part, I'll draw his fire and get him to talk. No matter how much trouble I look like I am in, hide until you see the fast one. You just have to tap Midoriya and we'll be in good shape. He looked around the room and looked for strategic places that he would be able to place tripwires. In this fight, any advantage would go a long way for them. Hearing the argument between Bakugo and Midoriya, Shinso got into position awaiting for the arrival of the blonde. There was a large plan that his plan would fail and that he would be tossed aside like a rag doll upon initial confrontation. There was an even greater chance that Midoriya would discover what was going on and put a stop to it within a second. There was no imaginable way that they could win in a head-on fight versus the opposing team, so this was going to be their best bet. Loud stomping could be heard coming up the steps, and his heart climbed its way to his throat. This was his one chance to show the rest of the class that he had a right to be here just like the rest of them. None of them had seen him in the quirk apprehension test, so it was either all here or none at all. I have to show them that I'm not a villain, I'm just a hero like the rest of them. Shinso, he looked across to where Ochako stood in preparation for Midoriya once he ran up the stairs. Good luck. I'm sure your plan will work. She whispered loud enough for him to hear before returning to her hiding spot. Now or never. Time to shine. Upon seeing the mess of blonde hair on top of the stairs, Shinso did what any person with a working brain would do. He threw a pebble at Bakugo. It flew through the air with a slight whistle and hit the boy in between the eyes, startling him for a second. Is off guard for now. Time to work magic. Bakugo, you look more like a villain than I do, and I'm supposed to be the villain in this situation. Go figure. He used his patronizing tone and ended it with a plain and obvious smirk. All of it was one big act meant to get him to speak out despite knowing what he could do. The explosive teenager recovered quickly from the insult, gritting his teeth in response to the insult that had been thrown his way. The distance between the two boys had been that of 15 feet when the pebble was thrown. After Bakugo projected himself forward with explosions, that distance decreased to only 1 foot. At that distance, the angered male brought his right hand forward and attempted to ignite his nitroglycerin like sweat on Shinso's face. He dodged quickly to the side, continuing his verbal barrage upon his opponent. His teammate continued to hide as he had instructed her to until the time was right. The plan had already gone off its hinges as Bakugo hadn't responded immediately. Why aren't you speaking Bakugo? Or would you prefer if I called you Kaken? After seeing his explosive reaction to the pet name that Midoriya had for him, he knew it was a sore topic to bring up, but he needed the edge. Has the cat got your tongue? Bakugo targeted the floor beneath him, this time with greater effect. Chunks of rock floor and wall began to break apart as the blast got more destructive. It would continue to worsen as the fight drew on for longer periods of time. Bakugo would only sweat more, and this in turn would make life a lot harder for him considering everything. A blast caught the side of his trench coat, revealing a gun-like contraption on the inside of it. Bakugo glared at it before causing an explosion right in front of his chest. Shinso was blown backwards and hit the floor with a loud thud. His body groaned with pain and his lungs felt as if they had inhaled smoke. The purple-haired mastermind put his hand on the inside of his coat but then took it back out. He was going to have one more shot to do this right before using his support items. Why are you here, Bakugo? The male that had blasted him away only seconds glared deeply into him. Why aren't you with Midoriya? Are you too afraid to admit that he's better than you, that he's always been better than you? Katsuki's eyes widened and then became cold as stone. His hands clenched into fist, trying to contain the massive anger that he felt towards this individual, trying not to shout. Sadly, the effort was for nothing. No one is better than me. He propelled himself forward, trying to pull the same trick he had done before, except now he had spoken. Die, you purple-haired mafia boss. Now you're in my trap. The blonde's eyes lost emotion and his fist came down upon the ground next to Shinso, causing smoke and debris to rise into the air. The first part is done, now for the rest. The victorious combatant kneeled down and picked up his fedora that had fallen off during the fight. Clearing his throat, he prepared himself mentally for what was to come. Bakugo had been the easiest part of the plan for him. Now he would have to face the true threat of the two. Hello, Midoriya. He spoke cleanly and with confidence as he stared into the eyes of the boy dressed in green. He caught the gravity girl's eye for a moment and gave the slightest of nods, hoping that she would understand what he was trying to say. Ochako nodded and used her quirk on herself in order to float and not make any noise. He just had to buy her time in order to tap him. Don't you have more control over your teammate than this? He nearly blew off my head multiple times. The speedster opened his mouth to respond but then remembered how it worked before closing it and keeping it shut. Ochako got closer to Midoriya without him noticing, so he just had to keep going. Good to see that you remembered what my quirk was. Your partner, not so much. Hitoshi now knew that trying to get Midoriya to talk was a lost cause and would not work for him at all. Best to play all my cards now. I knew that I could not beat either of you in combat due to the enhancements that you both receive from your quirks, but I know that you two can beat each other. It took Midoriya a second to figure out what Shinso was talking about as he recalled exactly how his quirk worked. He then remembered that there were supposed to be 2 members per team, but at that point it was too late. Shinso openly smiled as he saw Uraraka reach her goal and tapped the speedster on the shoulder. Within a second his feet left the ground and Midoriya was unable to do anything about the matter. He struggled for a second trying to figure out what was going on but stopped as he saw Uraraka smile at him openly with the tips of her hands touching. Now this is where the fun starts, Midoriya. Shinso gave him another thin smile before all hell broke loose and the match truly began. All members of Class 1 stared into the screen that was broadcasting the match. None of them had known what to expect when they saw the new kid after lunch the previous day. It had been a surprise when one of their classmates had gotten demoted to general studies, but this was something else altogether. Those who had talked to him knew of his quirk, but not really. Those who hadn't were simply mystified as they watched their most aggressive classmate go down when he was about to hurt him. It was simply like no other quirk that they had seen in this class thus far. All of theirs were capable of being turned into a weapon and used extremely well in combat. From what they could tell, their classmate only needed to talk to put his opponents out of commission. As the match carried out, the execution of Shinso's plan surprised even All Might, who had seen lots in his day. In a class like this, if no one responded to him, Shinso would be no more capable than a quirkless being. His intellect had changed the entire match within a minute, and that itself earned him the respect of everyone in that room, as well as a small amount of fear. Returning to Midoriya's mind, it was working overtime on its overtime, trying to figure out what to do in the moments he had before he would be attacked by Bakugo. Okay. Shinso was ready for us. How was he able to do this within 5 minutes? I need to figure this out now, and I need to figure out the options that I have, since right now it looks like I'm going to die unless I get. The airborne teen was blasted backwards as an explosion went off on his chest, causing him to spin backwards. Shinso had chosen to set this up in a mostly open area, so there were absolutely no walls or pillars near him to bounce off of. God, why does that hurt so much? It feels like my insides are plotting to kill me by going to the outside. Unluckily, when Izuku finally stopped spinning out of control, he faced away from his opponents, which now included his own teammate. Turning his head, Izuku was able to glimpse an open hand coming at his face before going off once again. This blast tossed him downwards onto the broken ground. Looking at his partner's face, he noticed that Bakugo seemed to be enjoying this a bit too much. Bakugo, if you're in there, I need you to snap out of it and stop beating me into SBMson. His pleas fell short as Bakugo came at him, but he was ready for it this time. Using the ground under him, he sped upwards with a force that was comparable to that of Bullet. Not a moment too soon either, as the destruction of the spot he occupied was unbelievable. He could very well see the floor below them, and the floor appeared to have been a few inches thick before his friend had come in to renovate. Unaware of where he was going, Izuku crashed into the ceiling and lost control again as his feet were just out of reach from the ceiling. Where are the other two? They wouldn't just leave me in here with Bakugo if there was the chance that I'd beat him. There must be another part of their plan, and I'm running out of time. Launching himself once more with his explosions, Bakugo came face to face with his former friend. They made eye contact for a split second before the one under Shinsu's influence put his hands directly in front of his face. The blast that ensued was one that no one should have been able to remain conscious, lest be able to fight. However, Izuku Midoriya wasn't no one, and he needed to get to a bomb. He collided with a wall, causing a visual crack to form, which was never a good sign for the person doing the colliding. Had it not been for the goggles, there would be a good chance that he could have ended up blind or worse. In a moment of desperation and pure improvisation, Izuku clapped his hands at an unbelievably fast speed. He had no idea where the thought of it came to him, he just knew that an act like this would make or break the match. Upon contact of the palms, the boy regretted his choice and wished that he had thought this through. Well, he had thought about it at super speed, so he was still to blame. The sudden force caused the air in the room to push itself and flow opposite of Izuku at neck-break speeds. The winds caught Bakugo and sent him flying into the opposite wall, or at least it would have if he didn't destroy it in the process. Still, he was sent out of the building and would take a while to get back. That should buy me some time. At least I hope it did. Looking down at the monitor on his wrist, a diagram popped up showing Izuku the injuries that he had sustained since the start of the battle trial. Bruised ribs, first-degree burns on face and torso, torn left bicep, and one sprained wrist while the other one was broken. Was it worth it? I'll know as soon as I'm done with this match. There wasn't even a moment of rest as Izuku saw in the distance what appeared to be a very large and nearing inferno. Well, looks like I can't catch a break, time to run. Whatever the ball of fire was, he knew that taking a hit from it would most likely result in a very painful recovery PRD in the health center. All or nothing Izuku, let's go. Pushing himself of the wall he was in currently, Izuku aimed for the opposite wall, knowing that it was his only chance of getting out of there in one piece. He felt the heat increased as he rushed into it, only narrowly avoiding it as he bounced off the wall that was utterly demolished as it came into contact with the fireball. Ouch, this is very hot and painful. That thought came to him as he attempted to outflow the giant ball of destruction, which was somehow not shrinking in size. He went through the doorway and kept bouncing down a hallway which had been out of his reach earlier. Left leg, right leg, both legs, turn left leg, right. The pattern that he tried using had to change every few seconds as the speed in which he traveled had to differ. Window. Window. That's bound to get me a safe distance away from the giant ball of destruction and fire. Pulling his knees to his chest, lowering his face and putting his hands behind his neck, Izuku became a human cannonball as he crashed through a window flying outside the building. This is not how I expected this day to go. Looking only slightly backwards, the fireball remained on its path of destruction and neared. The size had finally begun to decrease as it destroyed more and more of the building. At the current size, he didn't expect it to cause much damage to himself, but he couldn't really be sure considering the current state of the building that he had just exited. Bracing for impact, Izuku thought that he knew what real pain was, but he truly had no idea. To say that it was hot was a serious understatement that could not be more wrong. He was pretty sure that even for him it would require a few hours of simple rest in order to heal himself. Or maybe that nice old lady could help him out again. It would all be resolved later, but right now he needed to focus on the matter at hand. Okay, so now I'm out. How do I get back inside without touching the floor? I have no real choices in this matter. I'll have to use the same trick that I used on Bakugo, just in a smaller and more controlled scale. 4 minutes left, can't hesitate. Pulling his arms halfway back, the airborne speedster repeated the same trick from earlier and released a gust of wind as he was propelled back to the building. At least that was the plan. He miscalculated the angle for which he would need to get through the exit he made. Instead, he ended up going above the building. His hands were no better for the effort, and he could tell that though he hadn't caused as serious of an injury, they were still in a pretty bad shape. Okay, so I'm floating up here with my hands in a pretty bad shape. I have less than 4 minutes to locate the bomb and get it without being stopped by either Uraraka or Shinso. And I still haven't accounted for Bakugo. Wait, is that him? A few hundred feet below, Izuku could see the quickly approaching Katsuki Bakugo, and he didn't look happy at all. Not that he was supposed to be happy while being brainwashed. This was his one and only chance to get back to the ground and to try to beat his teammate back onto his side if that was possible. I only get one try, so the angle has to be right or things won't work. For the last time that day, Izuku took a deep breath and clapped his hands together. The force caused his hands even more pain, which he was pretty sure both hands were now broken instead of just the right one. He allowed the wind to push him as he spun to face Bakugo. The battle of the Titans had gone on for long enough, and this would be the blow to decide it. Izuku wasn't sure if Bakugo even wanted to stop if he had been in control. That didn't matter now he needed to win this for the both of them. The green speedster reeled his arm back, and so did the blonde, brainwashed, explosive hero. At that moment, every member of the Class 1A watched intently as 2 of the most powerful members of the class went all out. One was told not to show mercy, the other just wanted to get back on the ground already. Both had reasons to hold back, yet those reasons weren't important enough at the moment. Bringing his right fist downwards, Izuku destroyed Bakugo's gauntlet and sent a rush of wind towards the building below them. The wind tore a hole straight down the middle of the building with such force that it disrupted a certain Gravity Girl's quirk. The sudden disruption caused the once floating boy to begin his descent, or fall to be more exact. Upon the collision between the fist of the 2 boys, Shinsu's brainwash effect over Bakugo lost its hold. The purple-haired villain below could tell as he felt his influence over the other being disappear. His plan had worked as long as he had control over Bakugo. Now it was up for grabs considering the amount of time that was left. An added disadvantage was Ochako's nausea, which had set in after the giant hole appeared down the middle of the building. In her reaction, she had pushed Shinso out of the way and had touched the rubble in order to prevent it from falling on them. She had been able to sustain the weight for a second before Shinso had to pull her out so she wouldn't be crushed by the piece of rock. "Are you all right, Ochako?" he asked with concern as he saw her spewing out rainbow-colored vomit. The girl could only nod as she continued releasing the foul-smelling liquid. She was certainly not in any shape to continue her hold on Midoriya, as he was probably on his way here now. He stared at the watch on his hand. "I have about 1 minute and 30 seconds to keep anyone away from the bomb. Ochako is out of the game given her current condition, and Bakugo must still be at full strength considering he didn't hold back. Midoriya can easily take me if he's at full shape, so I have to hope that he isn't. But can do is hope." As Izuku fell besides Bakugo, he noticed several key things that were just key. First, he was falling, so that would indicate that he had put Uraraka out of commission and in result could fall back to the ground. Second, Kaken was unconscious and would need his help in order to survive the incoming fall. Third, he could see where the bomb was. Fifth, he was falling. Without the support of the anti-gravity quirk from Uraraka, he would have a few seconds to figure out how to stick a landing. For Bakugo, there was a good chance that he could throw him up at the same speed that they were falling. This would secure his well-being, but now he had to worry for his own. No time to get to work. Using both of his injured hands, Izuku threw his unconscious teammate upwards onto the same floor as the bomb. He landed relatively safe, so he wasn't too worried about his childhood friend. He fell a floor more before trying to figure out what to do. He knew that the options were limited and that he probably wouldn't be able to survive the fall if he did make contact with the floor. His last option would be to clap once more, but his hands were already at their limit. It looked like he had no choice, and he truly didn't. Bringing his hands backwards, he took a deep breath. He was parallel to the ground and had to angle himself correctly, or otherwise he would send himself into a wall. Bringing his hands slightly more apart, he felt a cord wrap itself around his leg and act as a bungee cord. The ground came within feet of his face as he was stretched downwards and upwards as well. Looks like my luck is better than I think. Looking upwards, the young Midoriya saw that Shinso stood up a few stories holding what appeared to be a gun with a long cord coming out of it. His arms shook slightly as he gained a sure hold on the grappling hook in order to not let the green-haired boy to fall. Despite being a villain for this exercise, he was still a hero at heart. With 10 seconds left on the timer, it looked to everyone that the hero team had lost and the villains had succeeded. Many were amazed by what they had seen. From the battle prowess of Bakugo, to Midoriya's quick thinking, to Uraraka's valiant effort in saving Shinso, to Shinsu's brilliant plan. There really could not be a way that this match could end in a more spectacular demonstration. The villain saving the hero from what would have surely have been a sure death. The villains had earned their victory through planning and tactics that weren't seen in UA. They truly were the heroes despite being the villains. Crap, I lost. Kaken is going to have my hide for this, study t least I lost in a pretty good way if I do say so myself. Shinso really did think of mostly everything. Gotta hand it to the guy, he really does deserve to be here. I'll just hang out for a while. Now wait, how long does adrenaline usually last in keeping pain at WWE? After the conclusion of the first match, Izuku was helped onto the ground with a bit of help from Shinso, who now had a pretty smug look on his face, which was pretty justified in many ways. It wasn't as if he had just beaten the potentially most powerful person in the class. No, that would have been truly absurd and would never work out. Not in a million years would that have happened. So Midoriya, how's it hanging? The joke on Shinsu's part made the teen who was currently upside down laugh. This resulted in a small amount of pain coming from his lower abdomen, but he really couldn't afford to put that in his mind at the moment. The rest of his classmates would most likely be competing in a second, and he wanted more than anything else at the moment to see how they did. Could you help me get down, Shinso? I think the blood is starting to rush to my head. Shinso, using a pretty large amount of upper body strength, began using the grappling hook around Izuku's leg to rock him back and forth, bringing him ever closer to a floor. Once he had enough momentum, the purple-haired boy released the grip on Izuku's leg and sent him rolling into one of the lower floors. Thanks, also good job with that plan that you had, the defeated speedster called out several floors up, unsure if he could be heard or not. After a few minutes, Shinso walked down the building steps supporting Uraraka with his response. Your congratulations mean much to me, Midoriya. Thank you. Putting his grappling gun inside his coat, Shinso continued helping his partner on her way to the central command room. They had been instructed to go there once their matches had concluded, and that was all that he had to do now. Well, also feel good about himself for doing the impossible or near impossible. Overall, the exercise had been draining for all parties involved. Some were physical while others were more mental, like in Shinsu's case. Having to keep track of all of Bakugo's actions was an entire battle on its own. Looks like you finally made it, you're finally a hero, your quirk won't be that of a villain, you will be a hero to remember. Izuku Midoriya had been called many things in the past, not all of them were good either. Quirkless, Deku, idiot, weak, crybaby, loser, etc. Those were all just words with the intention of bringing him down. Some of them had worked to belittle him and make him feel worse about himself. He'd gotten used to this well enough and he couldn't be more fine with it. Now no one had called him reckless or stupid to his face before, well only Bakugo did, but he didn't really count. As he walked into the control room where the rest of the students were standing and looking at the screen, most eyes turned to look at him, which was just a tad bit frightening. Everyone had seen the amount of power that could be released from one individual, and they were pretty impressed. He slowly made his way to his friends while 4 more students exited the room in order to proceed with their own match. One was invisible, one had a tail, the other pair had one member with 6 arms, while the last boy seemed to have quite a bad scar on the left side of his face. No one had noticed his hands as of yet, since he crossed his hands as people went and congratulated him. He stumbled into Momo's barely clothed self, and she looked quite glad to see him. That was until his hands became visible. Her smile faded into a look on concern and a bit anger, it seemed like. "Are you stupid, Izuku? You broke both of your hands in an attempt to win the battle trial?" This was exactly what Momo had said to him when she saw the state of his hands and his lack of attention to them. How can you be so reckless and do this to your hands? What if Recovery Girl didn't work here? What would you do about making sure that they healed properly? What do I say now? This isn't going to end well for me. Just act like you don't notice the obvious break within your hands, or I could always try the acting, which I do believe would benefit me quite well. Now just act like the pain in your hands is non-existent and you'll for sure be fine. What do you mean, Momo? I'm pretty sure that my hands are just fine the way they are now. Izuku rose his hands to eye level and tried shoving them in her face in order for her to give up her crusade involving his injured hands. Even if they weren't, I'd most likely heal from whatever injury given a few hours. Not amused, Momo grabbed his right hand and gave it a soft yet firm squeeze. Phew. Why did she do that? His mouth clenched in pain as he tried containing his pain, but it was too obvious to anyone who was noticing. One could even say that a tear came down his face as he tried bottling the emotions. You were saying? She smirked slightly at his expression of discomfort that she had caused by the squeeze. Just give me your hands. Using her creation quirk, Momo quickly created medical bandages and began applying them onto his hands as they came into existence. His left hand was more noticeably malformed, which was troublesome, but she knew that they would heal on there. It didn't make it any easier seeing him in this state. Don't worry about me, that I've healed from worse in the last week. It always heals in the end, I think. Izuku tried being optimistic at the moment, knowing that everything he said was true. He did always heal in the end, so there were little consequences for his actions. Heck, I took a handful of bullets when we met, remember? And look at me now, no permanent injury. The spiky ponytail girl gave him a small nod before applying the rest of the bandages, giving him a small amount of pain medication to make his healing more pleasing. Not that she was allowed to give medication or anything. It was more to make sure that he made it through the rest of class before going to the nurse's office. Yep, that medicine sure feels pretty. Wait, where'd it go? I was under the influence of some pain medication just a second ago. What? Does this have to do with my speed? Please don't let this have anything to do with my speed. I need to be able to take pain away for limited amounts of time. Arg, why me? Wait, is this going to extend to alcohol in the future? After class was over, Izuku stood in front of All Might along with the rest of his class after their matches. Seeing his example earlier in the day had given them incentive to do as well, if not better, to show that they were just as worthy of being in the heroics program. They had given their matches their all and had in turn surprised All Might by seeing how committed these new students were. Well done, young heroes. You have each claimed your place in this prestigious academy, and I cannot be any happier than to be a teacher for each and every one of you this year. Now I must get going. Without any further explanation or really anything else, the pro hero ran as fast as he could into the tunnel leading back to the main campus. Huh, that was pretty fast, maybe even faster than I would be able to go if I truly think about it. Well, he is All Might after all, gotta expect that from the #1 hero. He must be very busy when it comes to saving people. Okay, off you go to Recovery Girl's office now. Momo grabbed his arm and began pulling him in the same direction that their teacher had gone a moment ago. And now I am being treated as if I'm a simple little boy, this Esikes. I wish that I hadn't decided to break both wrists. Maybe one wrist would be acceptable for next time. Come on, Momo, I don't need to go. I'm pretty sure that my hands will heal before the day is over, but it's not. She however didn't happen, and she kept going, taking him even against his own will. She had an iron grip which Izuku would have admired had it not been him who was the victim of it. Why is this so difficult for me to get out of this grip? Wait, my hands are broken, that's probably why. Also, is this hand going off at a weird angle? Looks like this isn't going to go my way, going to have to be tired for the rest of the day, looks like it. Upon entry to the school nurse's office, Izuku noticed a person who was there in an instant. On one of the tables there lay Midoriya's partner for the exercise, clearly battered and drained from the apparent fight. Even though he had only been hit by one blow, that one hit from Midoriya had been more than enough to hurt him badly. The speed and angle that he had used to destroy Bakugo's gauntlet had caused a large amount of tearing in his arm just from the sudden shock. To top it off, he had been fighting Shinsu's brainwashing quirk since the start but had been ineffective, only draining himself mentally in the process. The moment after he regained his mind, many thoughts rushed past his mind. Deku? He beat me even when we were on the same team, he beat me again. He was supposed to be quirkless, how did he do it? Why does Deku get this? The thoughts were quickly dissipated as the shock of Deku's punch went through his arm and into the rest of his body. The pain that he felt was simply too much for him, and the lack of time to adapt to his new surrounding was just too much for him to bear at that moment. To protect him from any further trauma, his body tried putting him to sleep, and so he lost consciousness while still being over 100 feet in the air. However, as he lost consciousness, he was able to recognize the feeling of someone latching onto him with the intention of saving him. He knew that this was Deku, and he would never in 1,000 years allow anything like this to happen. It was a line that should never have been crossed, and yet it was. Deku had saved him, and the entirety of Class 1 had seen it happen. All of his hard work of showing people that he didn't need help was thrown out the window when Deku came in and saved him. Why did Deku always have to be the one to come and ruin everything that he ever did? Why doesn't he mind his own diamond business and get out of mine? All I wanted to do was show All Might that I have what it takes to be the #1 hero. That's all that I wanted to do. After receiving an enhanced healing factor for like 5 seconds, Izuku felt completely drained and just... Nope. Drained was exactly the right word of how he felt. After receiving his second kiss from Recovery Girl, the speedster's hands repaired themselves at the price of his stamina, which was already pretty low at that point if he was totally honest. This was something he'd rather not have to rely on due to its practicality to him. So what are you to do now with your newly healed hands? Momo asked him shortly after having him held hostage moments earlier. Izuku looked down at them before answering with the worst possible answer that one could give, but he was tired so he got a pass. I was thinking of breaking them again just so you could apply more bandages to my arms. You were really good at it the first time. Did you just say that, Izuku? Why does this fatigued version of you always say what he thinks? I hate you with a fiery, passion-tired version of me. Just try to fix this as soon as possible in the least weird way. There was a faint blush that appeared on the creation quirk user's cheeks while Izuku's was full-on tomato red. After a moment of awkward silence, Izuku tried to clean up his mistake, badly. Not that he ever made mistakes of such scale since he was. I think that I need a good bit of sleep and I'll be fine, just give me a second. Unable to do anything about it, succumbing to his tiredness, the speedster fell onto his classmate who was luckily able to catch him. She simply held him as she tried to gently shake him awake before anyone saw him. He was sound asleep in her arms, which would be completely odd for anyone that saw them. That had been the case when Recovery Girl had spotted the two and chuckled about it before commenting, a young love, those are the days. The comment made Yayarose's face burn scarlet and dropped the sleeping hero in training who was rudely woken up to see Momo's red face. Very confused, Izuku decided that the best course of action would be to simply continue to the next class of the day. His short-term memory would be affected by the effects of the healing and would not remember the minutes before his collapse. Momo, are you alright? Do you have a fever or are you exhausted from the battle trial as well? The girl forced a smile and became even more red at the boy's concern. This certainly wasn't something that occurred often. Nothing off that. She stopped herself before going back and revising her response as well as slowing it down just a tad bit. I think we should head to class before he are marked late. Can't be late to present mixed English class. Who else in the class is going to answer the questions besides us two? Heading out for the day, the young green-haired genius came across another genius who he had met just the previous day. It was one called Cisco Ramon who came to walk with him after the rest of his friends went to their respective homes. His steampunk-esque goggles were still secured around his neck for good measure. Hey Izuku, that was an amazing performance that you pulled off today. The goggle-wearing engineer came to him and gave him a pat on the back to show his approval of his earlier effort. Izuku had no idea what he was talking about and his face showed this with clear confusion signaling to Cisco. Oh yeah, after all the heroics people went and did their thing, Mr. Drill Guy gave us the footage and a really cool assignment which I think you'll like. Wait, what? This was certainly a surprise to him. The green-haired boy had only thought that the hero class was able to see the footage of the day. Maybe other teachers, but certainly not other students outside of his class. Maybe if it was just Cisco then he'd be alright with this. Well, I got you and some other girl who can enlarge her hands, but I'm more interested in how I can make your suit even better since she said that hers was already pretty good. So are you willing to go back to the support headquarters with me for like an hour? I want to say no, but at the same time it would be really cool to see how my suit can be improved. Okay, Cisco, lead the way and make me an even better hero. As Izuku walked into the support workshop, he knew for a fact that he would be eaten alive in a place like this. All around him were different scraps of machines, random bits of metal bent in odd angles, and the occasional person who walked by and tossed more metal onto the floor. Overall, this place looked to be more like a think tank than anything else if he was to truly say. So whatcha think about our home for the next 3 years? This is the place where most changes to your suit will come from, so just say it. Also, here's your suit if you want to be more precise about your critiques. With it he pulled out the giant, black case labeled 18 and tossed it onto a nearby table. Well, is there any way that I can pull that shockwave maneuver without making my wrists split themselves? This was his main concern, seeing how useful it had been the times that he had used the sonic clap, as he liked to call it now. Yeah, I could add a reinforced wrist brace that would allow you to do all the fancy maneuvers with tense muscles but otherwise react as a normal fabric so that your hand motions aren't restricted. Would that be good with you? Izuku nodded, seeing that his request could be fixed so easily by having friends in the right places. Also, is there any way to pull out my vitals from the wrist tracker when I'm not using it? This would be really helpful to him if he could pull it out and analyze how he did. Nodding, the tech wizard pulled out a computer from his backpack and pulled off the small tracker from the suit. He connected a USB drive to the back and instantly a small diagram of himself appeared on the computer screen. And there you go. Although I must say that during today you were hardly able to actually touch the ground, so the results won't be the same as if you had, that is unless you want to go for a run right now. The support class student turned to his heroics class counterpart in need of an answer. Wait, can we even? I thought that the entire campus was closed to the rest of the students after hours. The black-haired boy smiled and handed him his costume before giving him another answer. Technically, we're just going to be testing out some new features, so there won't be any rule breaking. That also some kids from higher levels do it, so we can't let them have all the fun. He smiled, largely indicating his very large interest in going, kinda like a child wanting some treat or perhaps a movie for their good behavior. I mean if you think that this is a good idea to see how I'm doing, then I trust you all the way. Izuku took his suit into his hands and in a second he changed into it, surprising his friend at the speed. Whoa, that was fast. Imagine having that be portable, like in a necklace or a ring or something small that no one would expect. Now that would be cool. He then pulled out a pencil and wrote something on a sticky note before putting it on the screen of his computer for later reference. Okay, let's go to the gym. When he heard gym, Izuku had assumed a clean building that had lots of equipment for weight training and the sort. What he had not expected was a giant indoor set that looked like a mountainside. It looks like this is exactly where all the government funding goes to. Neat. Okie dokie, Izuku, I'm just going to have you running all over the place and track your vitals, speed, and running strategy to look for any things to improve in the future. All you have to do is run and I'll take care of the rest. Placing his goggles over his eyes, Izuku stretched slightly to ready his muscles for what was about to go down. They were about to be pushed to a limit and he wanted to know just how much he could take without things turning sour. Looking to Cisco, the man behind the computer gave him a small nod, so he began to run. When he ran, there really wasn't much that he could say to describe the experience. He was faster or slower, he couldn't really tell the difference in this state. His speed made his movements seem slower to his, but everyone else looked at it and saw him as faster. That was exactly what he was going through right now. His legs took huge strides as he ran along the mountain, unable to climb up the side of it just yet. His legs pumped on his sides, adding to his speed, at least that was what the research had said to him. It should reduce the angular momentum of the body, balancing the rotational motion produced during walking. This way I don't lose any speed if just for a moment. As he jumped from a rock, his body slowed down more as he put his weight on his right leg and pushed. The force allowed him to fly to the next large rock with apparent speed, but slowness for him. In the state of slow, he was able to calculate where his foot would have to be next, and so he did. This time his left leg was the one pushing off, slowly, like a bandage coming off. Coming off the several boulders, Izuku pushed himself as he came into a valley-like place. The ground was flat enough for him to truly pick up speed and would be a good place to test the suit's traction on different surfaces. With the less precision in his movements, the world began to blur past as he went faster. His arms gained the freedom that he usually had and his legs began to feel natural. Instead of a jello, his body felt as if it were moving through natural air. His different levels of recognition to attention drastically changed his speed, or how he perceived his speed. Learning from past mistakes, Izuku gradually slowed down before coming to a complete stop a few feet in front of Cisco. Still, his sudden stop sent up dust into the air that would have been harmful to Cisco's eyes had he not been wearing goggles himself. He had also decided to wear a breathing mask just for the scenario in which Izuku kicked up dirt into the air. Well, that was just amazing. Izuku put his computer over his head to show the test subject the results of their little experiment. I saw you on the videos, but in person it's a completely different thing. You are going to be a very good hero in the future. Both boys smiled at each other as Izuku headed over to look at how he did. He felt winded for the first time in a long time, which was a pretty good sign considering how effortless all the running had seemed beforehand. Okay, Mr. Scientist, how'd I do? Izuku leaned slightly on the shorter boy as his legs felt a bit light from the strain that they had been placed under. Did I exceed your expectations, or was I an embarrassment? Bringing the computer to his face, Cisco responded quite enthusiastically. I don't think I have expectations for you anymore. Any that I do make will certainly be broken as soon as I make them, considering what you just did. He smiled his friend before going further. You were gone in a flash of light and reappeared when you did come back. Without the trail of dust, I would have thought that your quirk was teleportation or something of that sort. I'm totally going to call dibs on being your tech guy for the next 3 years. Before Izuku could respond, both students heard the rumbling of the mountain and saw as a very large boulder came tumbling towards them. The speedster would normally have no trouble dealing with this on his own. Normally this would have been solved with him pushing Cisco and running himself. He was sadly well spent and could only push Cisco out of the way before tripping on his own 2 feet. Just for a mere second did Izuku think that he was a goner. Well, I had a pretty good run, I think. I lived pretty well, had friends, and even made it into my dream. Wait, why isn't my life flashing before my eyes? I feel cheated. Smash! Behind both boys, a figure jumped dozens of feet and hit the giant rock with a force that shook their teeth. He appeared out of practically nowhere and had moved so fast that only Izuku had been able to spot him. Out of the corner of his rock in question exploded and sent microscopic bits everywhere, making both boys thankful that they were still wearing their respective goggles. Crap, All Might caught us. What am I going to say to him? He barely saw how I did today. That's not enough time to give him an impression of who I am. The figure of All Might stood proudly in front of them looking at the mountain instead of them. Except it was smaller? As the dust dissipated, it could be seen that this wasn't All Might but a fellow student who bared an uncanny resemblance to him. The quirk did seem like something that his teacher had shown in all of his years as a hero. The blonde hair was also something that might have been it, but the smile was one of the most important things. On his face there was a smile that one could only explain as that worthy of the symbol of peace. It was everything that one could hope for in a hero and something that Midoriya wanted for himself. A hero who looks like Tintin, that'll be the day. Hello fellow students and potential troublemakers. I am Mirio Togata, pleasure to meet you. Their savior introduced himself and offered Izuku his hand in order to help him get up from the floor. Well, this is certainly an interesting development. I sure hope that this actually ends up well. The Midoriya household was a calm and quiet one for the evening. Izuku's mom was currently in the kitchen whipping up something for her son who had grown quite a bit of an appetite over the past few months. Thanks to his quirk, he had nothing to worry about when it came to worrying about his weight, but there was a good chance that he would blow through his energy quickly. In the background, Izuku Midoriya had left the news channel on in order to have something to listen to until her son came home from school. In other news, 2 bodies were found in an alley just outside of the renowned Star Labs. The victims appeared to have been subjected to below freezing temperatures by an ice quirk and were found frozen solid. The bodies have been identified as those belonging to 2 of the scientists working at the lab and assumed to have been attacked as they left for the day. If you are aware of anyone who could have potentially done this, please contact the authorities as soon as possible and help us take this villain off the STR dash. Izuku turned off the television as he arrived home and face planted onto the couch. He preferred not hearing about that place due to the history his family had with them. His mother would be even less happy if she were to hear about them. The day he had just had was one that would serve to satisfy his boredom for at least a few weeks, maybe a few days if he was to be honest. There had been so many different events crammed into one day that he had managed to forget about many of the problems that he had. One of them being he still had no idea how his speed worked or what had caused him to gain it besides being hit with a bolt of lightning which just didn't seem to cut it. The green speedster had managed to simply avoid thinking about it fully until the past 2 days. After seeing the performance put up by his classmates, he became ever so curious to see how each of their quirks worked. Each quirk that he had seen at UA had a scientific reasoning behind how it worked. Every single last one was explainable and his was not. His was the odd one out. Again, you've poured the least amount of thought into your quirk despite having it for a significant amount of time. The doctors had no explanation for this, and there's like 2 other places that have any chance at figuring out how exactly you work. One is the school that you go to. The other is a worldwide laboratory that has a whole subdivision to telling people how their quirk work and then doing their own set of off-the-books tests. It's also home to potential murder victims according to the news. Groaning in frustration, Izuku rolled over to stare into the ceiling, trying to recall all the events that he had experienced earlier in the day. The boy had tried keeping his mind under control after going on a test run with Cisco, but after seeing a higher-level student he was simply shocked at what he saw. Earlier at UA, Mirio Togata, otherwise known as Tintin in the mind of Izuku Midoriya, had just successfully saved 2 first-year students without much difficulty. Much was the key word in that sentence, as the bones, tendons, and muscles in his right hand bothered him with such pain that he was finding it harder and harder to maintain his smile. The blonde boy was positive that he had gone a bit overboard with the power levels of his newest quirk, passing just over what he had been was his maximum threshold. Right now he was working on maintaining 20% as his maximum power, which on its own was a massive challenge, causing his bones to feel as if they could break at any moment. Had he not been trained for months in the art of controlling his quirk by the previous holder of the quirk, the young hero in training wouldn't have been able to control even a fraction of the power. There was a good chance that he would have gone all out on the boulder if he hadn't learned that the hard way. The scarring on his hand was a constant reminder of this. "Are both of you all right?" He turned to the 2 newer students with a smile on his face and his hands to his waist, just like All Might stood. "I was just coming in for a training session when I saw the boulder coming at you, so I had to act." "Which hero are you? Are you related to All Might? What quirk was that?" Before his mind could stop him, Izuku's mouth went on its own and began to barrage his savior with questions. He had been out of the loop for a while when it came to new heroes, so there was no saying how long this one had been around for. That would have been the case if he had become a hero. Well, that I'd like to be called Lemillion when I do finally go on to become a hero. I'm only a third year, so I'm not really able to even become a sidekick just yet. After this school year things will probably look up, but not for now. As for All Might. The blonde put a hand behind his head as he tried recalling the lie that he had been told to repeat should this situation arise with anyone, but all he could draw were blanks. I don't think we're related, though that would be pretty cool. Can you imagine being related to the symbol of peace? What about that quirk? Is it an emitter-type quirk because it doesn't look to be a mutant type since you look the same, and that also throws transformation types out the windows as well? That boulder was massive and you were able to reduce it to dust in a matter of milliseconds by punching it. How? Cisco had decided to join in on the conversation now that he had found his voice after overcoming the amazement of seeing the boulder reduced to nothing. Ah well, wait, what are both of your names? You know mine, so I feel that it would be fair for me to know yours as well. He was attempting to deflect the question about his quirk due to the condition that he had. Should they ever learn about his primary quirk, they would probably know that it simply didn't match what H had just displayed to them. Luckily, his ruse worked and was able to throw the scent off him for just a while longer. The kids weren't expecting this and had in turn become a bit nervous, thinking that they weren't supposed to be there. Obviously, they weren't supposed to be there without supervision from an instructor, but Mirio knew how it felt to be new and want to explore the rest of the campus. I am Izuku Midoriya from the Heroics Department. Izuku was proud of himself for being able to get out such a sentence in front of such a gifted individual with relative confidence. And I'm Francisco Ramon, most gifted mind in the support course with about 3 references to popular culture per minute. Also, please don't go rat us out to the teachers. We were only testing out some new equipment for Flash's suit. It's alright, I'm not going to tattle on both of you. If you want to join me in my training, then you can, since I want to see what this new class has to offer. This offer would probably catch their attention and build up his reputation among the younger years who were currently oblivious of who he was. Izuku gawked at the offer and pointed to himself in confusion, seriously wondering if he was being messed with or something along those lines. He was still on his second day and now he was being offered to train alongside an older, probably more experienced role model of what it meant to be a hero. Who, me? His awkward stutter began to kick in as he tried his best to get it to go away as to not embarrass him in front of one who would very clearly be a great hero in the future. It was only a matter of time for that to happen, and when it did, he wanted to be remembered as a good student who helped out in the training process. Of course. Also, what type of name is Flash? I don't think I've heard of a name like that in a hero. Pretty cool though. Izuku face palmed as his savior assumed that his chosen hero name was something that Cisco had come up with a mere moment. It's a name that I came up with in a few minutes after seeing him perform in the battle trial today. Cisco intervened and explained the origins of that nickname. You should have seen him today out there. He is no doubt one of the top students in that class with his quick tactics and speed. He was in and out in Flash more like a really green blur, but it was just awesome to watch. The holder of One for All looked at the speedster with great interest, wondering where he could possibly get his hands on the tapes of the first year's performance. From what the support kid had described, the first battle seemed to have been quite an interesting event that should be watched whenever one could get the chance. Also, Izuku, I need to test the suit's defensive and offensive capabilities to see if I need to make any changes besides the wrist brace. Just spar with Wonder Boy here for a while so I can get all the needed data and we'll be all good. Cisco added some more of his input before running away from the two of the powerhouses, eager to see what would come of this. Mirio smiled at his younger counterpart and gave him a thumbs up to show that he didn't need to worry about anything truly. After all, this was just to see what experience could give to a person. Midoriya swallowed the saliva that had been collecting in his mouth before adjusting his goggles to the right position on his face. This was completely unexpected. And fight! Cisco called out from a distance, indicating the commencement of the friendly sparring session. There was nothing for just a moment, then everything went off at once. For a mere moment, there was quiet before a loud bang went off, signaling the commencement of the battle between the older and the younger student. For a mere moment, everything seemed to be in balance. If one were to ask Cisco of what he saw that day, he probably wouldn't be able to answer that, since there was simply too much going on in the span of a short amount of time to explain fully. What his goggles were able to record truly wasn't as much as he would have wished, but it was enough to know that the two current students before him were going to be wonders to be marveled. Izuku Midoriya decided that after the day he had on the second day of school, there could be no possible way for his life to go any more sideways. Maybe, just maybe, he expected a day where he could simply relax and go through the entirety of his day without suffering any unnecessary headaches. But the universe really wasn't up to helping Izuku out for today, maybe someday but not today. Like he had been the two past days, the possibly fastest person in the world was somehow late once again. This in no way is to be blamed on my quirk, it's just that I was completely wiped from yesterday and my body needed more time to recover from all the strain I've been putting it through. This in no way means that I'm just making my tardiness a habit. Just as he had done the past 2 days, Izuku caused the world around him to go at a fraction of its usual speed so that he would be able to get out of the house ready and on time. On time was actually pretty relative since he was never technically been marked late by his homeroom teacher. He was too much of a softie for him to turn against his pupil. As Izuku brought the world back to normal speed, he straightened out his tie and proceeded to exit through the front door. Front door was key as he had accidentally tried testing out his time dilation technique by jumping out the window and onto the floor below. It wasn't pretty, but he healed fast, so it was all in the past. The speedster placed his homemade green goggles over his eyes, just slightly disappointed that he couldn't take his hero suit goggles with him due to Cisco wanting to make some modifications after he went over all the information that the two had collected. The tech wizard had told him that he should get it by tomorrow as he worked fast and effectively. Till then, the original ones would have to do just fine, they had served him well up till now. As usual, Izuku ran at speeds that would get people to wonder why there was a small supersonic car passing through a crowded street. Similarly, Izuku used his speed to continue stopping small accidents here and there as he had begun doing since his first day of class. You know, this is actually pretty fun if you think about it. Saving civilians without being a hero just yet, all while running at neck-break speeds. There truly can't be anything more fun than this. As he continued his journey to the UA campus, Izuku noticed something quite odd about his usual entrance. First, it was clearly obstructed by some sort of obstacle which was quite unclear at the moment. Second, the main gate was down as if someone who wasn't a student had attempted to go into the premises. Third, he was getting closer and closer to the school without a way in, which was beginning to be more and more concerning. Thinking, got something. Let's see that if I can pick up enough speed I can try running alongside the wall, and then when I reach the top I'll have to use my hands to jump over the edge, and I'll be able to try to run back down if I'm able to keep the same speed going down as I come down. If all works I should be there in moments, else I'll end up as a puddle on the ground. Running in a wide arc, Izuku ran around the entire group of what he now saw as reporters and other versions of the media. His passing of them was followed by a large gust of wind which knocked a few off balance and onto the floor, where they looked at Izuku's running figure in utter awe. Others looked slightly annoyed by him, but they really weren't able to see him due to his sudden pass. Running within arm's length of the famous UA wall, Izuku readied himself mentally by repeating UA's mantra over and over again. Go beyond, plus ultra. Go beyond, plus ultra. Go. Making a sharp 90-degree turn, the late student took a step on the wall and then another and another. His feet kept on moving, not allowing him to slow down even for a second, knowing full well what would happen if he did. Instead, he ran without a thought to it. His feet moved one in front of the other, getting him higher and higher up the wall, where he could be seen by more and more of the members of the media. As he reached the top of the wall, the boy took hold of the edge and pulled himself over onto the other side of the wall. Here he twisted so that his feet were once again on the wall, and he continued running down. With a drop of about 10 to 20 feet, Izuku preferred to simply scale the wall downwards instead of potentially injuring his leg. He still had class after this. Coming down onto the ground, which he so very much loved, Izuku ran off to class to get a scolding from Eraserhead on the topic of his tardiness. It would probably go along the lines of him being so fast yet so slow at the exact same time. Aizawa always did have an odd sense of humor when it came to these things. Before entering his homeroom, Izuku obviously stopped in order to put his uniform back into working condition, as right now he looked like a tornado had spit him out. His clothes had luckily been sprayed with something that Cisco had given him to make them resistant to the crazy speeds that he went and make it so he wouldn't need to get a new pair each time he tried going for a run. Adjusting his tie once more, Izuku opened the door, closed the door and sped towards his seat in the matter of a second, hoping that no one would notice his sudden appearance. That, however, couldn't be less of what happened as he tripped into his blue-haired classmate who was giving a very enticing speech about democracy and the right to vote or something along those lines. The speedster was able to recover quickly and pick himself up in the same amount of time that it took him to fall, while Iida kinda stayed on the floor with a look on his face that seemed to show anger, embarrassment, and simple, utter confusion. It was an interesting expression which he could have appreciated in great detail if for the small fact that he was late to class once again. "Hey Iida. I'm very sorry for bumping into you, I was just trying, you know it doesn't matter, need a hand?" Izuku offered his friend a hand in turn after giving up on explaining his situation, as that was pretty pointless at the moment. "Thank you Midoriya. Your apology is accepted, but I must say that you are making your tardiness too much of a habit to be considered healthy for your career as a hero." As he always did, Tenya Iida tended to be a bit formal if not critical when it came to talking about Izuku. It wasn't that he meant to make him feel less, he just wanted him to be the best hero that he could be. Yeah. There really wasn't much that he could say about that. As Izuku looked to the front of the classroom, he noticed that Eraserhead was sound asleep in his signature sleeping bag leaning against a wall. The rest of the class looked at him as if they were waiting for something which would come pretty soon. He only needed to see what it was. "Sue, what exactly are we doing?" "We're voting for a class representative, you dumbass." Bakugo yelled from his seat, which was for some odd reason located directly in front of his own. If you weren't late for being a Deku, you would have known that. As always, Kaken wasted no time bringing up his childhood nickname, which was just beginning to get old for him. Speeding to his seat, without hitting anyone this time, Izuku waiting patiently as Iida went on about the procedure of how they were to vote for their representative. If Izuku was to be honest, this whole representative thing seemed to be something that could be pretty interesting if he did try to go for it. Each person will receive a single valet for which they will write the name of the person that they wish to be our representative. This could be your own name if you believe that you should be right for the job. After all the votes are counted, there will be a secondary election in which the top 2 students will give the reasons that they should be Class 1A's representative, and then we will vote once again. Is that clear to everyone? Iida's crash course of democracy was pretty good to say the least, as it made Izuku wonder who he should vote for. Iida would be a good candidate since he seems to be pretty into this whole class representative thing, so I suppose that he would be an ideal option. There's also Shinso, though, that he has the mind of a thinker and a good planner, which I think would be quite good for the class. Let's flip a coin for this. The indecisive teen pulled a coin out of his pocket, flipped it, and scribbled down a name on the paper which he had been given only a moment before by Iida. Election done completely by chance. This seems like it could go somewhere. The boy let his mind wander as the rest of his class pondered over who they should vote for. Each of them wanted to be the one chosen, but they knew that they had yet to accomplish anything that would gain them the loyalty of the rest of their classmates to vote for them. This in turn made it so that their minds wandered over to the first match of the previous day. Those were the people who were fit to serve the class in the best form. I'm number 2 in votes? How did I get 7 votes? This makes no sense that I should have a significant amount less. Who would vote for me, that is? I mean, Shinsu's votes speak for themselves, as people were able to see what he did yesterday, so I can live with that. Coming in at second had been Izuku with 5 of the 19 available votes, while his classmate, Shinso, had 6 of them, which showed just how much of an impact he had made. The purple-haired teen had obviously shown that he was more than capable of handling himself, and these votes were just another example of it. Thank you all to those who voted for me and to those who considered voting for me. I cannot truly say what I will do if I were to become the class representative, so I will not make any empty promises. I can say that I'll try my best to not let any of you down. Shinso stood from his desk behind Midoriya and gave his small speech before taking his seat once again. Out of respect and admiration for their classmate, the class broke into applause and smiles. While that was a really good and honest speech, he could very easily be a government figure or something along those. Why is everyone staring at me? Oh, did I have to make a speech, don't I? Well, this is odd. WWL, I think that IC could make a class representative if you were to allow me to do so, and I honestly have no idea what the class representative does so, yet I'll try to hold Class 1A's ideals if I were to win. Izuku's speech, unlike Shinsu's, lacked much confidence and ended with the boy red in face. He sat down slowly as he realized exactly what he had said and how little thought there seemed to be in there. DMN you public speaking that I hate you so much? Once again, the class were given slips of paper and through the process of democracy one of the candidates with green hair came out as the vice president to the purple-haired mastermind. The final tally was 9 votes in favor of Izuku against 10 to Shinso. Wow, a whole 9 people voted for me, that feels pretty good right now. Being ushered to the front by the rest of the class, Izuku stood beside Hitoshi as the two smiled at their classmates thanking them for the trust that they had been given. It was something that would have to be given in the next 3 years of school with each and every one of them. So who won? Coming out of his cocoon-like sleeping bag, the homeroom teacher asked with boredom and general uninterest. He took one look at Izuku before giving him one of his odds smiled as he lifted his hair from his face. He motioned to the 2 boys to return to their seats before whispering something that only Izuku could hear. Oh, good job against Golden Boy by the way, it was fun to watch. How does he know? Before anyone could question the statement, the bell rang indicating the students that it was time for them to go to their next class. Izuku was the last one to leave class as he needed to return to his seat first, but on the way out he was thrown a note by Aizawa. The teacher only returned to his sleeping bag not wanting to talk to the teen. Pulling out the note on his way to the locker rooms, the boy read, "Your form was extremely sloppy and you relied too heavily on the speed advantage you had. You were lucky to get the blows in that you did, and lastly you need to do something about how you stop. It's ineffective and simply doesn't work. See me after school for our renewed sparring sessions." Mentally trying to burn a hole into the head of Eraserhead, Izuku realized that such action would be inappropriate and simply decided to go with the rest of the class and put on his PE uniform. It would do him no good to argue with his teacher on this matter. His day would only be longer and more exhausting, which was becoming usual for him. Outside the gates of UA, a hooded figure stood among the rest of the people who were waiting to interview the symbol of peace. He had other intentions concerning that same figure which he had disclosed many times to his closest companion. It had always been him killing the symbol who had made his life devoid of so much. That would be a plan for later. Today he just needed to get his hands on the school schedule. Today something had changed in that vision he had. Today he had been able to see a student running in late through the side of the wall. They, for one reason or the other, had caught his eye and marked themselves as a target. Whoever they were, it was a guaranteed that the 2 of them would be meeting in the near future. It was inevitable.